I think that we've all had enough. Keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Hey, how's it going, everybody? I'm just sending out the tweet, and hopefully everybody can hear me okay. So I'm trying a whole new, thing going on. Basically, I've got a new monitor, and kind of changed up my whole setup and everything a bit here, which is why I'm, panicking looking for this. All right. Apologies, I don't want any background noise. Been watching some Medicare rebroadcasts lately, and it's been kind of fun. But yeah, I think everything is working. Just really quick want to test this out. Oh God, now I can't spell. Ugh. Sure? No? Wow. It's going to be one of them nights. I am going to apologize in advance. Anyway, hopefully everybody's having a good night. So, here we are. The MamaMax stream. Everybody's talked about this. And I kind of wanted to cover it in a bit of a unique way. Let me change this up so that you guys can see what I want you to see. Channel dashboard, that's the one I want. Okay, now everybody should be able to see the screen. I do want to make this a little bit bigger. Come on, gimme. But I've positioned the things around so that way at least it looks like I'm watching the stuff a little bit better. Okay. So yeah, hi, hello, how's everyone? Let's get into going over MamaMax. Okay, so MamaMax. If you don't know about this individual right now, we got a lot to talk about because this guy is creating waves for sure, and he's been on he's been featured on a couple different streams, and that's what I kind of want to go over. I want to get a good history and show everybody a good sense of who MamaMax is, as far as I was able to figure out as a viewer. And let's go to his channel here. As you can see, I've been looking him up a little bit here. So this is Max here. Max has recently kind of created a bit of waves with a couple videos that he's put out. We're going to go over those videos eventually. This could be a little bit of a longer stream, so I apologize. But these two videos in particular we're going to touch on. The trigger brainwash your favorite influencer video, and what is now called reacting to the reactions of Sniper Wolf's actions, which, okay, cat in the hat title. Dr. Seuss would be proud. We're also going to look at these live streams, and we're going to look at them in a couple different ways. So these live streams, a couple people called in, and I'm like peaking bad. I apologize. Hopefully that's a little bit better. I might have bumped this a little bit when I was getting everything set up. One more. Hello. Yep, I think we're good there. Let's see. So what I want to cover, apologies, I just want to make sure I'm not screaming and breaking noise. All right. I want to start with something that a lot of people know about all the most recent stuff. I mean, if you go on Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it, and explore, we're going to look for MamaMax just to see kind of the things going on. So you can see Smaggles had some posts on. I mean, there's a lot of big different commentary creators, as well as now recordings covered stuff. Nerdy John, Tommy, I'm not excluding. Tommy, I'm going to touch on his stuff. His is a little bit of a longer history with MamaMax. Even got Doc on the radio chiming in here. Chris the Narc, who actually kind of played a pivotal role in all of this. A lot more than people may realize. Let's see. Leia something. Xylee's done a stream on this. There's a now recording stream. I mean, God, if we go in and just search for MamaMax on YouTube, just in general, and not go to his channel, you can see this is a pretty hot topic. So we're gonna recently uploaded, and there we are. So see Tommy Mama's video, which has been updated. Few of these videos we're going to touch on, but lyrics, Kristen Dark, Moist Critical, who we're also going to touch on, Sensitive Society, who we're also going to touch on. This is a restream channel, a couple different restream channels. I mean, even going down to some of the smaller creators like myself, a lot of people are talking about this guy. And so you want to ask why, right? So let's get right into it. This channel is Anti-Spencer, and Spencer, as you can see here, this young woman, she is part of this whole recent video that MamaMax initially released, which is, I apologize, I didn't get a lot of things loaded because we're going to be going over so many different portions of this, and I'm going to cover a lot of full videos. But as you can see, he's got her tagged as a survivor. So MamaMax, broad view, we'll see. He's cut his down quite a bit and now just says filmmaker dedicated to empowering children. Very, I would say, significant creator. Just a hair under a million, 750,000, 15 videos. That's going to be a key thing we'll touch on here. Max is not afraid to clean his channel. He is very, very active YouTuber. He's kind of got a touch of that horror creator in him. He basically put out a video that we're going to go over, and he's trying to bring attention to a cult is what he's calling it. I don't know if cult is the best word, but it kind of seems like it might fit in that realm. Anyway, kind of his wheelhouse for stuff. So it's like, why are we seeing all these videos and everything? All right, let's go into my list and disregard some of the stuff is not quite in order, but we're going to start with, do we go with his older stuff first, or do we go with the newest? Let's go with the newest. Let's start here. So, first off, MamaMax is huge with these freaking QR codes and stuff that he's done before. So I'm sure if we scan this, it's going to go to a web page. Did he link it? No, but he wrote a goddamn book. Okay. Let's play this. Hopefully volume is okay.
Welcome to your programming. Kindly send this video to your favorite influencer. We will test them on the content of their character. Do not listen to their words. Look at their actions. Let us begin. If God appeared before you and told you to sacrifice a child, would you do it?
Probably not. What are these answers,
on an
bro?
exoplanet far away, two extraterrestrial factions of the...
By the way, I have not previewed this video. This was probably the safest video that I knew that he created, other than the trigger warning. Obviously, for Epileptics Anonymous, he makes the best videos.
Species are at war with each other. They are both guilty for spilling the blood of children. Based on the pattern among this species, who will win the war?
You're going to notice he's big on the word salad, too. We're going to touch a little bit on that.
If you were being brainwashed, do you think you could tell? Thank you for your submission. Here are the correct answers. As previously discussed, your test scores will not be determined by your answers. It will be based on your behavior. Please proceed to the next section to complete your programming.
Oh my god, okay, we gotta speed this up. I apologize. I'm not gonna deal with all this.
I would say one of the things that really bothers me and that I think about, and I've been confronted with this situation many times, are minor children recruited by destructive cults online.
Children deserve to know that there is danger out there. You shouldn't be walking through the world blindly thinking that everything is just sunshine and rainbows. Because the sad reality is the world is a terrifying place at the end of the day.
On March 18th, 2016, Spencer, a 16-year-old girl from Wiley, Texas, mysteriously disappeared.
So this is getting into the heart of the story right here. Again, we'll just let Max explain it here.
Lured by the illusion of joining a supernatural family as a vampire on some random corner of the internet, she actually found herself ensnared in a dangerous sex cult led by a child predator posing as a werewolf god. The man had recruited hundreds of young children, subjecting them to sending CP, kidnapping, assault, and attempted trafficking. Almost 7 years later, Spencer and the other survivors shared their stories with me. This video serves as their scream for action against their perpetrator.
Okay. So this is who we're going to be discussing in a lot of the videos that are current. I am wanting to go over some of Max's past actions that we're going to show, but again, just to get kind of the breakdown, shakedown on what we're currently talking about.
Camden Gerard Davis. Leviathans are coming for you.
I would say... Oh, we almost done. Nope.
God's will is not written in man-made books. It is written in our DNA. Reproduce and protect our offspring. Guard our descendants. Welcome to God Cult. As your
So that we're going to also touch on, but Max had set his name for a while as God Cult. I had that in my previous thumbnail, and now he has changed back, as you obviously can see, to MamaMax. According to him, it's because one of the survivors that he... I don't know the best way to say this. One of the survivors, I guess, reached out. I don't know if it was a survivor necessarily of this, just CSA, as he calls it, which I actually do like that acronym. That's a lot cleaner way to say things. So a CSA survivor reached out, said that, hey, maybe this is going to chase away some of the more religious mannered people. And yeah, it probably did. It's just an off-putting thing. It kind of steered away from the message, but again, that's just one of the things we're going to cover.
first command.
But guard our descendants is the actual abbreviation for God, G-O-D, guard our descendants, is what he was trying to do. So he was trying to make an anti-cult kind of thing. I think that's what he was going for.
I kindly ask you to share Spencer's story with the following. We want you.
So this is him reaching out to various different creators. This is something that Max has also done in the past, and he is known for. Again, we'll cover this. There's some videos that Max maybe not proud of that he's taken down. I could go back all the way to 2 years ago if I wanted to. I'm sure I could find the video, but we're going to just look at stuff like from the last year is what I want to try and keep it relevant as it pertains to Max. Max creates very few videos, remember. Okay.
Is for Seema Davis. I would like to extend my most heartfelt apology that this is how you have to find all of this out. But the fact of the matter is, your son, Camden Gerard Davis, has been victimizing hundreds upon hundreds.
Now, this is touching on another thing, and I apologize again. I should have probably scanned this because I didn't realize that there was docs in here. We're going to touch on Max's feelings on doxing and what he thinks doxing is, maybe, or just his general feelings about what's going on here. That's going to happen when we go through the lyric stuff in a bit, but this is a personal video that the main survivor, Spencer, made, and I am not going to do anything to discredit, knock, or disparage their stories. I think the underlying message that Max did, which is to get this story out there, is important. That is going to be basically the start and finish of where I'm going to agree with Max here. I do want to get to the end of her video. I don't feel this is imperative to the story which I want to talk about, which is Max.
Spencer is pursuing legal action against Camden and the law enforcement agencies that failed her. To support this effort, all donations received in October via our Patreon will be allocated for this legal process. All additional funding will be used to film this story as it unfolds. If you are a survivor of Camden Gerard Davis and would like to participate, please reach out to us. Use the hashtag #WeAreReal and do not stop hashtagging us until we find you. If you're some rando just watching this video for fun, please help us find them. We are real. Thank you for watching.
Hey Max, so I watched the trailer and holy fuck, that is...
I just wanna draw a little attention here, and this might be a little bit of a Tommy C move, but what we're gonna do is I want to turn the volume off. I just feel like this is a bit of filler, but we're gonna look here. We're at the 8-minute mark of a 10-minute, well, 8:30. We'll call it 8:30, and just want to make sure that I catch the very beginning. So for sure, within this mark. Okay, so let's watch this. Come on. And right here. Okay. So this is his list of Patreons. Supporters, I'm guessing also might include maybe donators in here. I'm gonna be hopeful and guess that he has donators in here, but for the most part, this is his Patreon. So let's look at this list. I wanted to take the sound away just to give you the gravity of the length of this list and what we're talking about here. We're still going and going. You know what? This might take a little too long. We should probably speed it up. Let's go 2 times speed. There we go. Now that list is really moving. We're what? Almost halfway through the alphabet. Still going. Gets a lot of Patreon subscribers. Kind of applaud him for that. We're still going. Yup. I'm so glad that he's got all these supporters. Like, honestly. Okay. Boom. We are going to get out of this. I'm so apologize. We're scrolling through the video list, and this is my first time attempting this way, so I apologize if it's not the greatest. Let's go back to me. And we'll go back to my watch later. So, Max has got a lot of Patreon subscribers. Not a bad thing. MamaMax Patreon. He's got 200 free members according to this like splash, which is from 2023. So I'm gonna take this. Join for free. I'm trying to look to see. I don't even know if this is actually his. Because I believe it's under his Max Striker Studios, I think is what he calls himself. Anyway, I was going to try and look up the different levels to see if there's a way, and this is something that's kind of new to me. I don't know how to really look up, like, hey, this is what his different levels of Patreon cost. So if anybody has a way of doing that, please feel free to let me know. Because I am trying to figure out a way to track that information down. But let's get into the meat and potatoes. So we saw the famous video that he posted like a month ago. And from that, Max then posted another video. Because this one didn't get a whole lot of views. I mean, 90,000. So then Max did this, what happened to MamaMax. I feel like there's a lot in this video that's covered in both of these videos. And since the longer runtime is the combined of the two, we're going to go to this. So
my name is Max Striker. I'm a filmmaker.
And we are going to drop it back down because we want the full effect of the Batman voice. So we'll keep
dedicated to empowering children. This is a call to action disguised as a cancellation. It is my hope that it will bring the maximum amount of eyes and ears to crucial issues in our society.
I don't understand Max's first initial, like, why he has to do this as his words. He's making this look like a cancellation.
Let this video be the example by which we as influencers can make digestible content for our audience while addressing much more important matters. Thank you.
Now, what's really funny is a couple things have changed here. This is not the original title for this video. This, as you can see, was pinned by Max 7 hours ago. We're going to look at that message. If you scroll through the comments, it's kind of a mixed bag, but I feel like a lot of the comments, it really was a mixed bag. I mean, that's honestly the best. I'll give him benefit of the doubt. So, what else do we have here? This is Patreon. We'll look at that in just a second. So I want to check. I thought he had linked. I don't understand where it is. Yeah. Okay. Well, it's either this video or the other video. He had linked to Annie Spencer's this video right here, which Spencer's put this video out with the help of MamaMax. This is her recounting her story. I watched majority of it. I'm not here to pick apart Spencer's story. I'm not here to play down on Spencer. I don't think that she's more than anything more than just a megaphone, maybe, for Max and his message. And she's probably going to end up being used a bit as a shield, which is not appropriate in the least, in my opinion. Hey, let's see. He said, this is his Patreon. Look at that. Oh, yeah. Hey, remember all those names we saw? Well, it looks like his minimum's $5 a month. And about 9 posts. I don't know how I would see, like, what. Here's his Guard Our Descendants again. He's got it for free, and then he's got his paid memberships. And these go all the way up. I'm sorry, oh, look at that. We got some pretty large tiers. Producer, you can pay $1,000 a month to be a producer. That's kind of cool. Patreon's not the best for like actual interactivity, I feel like, but you can see here, I mean, he gets pretty good likes even on his comments. So, and like I said, I don't feel like Patreon's good as far as like, here we go. What your money is used towards. Caffeine Raising Canes. Personnel. Bi-monthly YouTuber. So can't hurt me. So he's big into this. As you can see, current projects here. I didn't look into this, so I apologize if this is a little dead air at points. But I did not look into his Patreon. I didn't think to go down to the description and see if he had his Patreon there. But his dogs, more films. So he says this with donations, and I'm kind of curious. I mean, could maybe use some Mudahar tactics and check and see and make sure he's set up like as a charity. If you're saying, unless you're meaning donations a different way, it kind of makes it sound like you're going to be giving money to people there, Max. And I understand paying your personnel and everything. I mean, you are a business, so let's get away from that. Let's go back to this video.
Hello, friends, it's me. Oh, who the heck are
But I really don't know about this accent.
you clicking on my video? Well, let me be the first to welcome you to my channel. Today's video diverges from the usual content. While it's easy to get caught up in the latest internet sensations, there's a pressing need to shine a light on a much deeper, darker, demonic topic lurking beneath the surface. Sniper Wolf. Darman Monday! What was that? Oh! Oh! Oh!
I don't understand this, but okay.
My name
I mean, I understand
I am a
it.
survivor of Camden Gerard Davis, the leader of a destructive cult that has victimized hundreds.
Okay, so next important point here. This is obviously multiple survivors of this whole vampire cult thing, which we'll get into. Like I said, we're getting there. There's a lot to cover.
Of minors. This video is our screen for action.
On March 18th, 2016,
Okay, so we already saw this. Blah, 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 blah. We already saw all the way up to there because these
Gerard Davis,
we're using
the
content.
Vikings are coming for you.
By the way, Max, 10 out of 10 if you want to trigger a seizure. Appreciate that you have like a trigger warning clearly present and visible that, you know, this video contains flashing light. Since you care about a lot of people. Now, okay, look. All of this information is fantastic and important. And if I were qualified, I would cover it.
Behind the clicks and views of internet drama, there's a story we're overlooking. Millions of stories, in fact. Stories that scream for immediate attention, yet continue to be muffled by the cacophony of the latest drama or trend. Let's take a moment to step back from the online spectacle and face the harrowing truth. Human trafficking and destructive cults are not just issues in distant lands or plot lines in crime shows. They are among the most severe and rapidly growing problems happening right under our noses. The actions of Camden...
There's a lot of word salad here. I've watched this a couple of times and I've tuned out every single freaking time.
Gerard Davis, his heinous crimes, the lives he's shattered, the trauma he's inflicted, these did not appear in our daily news feed.
If I had to offer a tip, by the way there, Max, not that I know a thing about anything, but just the tone and the constant drab of thesaurus-based language. Like, you just threw out language. Like, I don't know how to explain it any better. Like, you just took all the biggest words you could find, put them into ChatGTP, said, I need all these words in this script. Make me sound amazing. Obviously, I'm being obtuse right now, but that's just kind of how this came off, man. It's just a lot of word salad.
Yet they are glaring examples of the darker aspects of humanity that we, as a society, often choose to ignore. The gravity of his actions, the suffering of his victims, should stir us to our core, prompting outrage, action, and a demand for justice. Yet such stories often receive a fraction of the attention granted to the latest internet scandal, the survivors who fell prey to Camden Gerard David.
Okay, I want to make sure we focus through the word salad onto what he's talking about here, which is that people should be covering this. Let's just put it in the simplest terms. He thinks more influencers, creators, whatever the hell you want to call us, should be covering this instead of, I don't know, the content they enjoy to make, or what they're good at, or how they built their channel. I mean, all of that, just throw it right out the window. This is the important shit.
Were once impressionable and malleable minds, unknowingly ensnared by the beguiling algorithms of the internet that would lead them almost irretrievably into the clutches of exploitation. For 7 long years, their pleas echoed into the void, muted cries for help.
Can anybody just, like, even repeat what he just freaking said? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I love the fact that Tommy is calling him out, and I've got some really fun stuff to go over, so hopefully you stick around, Jim. I know this is going to be a long stream. I'm going over a lot. I'm just trying to lay down, like, the pretense and understanding the basics of who he is, what's going on right now, and then we're going to look at how terrible of a freaking person this guy is.
How that were met with an indifferent world, too hyper-focused on some ephemeral stimulation. It was only through a twist of fate, an almost serendipitous connection through my sister, that their voices found conduit in me. I took to YouTube, turning their whispers into a broadcast that could reach the eyes and hearts of hundreds of thousands. Their narrative, raw and unfiltered, is now piercing through the noise, challenging the apathy that so...
Okay, and that's again referring back to this, which I want to look at. I want to get my October 28th, 2023, this came out.
Often greet such disclosures, but this phenomenon isn't isolated. It is more common than we know. Its prevalence is an indictment of our universal ignorance. Our society is both praised and criticized for its mass surveillance, yet malignant forces persist underneath us, often
We're reusing images. How many times are we going to just gonna keep flashing it up there and hoping that somebody pays attention to this shit?
Actuated by the very structures that should dismantle them. In a world where these industries amass profits in the hundreds of billions, it is unfathomable how they can still operate largely in obscurity, away from the scrutinizing gaze of global accountability. This ancient yet persistently insidious phenomenon is a glaring testament to our collective failure as a civilization. The fact that it continues to...
This whole freaking video just reminds me of, like, you know when you were in high school and you had, like, those assignments where it's like, write 10,000 words on X subject. This is what you turn in.
Exist without immediate and comprehensive global action is a profound atrocity that stains the fabric of mankind. How can we, as humanity, aspire to claim our place in the cosmos when we fail to protect the very future of our species? The salvation of every last child ensnared in the clutches of these darker forces will be the ultimate measure of our existence. Until we can equivocally say
Holy
that
shit,
child
we're
is
gonna
free
be here
from
a
the
minute.
enemy's grasp, we remain undeserving of the stars.
He is a pretentious film student. I'm gonna actually touch on that.
Marked by the swift and profound evolution of artificial intelligence, this technological leap brings with it immense potential for progress.
I have...
Yet, as with any powerful tool, there
I don't
lies
know.
a dual edge. There will...
There we go. Sorry, we keep getting the whited out background going on and I can't see crap because, hey, guess what? You know, people have visual impairments like me. Thanks for freaking blinding me, Max. Appreciate it. I know this was a famous song, but definition applies. You reading this? I hope you are.
Be individuals who exploit these advancements for personal gain, often with dire consequences for the most vulnerable among us, children. The alarming aspect of this technological surge is not just its pace.
Every time I've heard that, by the way, the most vulnerable among us, children. Okay, well, what about, like, I don't know. anything having to do with animal abuse, which you've covered, Max. You've covered animal abuse. I don't like animal abuse myself. I actually steer clear of it with a lot of the stuff that I do because I'm not interested in it. It's not fucking good for my mind. And I realize that about myself, so I steer clear of that shit. And your idea is that after I go through and work my long day at work, I'm supposed to then come home and create content about child abuse because that's what I want to cover.
But its capacity to be weaponized by those with nefarious intent in the hands of the unscrupulously intelligent and morally...
Oh, he's not just obsessed with cults, by the way.
Harm. It can be used to manipulate, to exploit vulnerabilities, and even to perpetrate...
This man has no, in my opinion, I'm going to state this very, very clearly. In my opinion, this man has no loyalty to any subject that he discusses. He doesn't care about cults. He doesn't care about survivors. He doesn't care about animals. He has made content on them, and he has profited from that content. But I want to make sure we really, 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 really look at the passion. Look at the freaking pause screen right now. Look at that. And the Batman voice, okay? Watch this, the conviction.
Crimes with a level of sophistication and scale previously unimaginable. This is not mere...
I don't even know how we got here, by the way, in this video. We get to this whole catastrophic AI thing.
Speculation. It is a looming threat, and despite our technological progress, every single day we are bombarded with headlines about celebrity feuds, influencer scandals, and the latest entertainment gossip. These stories dominate our screens, our conversations, and...
Because why isn't that important? Why isn't what Mudahar covered with the whole completionist thing important? You know, there's $750,000 somewhere. I mean, there's more still coming out on that story. You're saying, nope, think of the children. Oh, Lord.
Our minds creating a smokescreen that hides the harsher realities faced by countless individuals around the world. Modern-day slavery thrives beneath our daily feeds, stripping people of their
human trafficking. We're gonna pretend like we care about this.
Sanctuaries in obscure corners of the internet, only to devastate minds and splinter families. Yet these pressing issues barely ripple through the surface of our social media.
Mind you, again, this is what we're talking about here. This is the guy we're talking about. How much of this video was that? Back here. Okay. So call it 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Let's see how long it takes to get back around to the fucking subject matter. Well, I guess you could technically count that. So, what? 6 minutes of just drab?
Blue Moon. We will see a headline that quickly dissipates by the trivial disputes of online personalities. This imbalance in our collective attention is not just a matter of poor taste or preference for lighthearted content. It is a system that rewards content that is easy to produce and quick to consume. The disparity between the overwhelming coverage of Sniper Wolf's drama and the relative silence around the atrocities committed by individuals like Camden is a glaring example of this. This isn't just...
I'm just trying to cover, like, what I found as a viewer. So, I see your comment there, Vincent, and yeah, I'm just covering this because I want to cover this as a viewer, okay? Like, I come from the viewer background. I'm a small freaking creator. I'm just starting out doing this shit, and I seen all this stuff blowing up, and I know that there's creators that have history and everything with Max, so I wanted to try and come into this as unbiased as I could, and I will tell you, I got fucking heated when we were going to get into the podcast stuff.
Phones themselves often benefit from keeping the masses distracted with sensational yet ultimately trivial content, shielding us from the harsh realities that require our immediate attention and action. But the issue runs deeper than just the machinations of those at the top. It's also about us. As humans, we have developed an appetite for content that entertains rather than enlightens. Many turn...
Not everything has got to be mentally enlightening. It's, you know? Yeah, I appreciate that, Vincent. Yeah, I like going through this stuff. I tried it with the whole Xylee Van Luke thing when I was looking at things, and I just wanted to see, like, what can I find as a viewer? Like between Twitter, between YouTube, between looking around at stuff, I want to see what I can figure out to give my opinion on this guy as nothing more than a viewer coming into this.
Not to confront the grim realities of the world, but to escape them. I understand the appeal of lighthearted content in providing an escape from daily stresses. However, as global citizens, we bear a responsibility that transcends escapism. Engaging with serious issues doesn't have to be debilitating. It can be empowering, fostering a sense of unity and purpose. As viewers, our collective voice is powerful, capable of supporting content that entertains and light.
Oh, it's absolutely a freaking mess, man. it's, yeah. Like I said, I'm trying to like remain calm and got to go through the, like all the high level stuff first, because I got heated. I listened to this podcast twice, and when you take what he says about things and understand where he was at that point, and then look at the totality of everything, I feel like this gives you a good idea of Max as a person. I'm not here to shit on Spencer. I'm not here to shit on the topic that he's discussing.
And incites action. Influencers and content creators hold significant sway, tasked not only with captivating audiences, but also with enlightening and advocating for urgent societal issues. Our platforms can spotlight these concerns, educating and mobilizing followers for impactful change. This call for a balanced approach does not mean to diminish entertainment value, but acknowledges the need for equilibrium. By integrating discussions of substantive matters,
again with the word salad, like
harmony, where entertainment coexists with a vital discourse, drawing attention to profound issues in our world. It's crucial that
and yeah, I get it. I'm running this faster than what you normally would listen to this at. I'm at 1.5 speed. I mean, I'll listen to stuff at 2 times speed just because I'm trying to absorb the content, because I'm trying to now make content. We're against him harming children than parents, but disingenuous about it. Yeah. Oh, he's absolutely disingenuous about it. And that's where I'm hoping to maybe help people here. I'm not like, by the way, when I say help people, I'm just saying about like help understand. I'm not talking about like help in the manner of what he's trying to speak to. But again, the things that I've heard and the things that I can see as someone just sitting on the freaking outside, I don't have the connections and like build up and everything that some of these other creators have. I mean, I talk to people in and around the community. I'm in a couple Discords, but I just wanted to do this from that viewer perspective.
We leverage our influence responsibly, ensuring that pressing societal challenges are not only seen, but addressed. It's about using our creativity to...
Especially because you get people that there's so many freaking people have been talking about this, and you've got so many different takes and views and all this other stuff, that it gets hard to disseminate what's actual information and what's like... You get people telling stories, and what happens when you tell stories, small details change, but then you get somebody to retell that story and another detail changes, and it's just that game of telephone. So then you have a distorted story coming, and that distortion detracts from the issue. And again, my issue is not with Spencer. It is not with this cult. It is with MamaMax and how he represents the content that he's putting out there.
Bring light to the darker aspects of our world in a way that encourages empathy, understanding, and action. In doing so, influencers can redefine what it means to be a content creator in the digital age. We can set new standards for the kind of content that gets attention.
Yeah, exactly, with a third-hand account.
Shifting priorities from purely entertaining to meaningfully impactful work can pave the way for a more informed and action-oriented online community. It's an opportunity for influencers to use their platforms for something greater than just views and likes, to become agents of change in a world that desperately needs it.
Okay, can I just say, at a high level, like, if he took that last, I don't know, maybe minute, trimmed it down, cut all the fat out of it, it's actually a good message.
The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing.
Okay, and this, I think, is totally unnecessary. Like, if we wanted to, we could really scroll through, like, each and every one of these freaking messages, but it's just him reaching out multiple times. Like, I paused, I read through all this stuff. This, to me, just seemed like somebody that really wanted to get their story out there, which, again, not a bad thing.
I'm reaching out not to corner you, but to share growing concerns that has been eclipsed by your usual online interactions. I respect you as an individual. I believe you are fundamentally a good man. I would not be reaching out to you.
This is him reaching out directly to Charlie.
If I thought otherwise.
That's Penguin Zero.
However, our community, and by extension our society, faces a critical imbalance in its focus and priorities. We are living in an era where the exploitation of children, a subject of great...
I think it's very funny that he used this video right here. And if you know who this video is and what it's done by, and then you see Charlie up in the corner and he's reacting to this is something to just file for right now. Just jot it down. But he uses this video, and we're going to come back because this is not Max's first interaction either with Charlie. It's just bigger now because I think that Charlie's bigger now. And hopefully, Charlie Penguin Zero. I don't know how people know him necessarily, content Jesus, whatever you want to call him.
Of importance is alarmingly overlooked, neglected by the spotlight that's instead cast on topics like Sniper Wolf. While such content has its relevance, my intention in reaching out to you, especially through private channels like Discord, was to foster a private approach to address these serious matters. Unfortunately, your silence has left me with no choice but to resort to more public forms of communication.
Okay, so this is a call out. That's literally what we're saying right there. I've tried to contact you privately. You didn't respond. Now this is my call out publicly.
This in of itself is symptomatic of a larger problem. This lack of dialogue among creators is not just an internal community issue. It has far-reaching consequences, especially in our battle against the rampant spread of disinformation. The digital landscape we navigate is already rife with misleading narratives and half-truths, and until AI is perfected, the problem is only set to intensify with advancing technologies. This scenario is further exacerbated by the motivations of the most rich and powerful in the tech world. Their relentless pursuit of profit, occasionally at the expense of human welfare and ethical considerations, is steering us toward a precarious future. As creators, we are positioned uniquely to counteract these troubling trends. Our role extends beyond content creation. We must actively engage in safeguarding our audience, particularly the young and impressionable.
Now, see, this is another thing that I think is just kind of an interesting point. He talks about, so there's been a lot of discussion around the fact of audiences and creators being responsible for their audience. Like, anybody out there watching this, if you go and do something based on my opinions of Max in this video, in this live, then I'm responsible for that. I believe that you are of your own free will, and like, you should be able to go do your crap, and I'm not responsible for you. I'm sorry, but you as a hopeful adult out in this world, I don't think any kid should be watching my shit. As an adult out in this world, you should be able to handle yourself. So, but he's saying that no, creators are responsible for their audience, and so the creators are responsible for what they feed to their audience.
While this video addresses
Hey,
the
Abby.
responsibility of influencers, my future endeavors aim to challenge the larger forces at play, the wealthy and powerful architects of these very systems. In order to
Oh yeah, Vincent, we're going to go over that. We'll talk about Charlie's response.
effectively confront these giants, our efforts must be unified. It is crucial that we as creators join together, pooling our resources, influence, and creativity to push back against the structures that prioritize profit over people. Only through collective action can we hope to instigate meaningful change and protect those most vulnerable to the revenue-driven decisions of these powerful entities. The fight
That was another key thing that I don't feel like a lot of people pointed out here, is he's talking about the revenue and talking about guiding revenue streams.
against them must be a unanimous one, requiring strategic collaboration among all of us in the creative community. We must acknowledge the stark realities we're facing, the escalation of human trafficking, the insidious growth of destructive cults, and other heinous crimes that are being grievously underreported. These issues should be at the forefront of our collective consciousness, yet they remain marginalized. Charlie, you are a voice heard by millions. We reached out hoping for a private response at the very least. Your platform has the power to drive significant change, yet many...
I just want to say I also don't appreciate that. Let's go back here.
You are a voice heard by millions. We reached out...
Right here. So he added Spencer into this group, and again, I feel like mouthpiece, that's the word I was trying to think of earlier. Talking about bound by an non-disclosure agreement. That's kind of interesting too to me, because NDAs typically are something that only comes up in business. Okay? Again, revenue streams we're talking about, swaying audiences, now an NDA. You're starting to see like the real underlying drive here for Max. But I don't like that he added Spencer to whatever group this is, and threw Spencer to the wolves pretty much, which I think is BS.
but hoping for a private response at the very least. Your platform has the power to drive significant change, yet many voices remain unheard amid the digital clamor. You've built a platform that resonates with a vast
Hey,
audience.
Chad, how's
A
everybody
platform
doing?
that has the incredible potential not just to entertain, but to empower. Your voice can reach corners of the internet that many of us cannot, making you not just an influencer, but a potential catalyst for much needed awareness and action, as you have already done before. With this remarkable influence comes a significant responsibility. The choices you make in content creation, the stories you choose to amplify, have a ripple effect that extends.
Yeah, again, this is, again, it's business strategy stuff, okay? This is applying business methodologies and strategies. I apologize, my hand was in the way. I get a little handsy when I talk and I get emotional. This is all business-driven stuff here. So this is talking about modeling opinion dynamics under the impact of influencer and media strategies. And then so I don't understand what T represents. Realization with media influencers, example 1. The 2 media agents are marked in black. Foreigners are indicated in circles. Oh, so I think this is talking about, okay, each of these dots represents a influencer and their sphere of influence, okay? And as time progresses, then you get the influencer audiences. Kind of intermix. I apologize. I was trying to read chat. I'm still getting used to this. I got a brand new screen, so I can actually... does he have sources in his video? Good question. I know in the below here, we only have his message out to Charlie. And then his most recent pinned comment, again, it's only from 7 hours ago. So he's been back in to touch this video. Because again, like I said, he's changed the title. This wasn't the original title. We'll see mentioned in some of the other stuff. And then he also changed the thumbnail because I believe the thumbnail was different. But yeah, the most I see for anything is, let's see, if he has anything in this We Are Real playlist. I don't even know what this is linking to. Maybe you shouldn't have that under your video. I don't know. Obviously that hashtag isn't working out. Let's go to his Patreon and see. I don't think he had anything linked under there either. I apologize. I don't want him to divert because this is a good question though. Just if he has sources. Choose the membership. Full content. New video. So all he has is the new video that we watched. Again, going back to October 27th. And then this video came out a few days ago. So November 25th. So basically, he put up his video. He let it sit for a month. And he didn't get any interaction on it. So then he thought to like really start driving the point.
Far beyond the boundaries of your channel. When issues like the ones we're trying to highlight are overlooked in favor of more sensational, yet less impactful content.
But to answer your question, I apologize. No, I don't see any sources.
It represents a missed opportunity. I understand the demands of your platform and the constant pressure to remain relevant and engaging in an ever-changing digital landscape. But we believe that influencers like you have the unique power to bridge this gap, to use your reach and influence to bring important topics to the forefront. Our intention in reaching out was not to criticize, but to collaborate, to combine our efforts in shedding light on stories that are often ignored. We're not asking you to change the essence of your content or to abandon what has made you successful. I am inviting you.
So again, he keeps going this. He does this little flip-flop stuff where he goes back and forth. I'm not telling you to abandon your content, but at the same time, I'm trying to tell you what you need to push your audience towards. We have this big duty as, and I'm using duty lightly. We have this obligation as creators to guide our audience towards these sensitive subjects, but important subjects that we should be handling. That's really if you want to distill what he's trying to say.
To consider how your platform can also be a space for raising awareness and prompting action on critical social issues. Surely I hold on to the hope that you'll act in accordance with the integrity and goodness I've always known you to possess. The action I am urging from you isn't about making a video for us, All we want is a conversation with you. This dialogue is essential, not just between us, but as part of a broader discussion that our community and society at large desperately needs.
So again, we're talking about he just wants this conversation.
And for that, I extend my sincere apologies. To offer a gesture of goodwill, here are my dogs, hoping it brings a moment of joy amidst these heavy topics.
This just threw the whole video off to change the whole tempo and go from how important and driving home the feeling of this. It's important, it's important, it's important, it's important. And then you're like, oh, but it's okay to be lighthearted. And like, here's me and my dogs.
Topics. It would be a delight to see your furry companions as well, should you feel inclined to share. Thank you sincerely for taking the time to listen to this message. Your response, whatever form it may take, is eagerly anticipated. Let's set an example of responsible influence, starting with this very exchange. My deepest gratitude to each of you for investing your time and attention into this crucial dialogue. Your presence here is more than just a view count. It is a small step toward action.
And then here's my survivor with their pet.
Thank you all so much for watching.
Man. Again, the freaking Patreon list. You know, remember, most of the people that are probably getting mentioned here are at least paying for Patreon. I doubt he's putting up every Patreon member, free or not. Look at all these people. Again, even thinking only at like the $5 a month mark, this man is making in some big bucks. And again, he doesn't put out a whole lot of videos. Huge subscriber count on here, but not a lot of videos. Probably because he sterilizes his freaking timeline.
Spencer is pursuing legal action.
Oh, hey, look at that. We're back to the subject that this whole thing was about 2 minutes and 40 seconds in. And then we kind of touched on it at 8 minutes. And here we are all the way to the end at freaking 20 minutes. We're now touching on this.
And the law enforcement agencies that failed her. To support this effort,
This is some contrived message that you went on for how long?
donations received via our Patreon will be allocated for this legal process. All additional funding will be used to film this story as it unfolds. If you are a survivor of Camden Gerard Davis and would like to participate, please reach out.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of things he does with freaking background shots and stuff. Like we saw earlier, he's using a video where he has Charlie watching the Pedo Hunters video with the Mr. Cupcake Man 445, if you know who I'm talking about.
To us.
Whose name shall not... He's basically like Voldemort. Apparently, if you say his name even just once, you're done.
Use the hashtag #WeAreReal and do not stop hashtagging us until we find you. If you're some rando just watching this video for fun, please help us find them.
So again, another point I want to drive home. You know, he's talking about this call to action stuff with the audience too. And again, saw the huge list. We see his numbers on here. This man has a large sphere of influence. And I want to highlight one thing with the victim, survivor, whatever you want to call her, with the Spencer. Spencer has this channel, okay? This channel was created, I believe if I go here, yep, October 19th, 2023. It's not that old. She only has 4 videos, one of which is the big 5-hour video going over her whole recounted story, which I suggest to watch if you're really interested in the subject and the people. She, with Max, did do a good job on that. But she's got 3,000 subscribers already. I don't know if you looked at me, and I'm happy with my audience. I don't care. I'm here to do this for fun. But I got like 40 people. And barely am breaking like 100 hours, I think, finally, viewing hours. And his audience is so huge that he created this. I strongly believe if I were to get into the Discord or the Patreon or something, we'll probably see that, hey, shout out to Spencer, go subscribe. We're also going to find out later on that he's going to financially support Spencer in some ways, which really kind of taints the story. Yeah, I strongly believe that he should take responsibility for his audience with the calls of action in his video. And just, I want to demonstrate how large his audience is to take a channel that is brand new, 3,000 subscribers in just a little bit over a month. Okay, like that's not this channel instantly was monetized almost. Okay, again, I support and I believe in what Spencer's story is, and I think that she has all rights to tell her story. I think there's more that needs to be investigated with the story. And we have people, thankfully, like Colton and Tommy looking into this. But yeah, okay. So we've now gone through the 2 big videos that MamaMax put out. So that's going to bring us to... Oh, I really wish I had a hot link here instead of having to go here and then go here. But do what I do. Alright, so MamaMax also did a couple live streams, but let's look at Charlie's response.
Stop ignoring MamaMax. Yeah, still here. You want me to talk about it a little bit? That rubbed me the wrong way. We talked like a month.
This is a short video. I'm going to drop it back down to normal speed. I apologize. I'm going to start it back over to just because it is a really short video.
Stop ignoring MamaMax. Yeah, still here. You want me to talk about it a little bit? That rubbed me the wrong way. We talked like a month ago about like what he was working on in his investigation.
This is a clip out from Moist Critical, Charlie Penguin Zero, one of his lives, I'm assuming, or one of his videos. And this is only 4 days old. So a month ago, we're talking about, again, end of October.
And then,
hey, Leia,
when I had
appreciate
COVID,
you coming by.
He messaged me a couple times and I never saw it. And now he's taken that as me ghosting him and ignoring his very important mission. And it really rubs me the wrong way. Instead of just... he's jumping to the most extreme possible explanation for me not seeing it. Which is really fucking cringe. That did make me upset. There. Yeah, that really rubbed me the wrong way. I had COVID. And I barely used Discord in the first place. It was a miracle I ever even saw his message to begin with. And then I spent 12 days not doing anything online in bed. And during that time, apparently it changed his whole framing of the video in order to make it like a Trojan horse of cancel critical because he didn't respond to my messages and ghosted me.
Because again, if we go back to it, initially that video was canceling Moist Critical.
So yeah, that did rub me the wrong way. Good intentions, but I did not like that.
I applaud Charlie for that, by the way. He still had the niceness in his body to sit there and say, good cause, bad video. Like, he's much kinder than I am. So, there was also another side story with this, and a lot of people know about lyrics and Colton part of this, but I want to go over something else. We are going to go over Sen. I want to make sure I get both the Sens. This one is the one we want to watch first.
Everyone knows who he...
And I'm going to bump this up just a little bit, but I want to go over this video. So, yeah, he really is Leia. But Sen actually was one of the first people to call out. Now, again, 5 days ago, there was a live stream that is MIA that MamaMax did before the 2 that I have that, again, I might touch on. I might just go through things, but really what's covered here is also covered in these videos, so you could go either way. But this is something that I've not seen a whole lot of people talk about. Sen actually got a response, a rise, if you want to know, out of MamaMax with his initial live stream.
Penguin Zero, everyone knows who he is. He needs no introduction. I think everyone and their mama and dad and even grandma has heard of this guy. I mean, he's one of the biggest, if not the biggest,
Content Jesus
channel. And as I was getting ready for bed, I noticed that some people were talking about the YouTuber MamaMax. And in case you guys don't know who this is some guy who is really into catching, I don't know if I could say the word, weirdos, creepy individuals. I've heard of him before. I've never really been into his content. This is the greatest cancellation of all time at Penguin.
This is the initial title of that video we just watched. That's now the Dr. Seuss title bullshit that MamaMax came up with. Oh God, I apologize. But yeah, the whole Dr. Seuss BS that we just went through. Apologies. So it is. Oh, this is good. MamaMax. I want to kind of have this up, so we got a point of reference. This reacting to the reactions of Sniper Wolf's actions. There's your original title. He tagged him. He called him out. It was kind of a dick move.
If all the content you're getting from this guy is exposing Creed, what does the title insinuate? You know what I mean? Like, maybe just me. Maybe you guys don't agree.
Oh yeah, we're gonna touch on
Like,
that
this guy's exposing
half-baked
Creed,
podcast
Charlie
for
as
sure.
a creep. I don't know if that was his intention.
And I think of the freaking people that you could have lay out MamaMax on a table for you to go over. You could not ask for a better set of people than you got freaking Nick DiOrio and you got Turkey Tom. And they both interviewed this guy a year ago because he pulled some crap a year ago that we're going to touch.
And I'm not the only one who thought this. There's a lot of people who are in the comment section who was like, what is this about? Is Penguin Zero a creep? And just overall, it's one of the strangest, weirdest videos.
And that's a sensible thing because MamaMax has a reputation for being a hunter of CSA attackers.
And kind of guilt-tripping people into doing the same type of content he's making, when most of us, and actually I'm just going to speak for myself here, not everyone wants to deep dive for hours and hours and hours and talk about people that have been assaulted, okay? I know that it's a very serious issue, I know that it's horrible, and I know it's going on, but most of us don't have time to do this. I'll play some of the video for you guys.
I'm a film.
Okay, we're gonna, again, here's the original title, and under his original, the Guide Our Disciples cult name that he had, and then this is the original title of that now, reacting to the reactions to Sniper Wolf's actions.
Maker dedicated to empowering children. This is a call to action disguised as a cancellation. It is my hope that it will bring the maximum.
By the way, I think
of
Sen is
awareness
totally freaking
to
sensible.
crucial issues in our society. Let this video be the example by which we as influencers can make digestible content for our audience while addressing much more important matters.
So like I said, the whole thing from this video is, hey, Critical, you haven't been answering my DMs. I'm gonna need you.
Yeah, it is definitely that time of year. You know, Max needs to get them Christmas gifts purchased, so it's time to make the video.
To like talk about creepy people because it's not getting enough attention on my channel. It's not a bad message and I'm not against it. It's the way you go about it. I think it's
exactly
weird to be like, oh yeah, this is disguised as a cancellation, but
why does it have to be disguised as a cancellation? It's bullshit.
It's really corny. Like, as the video goes on, you'll know how corny this video gets. Like, this guy takes himself way too seriously. Once again, I don't know too much of him. He seems like a cool guy, but at the same time, this video is kind of cringe and corny. There's ways to go about this kind of stuff, and there's a difference between having a catchy title and clickbaiting someone, but you admitting to clickbait. This video is disguised as a cancellation towards Critical because he hasn't been answering my DMs, and we're gonna get into that. It's really kind of scummy, and I'm not the only one who
I totally freaking agree.
disagrees. This person says sorry, but what does Charlie have?
I don't want to keep interrupting Sensitive Society's video here, but this person had a reasonable take to a crappy video, in my opinion.
To do with this? Is it just clickbait, or are you accusing him of something? Bro, you're so verbose and long-winded. Get to the point in something so dramatic and
I
lose
like
the
the
fake
word.
voice. It's corny. Hi guys, today we're gonna talk about #WeAreReal. Like, just imagine if I did the same thing, but I put fucking Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast touches little kid. Not really, but can you guys talk about the bigger issue?
Thank you.
Like,
boom, right there. That's what he's doing.
Stop talking about SS Sniper Wolf, and it's like, it wasn't some pity drama. She's straight up a criminal who harassed someone and doxed.
I will disagree. I don't know. I don't know how I want to say this, but I think the Sniper Wolf stuff was a little blown out of proportion, but that's my opinion.
Okay, it's not some pity drama between two content creators, okay? Use your influencer power for good. Props to you.
And I'm not downplaying that, by the way. There was a lot of stuff that went on there that was oh, Leia? This is a Sensitive Society. Him and Sen, like the Slug Sen, get confused a lot, but we're gonna watch that's why I wanted to cover this. So he made this video after the initial live stream / the first video being dropped Well, actually, sorry, the first video is dropped. He makes this video, and then MamaMax responds on the live stream that he then took down.
We're trying to do a good thing, but most of us who make commentary videos, who talk about pranksters, annoying as shit people, don't have the time or simply don't want to talk about very serious issues. I mean, would anyone want to see that with some Spider-Man 2 gameplay? Of course not. Like, not everyone should talk about this. I'm not qualified. I'm only qualified to point and laugh at YouTubers who do
fucking thank you right there. I'm here to make like fun stuff and like whatever, but I don't mind doing like these like kind of spurty out videos and just talking about this crap.
You know, bad stuff or cringy stuff. Do you really want someone like me handling something?
You
this
definitely don't want me
serious?
handling
Or
it.
Charlie, the guy who's always
You'd have a lot of dead air.
it's like pee pee poo poo fart, you know, all that shit. Really? That's not a knock to him. Not all of us are qualified.
He's gonna have a funny take on this.
Not all great men are good men, but you are. What does this fucking have to do with critical? It's such a fucking weird video. It feels like I took a lot of illegal substances and I have no idea what the fuck I'm watching.
Exactly. There's such a hard change in that video right there, and it just totally like the best way I've heard his video described is your video came off as a parody of people that take themselves too seriously because he takes himself too seriously.
Well, let me be the first to welcome you to my channel. Today's video diverges from the
Like, we're
usual
talking
content.
about serious
While it's easy
subjects
to get
here.
caught up in the latest internet sensations, there's a pressing need
And he does this Irish-Danish accent here.
to shine a light on a much deeper, darker, demonic topic lurking beneath the surface. Sniper Wolf. Darman Monday! What was that?
So right here, he's just making or like parodying, you know, making fun of like everyone who talked about us as Sniper Wolf. Because
Yep.
we're not talking about people being kidnapped and abused. I know it's a very serious issue, but it's not for everyone. And for this fucking guy to be kind of like guilt tripping everyone into being like, you guys need to be more responsible with your platform. Dude, I have a mom. I have a dad. I don't need anyone else to tell me what to do with my fucking content.
Hey Gigi, how you doing?
Yeah, okay, let's just get to the good part. The fuck is this cringe? Dude, that's what I'm asking myself. I don't know how you could edit this video and like put it out. It's
Oh, we know he didn't edit the video.
so fucking
I have my reservations about his choice of editor.
weird. And it makes your points kind of invalid. It's like, dude, we just want to talk about dumb drama. Okay, we don't want to talk about slavery or abuse and shit like that. Commentary channels shouldn't be talking about that.
Influencers can redefine what it means to be a content creator in the digital age. We
I'm so happy for this video because this is seriously one of the lighter videos.
can set new standards for the kind of content that gets attention and shapes conversations. This shift in priorities from purely entertaining to meaningfully impactful work can pave the way for a more informed and action-oriented online community. It's
Again, we there's like 10 seconds there. Can anybody actually repeat anything that he's freaking saying? It's just so grandiose and self-absorbed. Like, when you're talking to a person to try and get them to a call of action, especially, like, you want to keep your message short and succinct and just get your information out there so that people can have that in the forefront of their memory. And you gotta make it almost like something easily tangible. You put in a little ball and give that ball to the person, and then they're going to take that ball and they'll remember this. When you keep doing all this, it goes from a ball to like you got a full freaking, I don't know, buffet at a
opportunity for
cruise ship.
influencers to use their platforms for something greater than just views and likes. To
Important
become
stuff.
agents of change in a world that desperately needs it.
Okay, guys, you heard it here first. I will be retiring from all my other content. I will become an agent of change. It's just unrealistic. Do you really expect critical out of everyone to stop talking
I'm gonna speed this
about
up a little.
dumb drama overall, or his music videos, and take a month off to do this kind of stuff? And maybe he does, right? On top of that, he's like, you know, we should redefine what an influencer is to become agents of hope or whatever he said. Once again, this is a good cause. This is a good idea. Executed horribly. If you guys don't talk about sexual assault, you guys are the issue and you guys are the problem. And what's with the deep?
This reminds me. Okay, so I'm going to tangent here. Piss poor. 7 P's. Prior proper planning prevents poor, painfully production, or piss poor production is what I've always heard. So this one right here in the middle. Prior proper planning prevents piss poor production. Prior proper planning, piss poor production.
Voice. This seems like a 10-year-old who just discovered the deep voice filter and is just exploiting it. Hey guys, so you guys want to become children of God? Make sure you subscribe with those.
Oh, we're gonna go off on the voice too.
And like, what can we do? Like, if Critical talks about it, is maps and 445s of the world going to disappear? No. If I talk about it, if everyone talks about it, is it going to disappear? No. It's going to bring more awareness. I mean, really? I mean, everyone knows this is bad. I don't really think anyone's like, oh.
Thank you. This is not like some like. I don't even know how to explain it. It's not like this is some odd conception that like he came up with.
Yeah, thank you, Charles.
Pedo's bad.
You changed my mind. Okay, dramatic ass fade out.
And there comes a Spurgy message.
If he's ignoring you, it must be for a really good reason, or he's just busy. He's ghosting you because you're annoying as shit.
Hey, and guess what? We found out. Fucking Charlie was sick. He didn't want to be bothered. Who gives a shit? And it's on Discord, and he doesn't go on Discord. Like, I know there's several creators that don't go on Discord. A lot of people avoid it. It's toxic, and it's a cesspool. And then you got people like me who are my Discord, I just talk to myself.
Shit, frankly, you're like, we need to talk about this. The voices need to be heard. We need to help them. Wait, for the record, once again, I'll say before anyone calls me a hater who doesn't want to help, I get it. But it will literally change nothing. And I'm not against the message or the movement. It's just so horribly executed to the point where I'm like, even I'm confused. Why is this video over 20 minutes long? What's with the clickbait of Charlie and people are confused? Is he a predator? Is he not? It's just dumb.
I'm reaching out not to corner you, but to share growing concerns that has been eclipsed by your usual online interactions. I respect you as an individual. I believe you are fundamentally a good...
This Batman device just drives me effing insane.
Man, I would not be reaching out to you if I thought otherwise. However, our community, and by extension our society, faces a critical imbalance in its focus and priorities. We are living in an era where the exploitation of children, a subject of grave importance, is alarmingly overlooked, neglected by the spotlight that's instead cast on topics like Sniper Wolf. While such content has its relevance...
By the way, side note, if anybody knows of or has a way to find the original freaking live stream that he took down because of this, I'm really interested in watching that.
Especially through private channels like Discord, was to foster a private approach to address these serious matters. Unfortunately, your silence has left me with no choice but to resort to more public forms of communication. This, in of itself...
Oh god, can I do this?
This lack of dialogue among creators is not just an internal community issue. It has far-reaching consequences, especially in our battle against the rampant spread of disinformation.
Hey Charlie, I wrote you, but you see I've been calling me. I left my Discord message on Twitter and on Instagram. How may be tender? I sent you 2 letters back in autumn. You must have not got him. It's like, dude, no.
Okay, if you don't know the song, like, you gotta know the song. Come on. Stan.
Cannot be real. What is Charlie supposed to do about this? Is he supposed to run for president and, electric chair to all the creeps in the world? Like, what is he supposed to do? Can he end grooming? Everyone already knows about the issue. People are not forgetting. It's not like, oh, shit, thank you, MamaMax. I completely forgot children are, kidnapped and horrible stuff happens to them on the daily. What video is Critical supposed to drop? Please stop assaulting people. This person says, I am very disappointed in what this channel has become. I thought you had a good message at first, but the constant bombardment and shaming of other YouTubers in every video has really gotten old. Sad to unstuck. Yeah, dude, it's like he's blaming everyone and kind of dissing them. Really strange behavior. Max, I love what you're doing, but you can't expect every other content creator.
This is his audience.
Charlie, you are a voice heard by millions. We reached out hoping for a private response.
And that still drives me nuts. This bothers me so bad to just push a freaking victim out there.
At the very least.
Survivor, victim, whatever you want to call.
The platform has the power to drive significant change, yet many voices remain unheard amid the digital clamor. You've built a platform that resonates with a vast audience. A platform that has the incredible potential not just to entertain, but to empower. Your voice can reach corners of the internet that many of us cannot.
Dude, you have 700,000 subscribers. That's nothing to sneeze at. You almost have 1 million. And you've reached a lot of people, and I'm sure you've helped a lot of people. But let's just be honest with ourselves. Do you think the average Critical fan wants to hear this on the daily? Do you think they want to hear about X person being abducted or, even worse? But with that said, what do you guys think of the situation? It's such a weird thing.
Okay, so there we are.
Anyways, make sure you like.
I thought Sin's video is worth watching because there is a response. He got a response out of MamaMax, okay? So this was not like a little video that some creator threw out there. I feel like my freaking list got out of order. Here's the one. Oh,
everyone knows who he is.
that would be the one we just watched. So this is the one I want to watch.
Here, to see the full story, click.
So,
Okay, so this
Yesterday I was in
is MamaMax. So this is Sen going over MamaMax responding to the video that you just watched. I do want to drop this one back down. I feel like we're just going to go in the middle and go 125.
form that MamaMax, the YouTuber that I made a video on literally yesterday, went live and talked about me for a bit. The only reason why I found out is because this guy Chris the Narc let me know on
See, told you Chris the Narc's gonna come back.
Twitter. The girl in the call called you transphobic, so he said, I guess I can go hard on him now. This really broke my heart because I don't know who the girl is. I'm not deep into the MamaMax lore. I don't know what happens.
And again, this is some shit that like I feel like MamaMax is kind of responsible for his people. Because if you're going to sit there and have that NDA and you're going to sit there and take care of living expenses and all this stuff, she's an employee at this point. She's now representative of the MamaMax brand, and it is benefiting her.
Since MamaMax came
And just throw her out there.
out of his mom up to this point, I don't know what his life story is, what his lore is. I don't know the MamaMax universe, okay? And I do want to respond to some of the things he said. I gotta give him credit where credit is due. He was never, as far as I know, aggressive or was like super mean to me. I'm always down for a little back and forth, some drama. You know, I love drama. It's great for everyone. Anyways, let's just get right into this.
Okay, so this again, it's going over. This is a live stream that I can't find, and as far as I know, MamaMax took this live stream down.
Right here. It's linked right here, and it's linked here to see the full story. Click.
So,
This here it is, guys. Whoa! What happens? The things that happens when you click links. So you can't tell me we're not giving you the interview. I'm giving it to every video, guys.
It's buried though, like it really kind of was, bro. And for someone that you're like supposedly supporting, you could at least have the fucking link higher. I don't know, maybe like repost the video. I don't know. I don't know the best way to go about things. I'm still new at this shit.
Now, the reason why I brought this point up is because he's like, you didn't watch my video. I watched the video, but I'm not going to sit through a 5-hour podcast on someone that I don't know, nor do I care about. And whoever that was, I'm sure they're a great person, but I'm alive, even though some of you might not believe it. It's not that I don't.
And that's the thing. It's such a long... There's no succinct, that small ball of information that you want. It's either you have this massive 5-hour video, or you go through the trash that freaking MamaMax threw out there.
About, you know, what happened to them. I don't even know what happened to them. I am not invested in this. I'm not invested in your channel. I am not invested in anything like this. I just saw your video because people were talking about it on Twitter, and I was like, yo, this is kind of corny. Let me talk about it. I don't know the whole lore. And for
Reasonable.
people to be like, so you didn't see my 5-hour interview? No, motherfucker. I ain't got time for that. No one has time for that. And watch the full video, where in his whole 2-hour live stream, he only sees like 2 videos of the 11-minute video that I made. How can you be out here claiming, oh, you didn't watch the video, it's in the description, but not watch my full video?
Big moment right there. So you're going to sit there and take apart freaking creators for not doing things that you wanted them to do, and then you're not even fucking doing it.
We watched 2 minutes of it, hours and hours, and talk about people that have been assaulted, okay? I know.
Okay, yeah, no one wants to talk about it. That's the problem. That is a huge issue that no one wants to talk about it. But they need us to talk about it, guy. Like, I don't know, Spencer, do you want to weigh in?
I don't like this shit either. We're going to go over that too. He shields everything with what do you think, Spencer? What do you think, Spencer? Hey, Spencer. Hey, Spencer. Like, this is your channel, dude. I thought you said you were in charge and taking care of your audience and representative of your audience and, you know, all that fun stuff.
I just think it's ridiculous that after watching this entire thing and then making a video on it, he missed the entire point of the post.
Not a single fucking person has really missed the point here. You have a horrible creator that you're working with.
That's very sad. Yeah, I know people don't. My guy, I know people don't.
He does. He does sound like Hassan V. Willie.
Doing it? Like it is.
He argues just like Hassan right here.
Hard. I know it's hard. but it's necessary.
You know what else is necessary? Giving water and food to the people who don't have it. So here's my suggestion. I want you to get out of your comfy house. I want you to donate everything you have and fix the world. I don't know. You seem like you want to save everyone. Go ahead. I'll
Again, look at all the Patreon subscribers. I'm sure those people that are getting their names up there aren't for free, and we know that it's a minimum $5. And I'm just gonna pull, and I don't know this for sure. I'm gonna assume that Tommy did his fact checking here, and he said that he thinks at the low end this man is making $14,000 a month off of his Patreon. That's underscore bold, all of that.
Chilling. I'll be waiting here. What MamaMax talks about on his channel is dark. And once again, I said this an infinite amount of times on my video, but I'll say it one more time. The cause is good, okay? I support that. I'm glad people like you with almost 800,000 subscribers have a platform to bring attention and awareness to this situation. I'm not against it. It's not like I'm here. Oh, yeah, everyone.
Hey, K-Huck, how you doing? And yeah, Vincent, he does work with Slug. Slug edited the videos. I'm going to remain neutral on Slug as far as, like, I'm not here to bad talk Slug. This is not even necessarily bad talk MamaMax. I'm just here to criticize MamaMax as a creator.
I'm gonna traffic you, okay? I'm gonna abuse you. I'm coming for you. And that's why I don't like this video. No, that's not where I'm coming from. It's not like I'm gonna go, Sensitive Society 445 on everyone now. The point is, you want Critical and everyone else with a decent platform to talk about this girl's story. I think her name's Spencer. I think YouTube is a platform where you could really relax from anything. That is one of the reasons why I guess a lot of people don't want to talk about this stuff. People go on YouTube the same way they go to movies to get away from everything. And yes, I know there's movies about abuse and all of that. That's not the point. You just want to see your favorite content creator talk about funny, cringy shit, okay? Like, just imagine if every single content creator you watch started making...
I was kind of pedantic on Twitter at one point, but I was just sitting there saying, well, he reached out to Joe Rogan and Mr. Beast and all this. Why didn't he go for, like, Ryan's toy reviews and stuff?
Today we're gonna expose a 40-year-old who abused someone, part 59. The way I view YouTube is just to get away from everything. Or Penguins Hero just dropped a video talking about X thing, and Diesel Patches just talked about Pokemon burning down a homeless shelter. Do you really want to see people like me, Penguins Hero, and Diesel Patches talk about child exploitation? At least for me, I don't think I'm qualified for it. I think I would do more harm.
No, and that's why it's YouTube, your channel. Me. This is what I want to talk about, but...
Then good. And I think a lot of people feel the same way about it. It's something very sensitive to talk about, and hard on top of that. And once again, props to you for doing it. I respect that. And
yes, thank you, Jim. Fantastic way to state it. He just basically said, pedo bad, child good. Pedo bad, child good. Spencer, what do you think?
I don't hate you. I don't think you're a horrible person. You can't expect everyone to make a video about the issues that you want to cover. I know that it's a very serious issue. I know that it's horrible, and I know it's going on, but most of us don't have time to do this.
Okay, so you don't have time to talk about these important issues, but you do have time to talk about me and to play video games and talk about other stuff?
Yes.
By the way, I thought that Sen was being a little obtuse about the whole, like, he only watched 2 minutes of my video, but if you watch this video and watch his reactions, he actually only watched like 2 minutes of the fucking video that we just watched the whole thing of.
Because that doesn't take 5 hours of...
We've put more effort into this already than MamaMax.
Listening to someone's podcast that I have never seen. Do you think the average person right now has 5 hours to listen to something like that? And that's not even touching the subject matter, okay? Oh, do you have time to play video games? Yeah, because I play for like 20 minutes or like 40 minutes per day to get some footage, and then I get to it. And on top of that, I'm a student. Like, how do you not have time to cover serious topics? You're wasting your time the wrong way. You should waste your time like this instead. It's like, I'm a 24-year-old man. No one's gonna tell me what to do with my time.
Hundreds of people should be a moral responsibility. If that ruins your mental health, you're extremely sensitive.
That made me mad, and I feel like I want to say this carefully. When you're using a survivor or victim as your mouthpiece, you need to really coach them in how to interact with the public. So you've sat there, you've come up with your NDA, you've talked a lot about revenue, we've seen all the freaking subscribers that you have on Patreon, we know roughly what you're getting, that $14,000 a month roughly. And this might be going off an old figure, it might be more, it might be less, I apologize. So let's ballpark take a third off of it, call it $10,000 a month. That's $120,000 a year. Okay?
Yeah. It's sad. It is sad the world we live in, that people don't want to talk about these topics because they would rather talk about something else. And you can talk about those other things. I'm just trying to bring it to the collective consciousness that we should talk about the more serious stuff. Because no matter which way you slice it, there are children suffering. I don't understand why try to make Penguin Zero an enemy. Like, what does that even achieve to the cause? I do not want him as an enemy.
We never once stated that he was an enemy.
You literally... It's so just...
The whole video was, hey, dude, you're cool as shit. You have a big audience. You covered this. Do you think you could cover this?
I think the girl who's speaking is Spencer, and that bitch is annoying. Like, she really feels like she's a bitch. You know, Penguin, you have like 14 million subs. Can you like talk about this? You guys seem to not understand how difficult and how much information and digging and investigating something like this is. And that's even if you want to touch that. But this girl right here sounds so fucking snaky. Like, just a few minutes ago, she was like, if this kind of stuff is too much on your mental health, you're sensitive. It's like you're having a mental breakdown over someone not responding to your DMs. You should be the last person telling anyone they're sensitive. And it's the way you go up.
And it's just, it's not right because exactly. Thank you, Jim. Like, going back to Max's video, Max put this out as a I don't even like a call to action, but there's also, it's kind of like a trailer in a way to the story that he presented with Spencer on Spencer's channel. And he literally in there, when we go back to the freaking original name of it, he's tagged Charlie in there saying he's trying to cancel him.
I think it's pretty weird to be like, oh yeah, this is this guy's, that's a cancellation, but hashtag we are real. It's like, it's really it's really corny. Like, as the video goes on, you'll know how corny this video gets. Like, this guy takes himself way too seriously. Once again, I don't know too much of him. He seems like a cool guy, but at the same time, this video is kind of cringe and corny. There's ways to go about this kind of stuff, and there's a difference between having a catchy title and clickbaiting someone, but you admitting to clickbait. This video is disguised as a cancellation towards critical because he hasn't been answering my DMs, and we're gonna get into that. It's really kind of scummy, and I'm not the only one who disagrees. This person says sorry.
All right. You can view it as scummy if you want to. There are global issues in our world that we should all be addressing. And it requires all of us to address before they will be fixed. If you want to see that as scummy, that's fine. I do not enjoy following up with YouTubers who haven't responded to me and then making videos on it. I don't enjoy doing it. I understand how it looks. It looks annoying. It looks obnoxious. It looks spammy. We need help. Like, yeah.
Again, all the support he has... we haven't even gotten into the freaking time. This guy has had so much time with this subject.
We need help.
Someone said this man is saying SA is corny, and that's basically what he's doing.
Now, I don't know if this dumb bitch needs to clean her ears. I have never said that. Like, how do you go from... No, I'm sorry. I don't know. I want to say a lot of things. I never said SA was corny. When did I say this? I said your video was corny because of the way it was edited and the deep voice filter and all the edits and the cringy text. Like, the video is corny, and I don't think anyone watched my video. I don't think out of the 50,000+ people who watched the video were like, huh, does that mean he thinks SA is corny? When did I imply that? Bro, what? I watched this 11-minute video, and all I can take away from it is I don't agree with him, so I'm just gonna say he said SA was corny. That's so retarded. Anyone who thinks that is a fucking retard. If I could give him some advice, is grow a pair of balls, like big juicy ones. You know, keep pushing and keep fighting for what you believe for. I always respect that, but I think you really gotta be careful with who you associate with. It's like they got a hold of you because you were a big YouTuber, and they were like, okay, I'm gonna just leech onto him.
And this right here tells me that sensitive society does not know some of the history that we're going to touch on. I apologize. I keep saying we're going to touch on this. I got a lot of stuff that I put together for this.
Bro, the problem is your approach. You're way too into this. That's a good criticism. Please tell me more. Maybe I am too much into this.
Yeah, no, I agree with whoever said that. I don't think you're a bad person. You're not like, fuck this guy, or at least I hope you're not, because then we're going to have an issue. I'm playing. I don't think he's a bad person. I don't hate him. And once again, I do think he's doing this for a good cause. That's awesome. I'm glad he's taking time out of his busy day to talk about this stuff and bring attention and awareness to it. That's
exactly.
Good.
That's a good thing.
Understand that we can't all talk about it. If the wrong person talks about it, it could be fucking messy. You know, no hate towards him, but that's just what I think.
And that's exactly what happened. So we've reached the end of this video here. Let's now go. Oh god, I keep losing my mouse. First world problems. Okay, I want to cover some history with MamaMax because I feel like this is important. Before we get into these bigger streams and the timeline and stuff, and then that information will lead into this half-baked podcast, which is really seriously important. But I wanted to this first. So MamaMax a year ago had put out this pick a side YouTube video. And basically, to summarize at the time, MamaMax had a video out, and I would like to go back to his channel. Oh, I did already have it open. Okay, so let's go back to his channel. I want to go to his videos because I want to show what video we're talking about here. So right here, this would be the video. This video got a takedown from YouTube. It was posted May 27th of 2022. So we're a little over like a year and 7 months, so a little over a year and a half since that video came out. And so from that, his video got a takedown because there was apparently a scene that was like a game or something where it showed the bare ass of a character, and YouTube took the video down for nudity. Well, that led to MamaMax sitting there and creating this pick a side YouTube stuff. Yeah, he really is a means to justify the ends type of person. You're 100% on that, Jim.
On November 26, 2021, my good friend Max published a video exposing the colossal pedo ring that is IMVU, where he...
This video, I really want everyone who's here to concentrate and look at this, because this is where we're going to start seeing the setup of how MamaMax operates. So he took a lot of big creators and got them to come in and say things here.
He uncovered one particularly inveterate child predator, known in-game as Pablo Sunny, a pedophile with an extensive history of grooming multiple teenage girls. And to no one's surprise, YouTube tore it down like none of it ever happened. The fickle thing about it, though, is that the video was cut and censored in accordance with the community guidelines, manually reviewed by your staff in order for the...
Okay, so, just want to touch on this right now. I believe this is Nexpo speaking. Yeah, Leo, I love Nexpo too. I enjoy its content. It's sad to me that he's friends with this gentleman, but, you know, you can't pick people's friends for them. Anyway. There's no manual review process. I'm just going to put that out there. It's a freaking algorithm.
Family-friendly shell that remain to be available on your platform, even if age-restricted. I myself have personally seen the entire video, and there is not one timestamp you can find that does anything even remotely illicit, especially compared to the categorical obscenities that already plague YouTube. And for what? Because of the bare ass of a virtual character.
Right there. Okay, that's what got his video taken down.
Is this a joke? Max documenting this formerly unknown behavior in a 90-minute documentary about the horrors of pedophilia and child sexual abuse in IMVU is somehow sexually gratifying to you? Everything was perfectly fine for the first half-fucking-million people who watched it, but the very second Team YouTube watches it. Interesting. We tried resolving it with you peacefully.
And now, I do want to point out that there have been a lot of changes with YouTube. YouTube is a big company, okay? I think Nick lays this out very well in when we get to the half-baked thing. But it's got a bureaucracy to it.
But you are unwilling to budge like the apologist you allegedly are. And Max has had enough.
Just fucking kidding.
Man, tell me if this video don't look similar. Again, this is a re-upload on this Memes Reside Here channel. Here we go. Videos channel. And this actually gives a nice little history about MamaMax. Where 2020 he became kind of the predator hunter. Again, he keeps driving this whole freaking innocent people thing. Hey, Muldoon, how you doing?
How many bloody
us who create content in response to injustice, speaking up for victims, like children, and pursuing the perpetrators, like pedophiles. It is volatile, intense, disturbing, upsetting, raw, and real. Because that is the subject matter it is covering, and that is the way it should be covered, as my audience, many of whom are CSA survivors, have instructed me to do. But no matter how vital the video may be to them, you take down our shit and continue to help absolutely no one besides the evil people we are trying to expose.
Well, I look forward to seeing any content you put out there, Vincent, and I appreciate you stopping in. I really do. Hopefully, if you want to catch the VOD later and maybe watch it a little quicker, it's up to you. But yeah, I do want to try and cover this really, really well. I appreciate it. Thank you.
And the survivors continue to scream in agonizing silence. But maybe that's the way you like it. I will let my colleagues take a more measured and balanced approach to this discussion. And despite all of the conflicting personalities you're about to see, you'll notice that there's one thing that does bring us all together. We don't like pedophiles.
Okay, so it's pretty important right here. This is obviously an anti-pedophile us versus them YouTube video, and I'm hopefully not going to get freaking taken down for the word, but if we do, I'll edit it out. But so if this does have to get edited right here, we're talking about the subject on the screen. Anyway.
Something you don't seem to see.
I did want to touch on, there's a really important thing here. I want you to pay attention to the messages of the creators you're about to see.
Eye to eye with us on YouTube.
YouTube messes with me all the time. I remember one time I got 3 strikes, they banned me. I appealed the ban, I said, hey, this is unfair, and they said nope, they rejected my appeal. I've learned a long time ago you simply cannot trust Google. They still delete my videos to this day. And I really hate saying it, but I don't have pride in YouTube anymore. The amount of censorship is completely disheartening, especially when people need to see this content.
If there's something...
Man, it's, again, barely sociable we're going to have here too. You know, pay attention. The message is, we hate pedophiles, or we hate the PDF people.
That the internet has shown us time and time again in regards to independent investigations, it's that the average person can notice something that an investigator might miss the first or second time, and as such, investigative content should really be encouraged.
YouTube is clearly delusional at this point, censoring us all and blatantly ignoring the good that comes from heavily investigated content. The awareness that spreads from such videos are immense. Is that not a good thing though? It honestly feels like YouTube is trying to protect these up people, and that's not okay.
You're gonna find out that MamaMax performed a nice little bait and switch on his freaking all these creators, and that's a big part of this.
That's why we've got to step in.
Personally, I don't think YouTube ever cared about any of us. They only care if you're one of their poster childs, but most importantly, you have to be incredibly ad-friendly. Even 100% innocent channels are getting completely destroyed. I've dealt with it myself multiple times.
90% of the issues with YouTube could be resolved if Google just hired a team of real people to look over and see what's actually being done than what's just being reported. On YouTube, you're basically guilty until proven innocent. And people know this. My Dan Schneider video got 2 takedown requests, but I know of other smaller YouTubers who have talked about the whole Dan...
Oh yeah, he really pulled a big bait and switch on these creators. Because remember, the message is, we hate the PDF people.
Schneider thing, and their shit got taken down because they were small channels and because they couldn't fight back.
You know, YouTube was actually a place for people to create back in the day. I mean, actually hire people to review and moderate videos, not auto-moderated.
It's going to be physically impossible. There has to be some sort of automation. This goes back to my argument with the whole, like, people getting upset about the Cupcake Gentleman, that his videos, apparently there was a lot of targeted regarding any mention with him, any videos with him, where a lot of things got taken down, and it became YouTube supports the PDF people, and look, they're backing this. And it's just, the fact of the matter is that it's a system. It's automated to some extent. I work with automated systems every day, and let me tell you, they're not perfect.
Robots. You know, I don't need like fucking R2-D2 over here telling me that my info or any other creator's info isn't valuable to a cause when there's actual victims on the line.
Every single day we can see exploitative
Yeah, I mean, look at me. I'm one of how many live streamers probably live right now? You know, there's probably at least 10,000 people live right now making content of different kinds. You got people playing video games, people like me going over videos, and it's all React content, everything, and all this stuff. And then you also got people that are uploading videos right now, because now we're in a time zone where, you know, oh God, it's what? 11 o'clock my time. So I know for India, you're about 12 hours exactly off. It's midday there. So you got all those content creators are probably uploading all their stuff. And there's what, like 1.2 billion people in India. And even if it's just a percentage of them as creators, this platform is massive. Okay. And like I said, I work with automated systems every day. Automated systems are not always perfect. You're going to have issues, especially when that system is evolving. And that's one thing that's kind of hard to show here. There is a lot of evolution that did come, I don't know necessarily from this, but between this point in YouTube history, so about 16 months ago till now.
content trending on YouTube. Content such as family channel content that takes advantage of children. On the other hand, we have investigative content that is not only pushed back by the algorithm, not only demonetized, but actively hidden from subscribers who signed up to see that content. And this is a problem.
It feels like YouTube is constantly punishing the wrong people on its platform. I mean, this is something I experienced with my fake animal rescue investigation, when all of a sudden my video started getting age restrictions, and then I started to receive community guideline warnings, which basically told me that if I kept making that content, then YouTube would have removed my channel. And what made it so much more frustrating was the fact that these channels that I was exposing just continued on fully monetized and not receiving any form of punishment. Out of all those people that I exposed, the first person to get punished was me. But as upsetting as that situation was, what's happening here with Max's video is something that I find even more concerning. I mean, age restriction is one thing, but to have your video removed completely with no justification and with no chance to appeal it is something that shouldn't happen under any circumstances. I mean, it really is a shame, because those who are on here
This is a fair take, by the way. I just want to point out, like, Nick's take here is just that there should be some way, and there now is, to kind of like catch the video and like make adjustments.
Exposing predators and doing so in a fair and responsible way, just like Max was, deserve to have a platform here and deserve to be celebrated for the work they're doing. And yet all too often it's YouTube who's taking action against these creators. And when they do that, they are not only actively siding with these predators, but they are actively protecting them as well.
YouTube likes to put on this front that they care about their creators, when anybody who's worked in the platform knows it's complete bullshit. The only thing they care about is making money. And if you're seen as a little bit unmarketable or a little bit edgy, you're completely screwed. It doesn't matter if you actually are. The thought of you maybe being that is enough to get you completely screwed. And so what ends up happening is they end up censoring these really important things, like people raising awareness or people investigating things or trying to expose things. They end up censoring them because they're a little bit dark. Imagine outlets not publishing stories or exposés or really hard-hitting things because the subject matter was sensitive. It's just so ridiculous to think about. YouTube pretends to care about their creators when they don't.
The overall problem.
And again, I just want to put this out there. This is not the only platform. There are platforms that are a lot less restrictive for their creators, and you know, things like Kick. I can show you right now the guys that actually took down Mr. Cupcake. They have a Rumble channel. They've actually done some fairly good content. They've totally changed their methodology and how they approach things, and it actually is pretty enjoyable. Do I watch that stuff all the time? No, it's dark subject matter, but they have found a home. They've found a way to make their niche and still get their content out there to the people that are interested in it. And it's not on YouTube. YouTube has a obligation to the people that are going to pay its bills. And those people are the advertisers. Now, you have people that are content creators, and they're creating content, they're drawing in people, and then you have your ads on those videos, or in some cases, like me, for instance, I pay for premium. So I'm paying YouTube directly to not see those ads. They're then taking that revenue, taking a share of it, giving it to the creators that I watch, hopefully. I don't know how that part of it all works, but, you know, they are a business, and so they owe it to the people that are going to pay to put their ads on here. And if people don't want to put their ads on here because they don't want to be associated with that kind of content, well, now your problem's not with necessarily YouTube. It's actually a problem with the advertisers. And so then you get into the adpocalypse type stuff.
problem with YouTube is that it cares more for its public appearance than it does for those who actually make the platform work. Content creators, especially those who focus on investigative reporting, are very often either heavily censored or flat out removed from the website if we, for lack of a better words, get too loud. If we know our place and don't shine a light on the elephant in the room, we are safe. But if we actually do our job, then we are punished.
You know, when we look at YouTube's policies, some of the content that I was making specifically did cover upon people that were actually predatory towards underage people on the internet. And that's a big problem. It's a reality. Whether you go on YouTube, whether you go on Facebook, whether you go on Discord, whether you go on any platform, there's always creepy adults who are willing to use their power and advantage to overpower actual underage individuals. And that's disgusting, and it's actually really sick. And the problem that we have on YouTube is even if you follow all the rules and all the guidelines and you blur every single thing imaginable, you're still potentially facing some level of a privacy guideline strike. And I don't know how it gets handled. Sometimes they go through, sometimes they...
Well, now, and then you got things now, and just to touch on, with the whole Cupcake man, he actually was wrapped up in anti-bullying. So basically the content calling him out was then thought to be, or construed to be, a bullying.
Don't. But even if you attempt to follow every single rule, it seems as though that many of these sites tend to favor and protect a lot of these individuals, even if it is unintentionally. Hell, just look at some of these harassment guidelines. If you even leak out or potentially mention somebody else, you could... It's such a vague terms of service that who knows? Somebody may potentially take advantage of it and use it to strike your channel. It feels as though every time you actually try to bring light to something disgusting like this and have it potentially investigated and shut down, you're the bad guy, okay? So really, it restricts a lot of people from putting their effort into it. And unfortunately, it feels as though the system is geared against people trying to do actual good, and it seems like the people who are actually the malicious and fucked up people in nature are the ones that may unintentionally get protected with all these new guidelines and privacy issues.
Hey, mates, how you doing?
And all that. But generally, that's the way that I feel about it. I literally had to stop making content because it feels like I was the one being targeted by the lords above, if you will.
I am an investigative journalist, and if YouTube takes that
Oh, technicals. He's the subject we're going to touch on one day.
away from me, how am I going to be able to take care of my cat? You'd be taking food
That is some Tommy C move BS crap right there.
out of the mouths of hardworking individuals and putting it into the mouths of pedophiles.
YouTube has never really given a shit about investigative journalism content. I think that's really a given. While YouTube in recent years has tried to be a squeaky clean company that not many people could be offended by, investigative journalism inherently goes into topics that are controversial or require a lot of depth to get into. It doesn't really matter if these investigative pieces could actually help real law enforcement with actual crimes, which is why some small investigative journalism channels are being taken down, because YouTube thinks people won't notice. We need to show them that we do, and that if they continue to do it, it's going to look bad on them as a company for all of us.
What worries me about the state of YouTube isn't just how it seems to prioritize mainstream media over investigative journalism or independent journalism, but also how it takes these concepts that it uses to soft censor commentators and it applies it to the rest of YouTube. Just as a film analyst and reviewer myself, there's a lot of censoring that I have to do on my own channel. I love the platform of YouTube, but I don't feel like it supports my own free speech, and I think that a lot of discussions are stifled because we creators feel like there are just things that we cannot talk about. This is how we've been conditioned.
I definitely don't think it's great that YouTube sometimes removes content that exposes pedophiles.
Another person I want to cover eventually.
And animal abusers. I understand that YouTube has strict advertisement guidelines, but a lot of dark content creators and...
By the way, if you don't know the story about Internet J, Clear as Mud did a great coverage on it.
investigative channels are truly facing negative repercussions. Hopefully YouTube is willing to work on this sensitive issue and make changes that are better for the community.
My name is Jay Boston. I've been a voice actor for MamaMax for a couple of years at this point. With the takedown of his most recent video, you can't really help but begin to theorize that although the method of delivery is unique, it still acts as this campaign of awareness.
I just noticed the irony of the big blaring black Batman book. The MamaMax voice. I'm sorry.
Against individuals on the internet that are engaging in felonious acts such as pedophilia and grooming. And with YouTube's consistent censorship and suppression of Max, you can't help but ask the question, why?
As a creator who tries to bring more attention to sensitive and dark subjects in the online realm, I also feel neglected and let down by YouTube. Max is one of many creators on the platform that supports YouTube in their quest to fight against the exploit of minors. YouTube is doing themselves no favor by...
So if you notice and like really make sure that you're paying attention here, you've had a couple of creators that are specifically talking about the minors subject, but then you also have some other creators that were talking about more vaguely YouTube taking down videos and taking down certain types of
by
videos.
striking and deleting content, exposing the same problem they are trying to fix. Max's videos contain months of work to collect as much evidence as possible. YouTube thanks him by making his life as hard as possible, by not communicating, deleting his videos, and striking his channel.
So MamaMax, he hit me up and he's like, look, I'm doing this video, do you want to be a part of it? And I thought, you know what, actually I do, because he's right in what he's saying. With his work, obviously it's investigations into very dark territory, people that are abusing kids. It's very important to put that out there and show the world what's going on. You would think if YouTube was staying to its original ethos, that YouTube will be a great place to do that, show the world, where otherwise this kind of information might not get out there. Now what they're doing is they're trying to censor stuff that is kind of a little bit dark, a little bit edgy, because it doesn't...
It's not a little bit, by the way. There's a lot of like downplaying the subject matter. It is very, very dark.
Really line up with their advertisers. So the same thing has happened to me with my platform, Popular Front, independent conflict reporting. We go to wars, we show the world what is going on, and it's completely independent. Our whole channel has been demonetized. They've put some of our documentaries up behind this weird warning saying that the content is considered offensive. Like, what is offensive about documenting war crimes? Okay, it might not be palatable for your advertisers, but it's very important work. It needs to be out there. So I think what MamaMax is saying is definitely right. YouTube needs to stop doing this, or they need to really be honest about what it is. Do they just want content that is good for their advertisers, that they can say, yeah, this is all nicey, nanny state type stuff? Or
I put the issue up to anybody. How do you both have videos where you're pointing out and calling someone a MAP or a CSA victim, coming out and talking about their attacker, and have that not fall under the bullying, have it not fall under the sexualized content, because it is, but differentiate between someone going out there and doing this stuff towards a minor and then having someone that criticizes that action. How do you differentiate that without having somebody sit there and go through everything? You can't. It's almost impossible. So things are going to fall under groups. This was just this was a call to action again by MamaMax, but yeah, I'll reserve judgment because I really want everybody to see this whole thing.
Or do they want to stick to the original plan of, yeah, anyone can use this platform to kind of put information out there? I don't know, it's a real problem, and I'm glad MamaMax is drawing attention to it. Hopefully YouTube will listen. I doubt they will, but who knows?
You know, YouTube likes to pride themselves on being this big platform where any creator can make it for any kind of genre they want to, but at the end of the day, it's like if you're going to do any kind of investigative journalism, you're going to have a rough time. Because when it comes down to it, the big corporations, they have way more leeway in what they can cover compared to you. I've had videos that have been age-restricted and demonetized because of the topics I'm talking about, but then you see the mainstream news where their clips are on the trending front page, and they're talking about that same thing.
Now that I very much agree with. Like, I don't think that, you know, if me as a content creator, I come out with something and I'm covering the same subject matter that a large network, NBC, MSN, whatever, is covering, and you're going to allow them to continue because they're a large conglomerate corporation, and they may have even money into the advertising side, which I think kind of creates a conflict of interest. You shouldn't then take down like small content creators covering the same subject matter.
And that shit's fucked up, honestly. That shit really pisses me off. Because it's like, why are they giving all this leeway to the big corporations, but then when it comes down to the smaller creators that make up the entire platform, oh, they're not allowed to talk about it, you know?
YouTube, you don't need to protect pedophiles, you don't need to protect animal abusers. These are bad people. Society has deemed them as bad people. We are allowed to bully them. YouTube, please let us bully bad people. Censorship bad, pedophiles bad, animal abusers bad. That's my take.
We do what we do to alert the public, warn the innocent, spread the word. But YouTube seems to punish the heroes and reward the villains cowering behind their screens. Whose side are you on, YouTube?
YouTube taking down this kind of content reminds me of what a lot of people refer to as toxic positivity.
I just realized how slow that girl talked because I'm at what? Like 1.5 times speed? No, 1.25. I'm gonna bump this up a little bit. I just want to get through this.
Pretending that everything is fine and avoiding the problem.
But yeah, she talked really really slow, because if I'm at 1.25 and I thought that was just playing at normal speed.
Head on. They've also started doing this with basic criticism on the platform, such as removing dislikes and making it a lot harder to comment on mobile, which coincidentally is the device most people use when engaging with their site. When we lose the ability to critique, we lose the ability to improve.
Yeah, I think what's given most people, the idea, and me included, that YouTube doesn't really care so much is that it keeps moving the goalposts of what it wants on the site and what's acceptable nowadays. It seems like what you put up on a Monday will get you in the crapper on a Friday.
And it's absolutely just part of it.
It's hard being a commentator or an investigative creator on the platform of YouTube a lot of the time, because I think, to be honest, YouTube have made it pretty clear they're not really big fans of our presence, and honestly, they just would like the world without the drama. But at the end of the day, when people are being exploited, I think there needs to be a point where creators exist, and I think we do a pretty good job in that regard. It's just YouTube don't really want us there to do it.
If we weren't able to investigate things like Chris Hansen, Onision, EDP, a lot of the very positive impacts would just be void. They wouldn't even exist, because a lot of this stuff just gets swept along to the wayside. Now, I know that
Yeah, I agree, Jim.
there's some people who do take advantage of the system, but I genuinely believe that the good outweighs the bad. And if we're no longer able to investigate stuff like this, it's going to be a net loss for the entire community.
Easily the most frustrating thing for me personally has been issues with YouTube's privacy.
I want to slow down for this, because Turkey Tom we're going to cover him, and I really want to make sure we concentrate on what he says.
Complaint system. YouTube has a system in place to allow private figures to request retractions on public YouTube videos if they feel information about them, like their identity, has been compromised by that video. Information that deserves to be private. In theory, this seems like a good idea, but in practice, this allows some bad actors to silence criticism. About half a year ago, I posted a video about an individual who I would love to name, who spent his time being a sex pest in people's messages by, well, there's really no way to put this nicely, sending pictures of himself wearing a diaper in women's DMs. So, I posted a 17-minute breakdown of who he is. Keep in mind, I censored all of his private info for his own safety, while still telling the story accurately. He created his own thread on gossip forums in order to humiliate himself, and even posted his full name and address. I merely talked about the fact that he did this, and was punished. YouTube allowed this person to abuse the privacy system multiple times to get the video taken down. But I can't help but find it funny that YouTube took down my video claiming that I was engaging in violating this guy's privacy and later harassing him when he was the one who brought it all on himself in the first place, and intentionally. Embarrassing. I've been Turkey Tom. Bye.
Okay, we're gonna get a J. Aubrey too. I mean, the creators in this video, he reached a large sphere of creators. Now, mind you, again, we're looking at the most recent video. He tried to do this again. I really want to point that out. This is what he was trying to do again. This would have been the third time we get one of these types of videos.
It pains me to say YouTube has garnered a reputation for leaving their own creators in the dark when it comes to imposing important rules and regulations.
By the way, I wanted to point out, and you're going to hear it in the podcast so when we cover that, but Turkey Tom was not talking about someone who's a map CSA person. Just someone had a weird fetish. And yeah, not the subject matter that Max has kind of funneled this into.
Guidelines against harassment are a good thing, but how are investigative creators meant to follow them when the language used is so intentionally vague? I'm tired of pouring hours of work into a video only for it to be demonetized and age restricted with little to no helpful explanation. How are we supposed to know what to avoid if we don't know what we're doing wrong?
YouTube has slowly been more...
And that was a great point by J. Aubrey, but that's towards the system again. This is not a Play-Doh people.
restrictive in terms of content creators, trying to tell stories of bad actors within communities. Content is the hardest to deal with, as a lot of what might be discussed.
Daft is someone I really want to go over as well. If you don't know any of the lineage and story there, he's a really interesting person.
Has to be censored. For example, a History Channel might want to cover World War II, but to absolutely make sure they get that green mark, they might have to change a few things in the wording. Such as, the main bad guy of the Second Big War unalived himself when he lost. And this becomes a lot harder for channels that cover recent awful individuals that commit acts like
well, I want to get enough information. I like having the information to show people, so I definitely do want to get into that, Jim. I think he's a very interesting individual.
And even And with YouTube's current system, the person being covered, if still out there, has an...
You know what, though? Right here is a good look at the past and look at the present. A lot of these things have been walked around by using adjacent terms and stuff like I've even used throughout the stream.
Easier time taking down the video, even if it has evidence, and the YouTuber is
we can
careful
speed
with
up
wording
again.
that's not
I
end up
forgot
in
we're
court
past turkey
when
time.
covering the story.
Let's
It
get
is
back
very
up there.
unfortunate that as the clock ticks and YouTube grows older, exchanging from hand to hand, they continue to suppress these same creators that helped legitimize their website in the first place, while they let corporations run around and do whatever they want. As time goes on, Team YouTube ceases to surprise with their pompous, unapologetic, hypocritical attitude. In the direction we're heading now, it becomes clear with each passing terrible update, unfair strike, and sketchy termination that this website in the eyes of Team YouTube has nothing to do with creativity, independent creators, and especially you.
Apologize, I'm gonna try and take a drink here.
I could not agree more, my friends, but I'm worried that all of your wise words will go to waste if no one sees this. So let's all go ahead and forcefully drag everyone down with us, starting with the following people. Susan Wojcicki. Stop fucking lying to us every time you have to give a statement in response to videos like mine. All these broken promises you've made that never come to fruition.
Again, it's a corporation. It's going to take time. And you can't sit there and hold a corporation to the same standards, in my opinion. You cannot hold the corporation to the same standards that you would hold the individual.
Of these incessant changes that no one ever asked for or wanted, take some goddamn accountability. We are...
That's exactly what it is, Jim. Look at everybody I was able to pull together for a video.
So sick of seeing the malicious and deceitful words you and your company repeatedly propagate. Either do something good for this site once in your fruitless life, or step the fuck down. Philip DeFranco. Remember when you and your team ignored us last time during the whole answer?
Hey. Dramatic pause. So, kindly ask for your help, Philly D, Moist Critical, Scarce, Keemstar, Markiplier. And this is PedoTube. So, okay, this title here refers to the first video that Max did, which I didn't even get that far back.
PedoTube thing, because you were too busy talking about some stupid drama. I know I'm not as famous as you would like, but how about you do the right thing this time and fucking say something? I know you're on break, so it would mean even more to me for you to actually do something this time around.
Again, it's kind of ironic, and I mean, we can go back into if we really want to pick apart the live stream, but he literally almost says the exact same thing towards Moist Critical with his recent video that he did, where he's like, I know you don't do this kind of thing anymore. And you can actually, when you're going through the video, if you pause at the DMs and look through it, this verbiage has not changed in a year.
Ethan Klein. I was told you talked to someone at YouTube for me last time. Thank you so much for that. I know you're busy dealing with important shit, but I'm gonna ask that you take a minute to speak to YouTube again for me. Privately is fine. Publicly would be better. Follow me back if you want details.
Oh my god, what a clout suck maneuver.
Keemstar, you are always my fucking man when it comes to this shit. As a loving father, I know you won't let me down. Scarce.
It's just a name drop and like the same shit over and over and over again.
Thanks so much for covering my story last time, brother. I desperately call upon you for...
Video for justice and ministry appeal denied. Okay, so this is going back to the first one, because this is MamaMax YT, which I know he's nuked that account.
Help once again. It would mean the world to me. Charlie, I look up to you because you're a good man.
Important.
Thanks so much for covering my story last time.
I'm just going to go back over this.
I desperately call upon you for help once again. It would mean the world to me.
We're going to slow this back down. Because look at who he had a problem with before. I don't know why I just clicked subtitles. Look at who he had a problem with before.
Me, Charlie. I look up to you because you're a good man. You stand up for what's right and speak out in defense of all of us smaller than you. But it is my regret to inform you that your video talking with the CEO of YouTube has aged like milk. So I'm going to kindly ask...
Let's talk about videos aging like milk.
...for your help once again. Chris Hansen, People kept telling...
Okay, I don't want to speed back up here. But just keep that in your mind. That you can keep kind of close to the front of your mind right here. Because we're literally going to touch on that next.
Me not to talk to you, but you were one of the first of us. And although you screwed the fucking pooch, I'm willing to forgive you if you speak up for us. I know you've got some connections that Susan can't ignore. I tried reaching out to you, but you ignored me. So now my audience will do it for...
Again, weaponizing his audience.
Shane Dawson, I know you've done a lot of fucked up shit in the past and you don't really deserve everyone's forgiveness. But since you're one of the biggest creators...
Tell me this doesn't just look like the reek of desperation.
In our genre, standing up for what's right instead of wasting time on haunted houses would finally make you look good to the public once again. This is your chance to redeem yourself. Don't squander it. Corpse. I know you...
Okay. So this is a big deal in this video. They were friends. I'll just put it that way.
Have nothing to do with this, but with all of your power, influence, and the favor you owe me, I just couldn't help myself.
That just rubbed me the wrong way. The favor you owe me.
So, remember when you reached out after you...
He just strikes me as a kind of fuckwit that just has a journal somewhere with, like, I did this for this person, they owe me X amount of favors, and he's got the little fucking tally marks.
Years of not speaking to me while I was at the hospital tending to my sick girlfriend, and you kept trying to rush me home to do you a huge favor, and then you threw me under the bus for some...
This I want to see right here. Oops. Can you please address this video for 2017? No, really? Oh my god. This is someone just doing some PR for themselves, I mean, honestly.
Something you did, and at the same time acted like you were taking full responsibility for it. But I let you...
By the way, I apologize for the dead air there. I was just reading through that.
Do it because I thought you were going to be my friend like you used to be.
Look at these. Let me ask this. How did you get to where you are now? That's such a conceited message to send to someone. Okay, maybe not in the context, sorry. The thing is, this is funny, is we got half a freaking conversation going on here. Paid off, what do you think is the most important thing to keep in mind and continue doing? So he's looking at, like, growth advice here.
And then you stopped talking to me immediately after you were done using me. Yeah. So, how about you do me the fucking favor this time and talk about something besides yourself for once? It will give you a good look. I promise.
God, it just rubs me the wrong way.
Oh yes. If I have to start shit with every influencer in this goddamned planet just to make anyone give even a slight fuck, so be it. I'd rather have the whole world hate me than ever hear a child's voice being silenced again. If anyone wants to react to this video...
Again, it's just the whole... We're trying to funnel it into the same freaking shoe.
My content is free for you to make as much money off of it in whatever way you wish.
And he acts like he's doing such a big favor for everybody. By the way, this video is taken down. We're looking at it on a re-upload channel, okay? This memes reside here is this channel. They have the video if you want to go check it out.
I do not give a shit. Bad press, good press. I just want to finally see some justice.
That is his whole mentality summed up right there.
Back to this video. My content is free for you to make as much money off of it in whatever...
Right here, coming up.
...way you wish. I do not give a shit.
That explains a lot of shit right there. He doesn't give a shit.
Bad press, good press. I just want to finally see some justice done for the victims in my videos.
And that's what he funnels everything. That's literally the funnel. Right there.
So, again, I'm going to have to upset all of my fellow creators and make a god...
Taking just a jab at Tommy here, and it's uncalled for.
Damn disaster out of you, YouTube, because you never do anything until we start squeezing your balls. And this is the part where you come in. Children, the links are in the description. I kindly ask you to come with me to make a fucking mess for the second time. I want you to pace this bitch until the world is nauseous from looking at it. I want you to drown out every trending topic so that even something like Spider-Man looks like a microscopic...
I'm the most important. Me.
...speck of dust compared to us. And tonight, YouTube will choose. let die the pedophiles they love, or suffer the little children. And by the end of the night,
that apparently is a Spider-Man reference, by the way.
I want Twitter to be a shitstorm.
So there you go. That's your pick a side YouTube. I don't think we're going to miss anything here, but I just want to make sure. By the way, this is apparently some game. I don't know. Oh my god, this is fucking annoying. Okay, we're just going to go away from this. I can't listen anymore to that shit. So, this is Charlie's response to that video.
Well, yeah, it hasn't aged well, but what holding anything back? I'm going to say what others are too afraid to...
Okay. We're going to put this back to normal. I'll go 1 1/4.
say. Pedophilia is bad. Thank you.
Okay, hold on, but we want to get the beginning.
I've always been known for my bravery, and today will be no different.
I love this.
I'm going to hit you with a hot take, so buckle your seatbelt, because I'm not pulling these punches. I'm not holding anything back. I'm going to say what others are too afraid to say.
What do you think it is?
Pedophilia is bad.
Really? You don't say, Charlie.
Thank you. Thank you. I know. Hey, someone had to say it. Someone had to come in and put their foot down and say, enough is enough, you know? I'm no hero, but let me explain what prompted this courageous act for me today. A few days ago, a YouTuber named MamaMax posted a video called Pick a Side YouTube, and in the video he discusses a serious problem on the
almost 1 million views
platform where creators that focus on darker subject matter are often censored, like MamaMax. This is actually a channel I've talked about before in the past. He's had his asshole stretched by YouTube, full goatsy. He's had multiple videos taken down and striked for the most trivial of reasons. And it's mainly because the subject matter...
By the way, that did have a reference there that I don't know if everybody knows, the whole goatsy thing. That's an old internet thing. And basically, imagine seeing someone's soul from the underside.
Because a lot of his content is investigations and exposing or talking about bad actors online, like a pedophile ring in a game or something like that. And in this video, he talks about that and how he feels like it's a serious problem. He brings in other content creators who have also experienced similar unfair enforcement of the rules against their content. Just
again, I had a video, I put it up, that video got taken down. I'm going to cry in DMs to all these creators and then have everybody speak out against, we don't like the PDF people, and make a video about that and force YouTube to react to it. Okay, I'm gonna weaponize my audience to spread this all over like the freaking, I don't know, flu, and just go all at this.
Because what they were talking about was darker. For example, bringing up Dan Schneider, the Nickelodeon guy who loved children's feet. He like ran that Twitter campaign of, hey kids, show me pictures of your feet. Haha. So when a content creator has brought up Dan Schneider in the past, they have experienced some problems where there'll be like a strike on the channel or the video gets blocked or taken down or something, and it just feels really fucking weird where it's like, Jesus, does Dan Schneider have foot fetish assassins at YouTube HQ just flip?
I just want to take a second. That's funny as hell to me.
Flipping switches to take down content that calls out. So the whole video that MamaMax posted basically focuses on this very real problem where when a creator investigates something dark or talks about something that's pretty grim, they're the ones most at risk, not the people they're really talking about. So by just bringing these topics to light, there's been multiple times where they have been the ones to receive a strike or have their content blocked. So obviously for a lot of people, they feel like YouTube just prefers to bury this kind of information instead of trying to help the people that are affected by the bad actors that get investigated. YouTube instead just punishes the people for investigating it. And it feels very unfair. YouTube prefers to throw all this kind of content into a cum dumpster, light it on fire, and forget about it. Clearly a pretty dogshit solution, because if the content's getting taken down, less...
Okay, and it's, again, reasonable reaction right here. We're gonna watch this whole thing. I know that we've watched a whole lot of videos and we're kind of reacting to it, and I didn't intend for this to be a react night, but it's the best way for me to help people form their own opinion on this piece of trash. Not Charlie, by the way. We're talking about Max.
People know about it, which means more victims. So, a very serious problem. Now, this is where I get involved directly in this whole thing, because at the end of MamaMax's video, he wanted to make a shitstorm. He said he wanted to squeeze YouTube by their balls. He wanted to grab that goddamn nutsack and clap it together like he was fucking Hulk smashing it. So in order to put pressure on YouTube, his solution was to get a viral Twitter trend going. And the Twitter hashtag he chose was pick a side YouTube, and the two sides that YouTube has to pick from are either children or pedophiles. Whose side are you on? Good versus evil?
I mean, he left so much choice there. It's either A or B. It's either you have a sandwich or a rotten piece of fruit. Which would you have? Like, it's just such a fucking... It's a non-argument. He's making an argument out of a non-argument.
Pretty wild ultimatum here. And you thought you had it rough when you had to decide between cereal or coffee for breakfast. Imagine YouTube's situation here. Do you choose the children or the pedophiles? And then he tags a lot of creators, hoping that they would talk about it and get traction there. At the end of his video, he also calls people out to talk about it. And I completely disagreed with this approach here.
Hey, and what do you know? He did it again. And who did he do it against? Hey, it's Charlie. It's almost like they have a problem with each other. Well, I shouldn't say they have a problem with each other. I think Charlie has handled this respectfully multiple times now. You can see, because he's had the Charlie directed video that's now been renamed, and we have a whole apology and everything that we can go over at the end. Plus, we have this where he did this whole call to action and called out Charlie previously. So, for the past year and a half, Charlie's been called out twice by this freaking guy.
And I mentioned it briefly on stream, and I stream every single day, twitch.tv/moistcritical. Please feel free to stop in, put a few extra inches on your penis. I'd love to see you in there. I'll put the link in the description so it's nice and easy. I mentioned it on stream, and since then, I've been labeled a pedophile defender by some people on Twitter, or a YouTube shill by others.
And that's the thing, is that he weaponizes his pieces like this to where you're either completely fucking evil or on his side. Like, there is no intermediate.
Which I couldn't fucking believe. I never thought there'd be a day where anyone in the goddamn world would think I stood up for pedophiles when I have an entire podcast of 270-something episodes, almost all of them dedicated to shitting on pedophiles. But anyway, I guess because I disagreed with this silly hashtag, all of a sudden I got out Captain America's shield and I'm putting the pedophiles behind me. Get behind me, boys. I got us covered. I'll take the hits here.
I thought that was a funny reaction to all this, but it's very true. That's literally kind of the funnel. I got a bad allergy going on right now in my head, so I'm trying to think of something a little bit better. But he's basically sitting there, and it's, the best way I could say this would be he views himself as Caesar, and he's got his thumbs up or thumbs down moment going on.
But let me explain. I think the pick a side, children or pedophiles, is extremely goofy and distorts the actual message of his video. The message of his video is very much YouTube censors dark content.
And then what's the message with his other one? Hey, we have this cult. Please pay attention to this. I have victims. We need help. But instead, it's just buried under this word salad and calling out Charlie and these artistic freaking videos. And it's just, there's a lot of information out there, like if you really want to go through it on Max. He's had quite the history. I don't want to really speak for him, but I'll see if I can pull up the video that I wanted to show you. He has another video that was taken down, but basically it's kind of a believe all accusers thing, and I believe this came out, don't quote me, like a year to half a year ago, somewhere within that range. I apologize. But yeah, he basically talked about all his exes and kind of did the same thing again.
Unfairly treat people who investigate serious things. And as a direct result of this censorship, it leads to more kids being harmed, more victims, and these disgusting, evil, fucking stinky, yucky groups existing in the shadows because the content that has called them out and brought it to light has been taken down. So it does create more problems for more people, more victims. That's the point of his video. YouTube taking down this informative content and using every excuse imaginable to do it. Hey, we had to strike this entire video down because at 3 minutes and 7 seconds into the video, there's an animated character's butt cheek playfully poking out from their swimsuit. So the whole thing's coming down. You fucked up. Sorry, big guy. You know, it's like, what do you mean? This is a very trivial problem. It's a goddamn animated character. You could have just, told me to blur it and it would have been fine. The point is, by taking the videos down that are informing people of dangerous groups, it in turn creates more victims of those groups because they don't know about it anymore. And that's the problem that MamaMax's video video was highlighting, and YouTube brushing it all under the rug. Because they want their reputation to be more squeaky clean. They don't want these kind of like bad actors brought to light on their platform because they think it might be a bad look for the platform, so they unfairly treat those creators. It's a real, serious problem. And it's one I've actually talked about quite a bit in the past. In MamaMax's video, he brings up the interview I had with the YouTube CEO, Susan. He mentions that it hasn't aged well, and admittedly, he's right. A lot of the things I talked to with Susan and the policy team, they haven't come to fruition. They still haven't been implemented.
Again, it's just because of the bureaucracy of the size of the company.
They said they were aiming for 2021 to be a great year with all these new features that would help creators, and a lot of them aren't there, almost none of them. But they have added a couple things, like now you have timestamps when you get a strike for, what was the violation, so at the very least they're adding a little bit. But yeah, it hasn't aged well. But what I did, and what I mentioned to them back then, is this problem. I even mentioned MamaMax by name and explained his situation to the YouTube policy team when I was on that phone call with Susan and the policy team. I highlighted this issue because it's an issue that I'm pretty passionate about, and it's a very serious one that needs to be addressed. This also comes into play with MamaMax's video, if you remember that controversy that happened, where MamaMax had this huge video that got taken down, and it was taken down, if I remember correctly, because he showed a phone number for like 3 seconds on screen. Well,
So he's a doxer. Hey, now we also know that MamaMax is also a doxer. And he does do that again, by the way, with his most recent streams. I really strongly disagree with it. But, like, he sets out... Okay, so he's got the information out there for this cult leader. He has the guy's full name. We get kind of locations and things going on. So... Oh, God. Sorry about that. We get the locations and things going on, but he then also proceeds to, at some point, it's basically put out there the mother's name and his brother's name. Now, we have no freaking reason to believe that these people are in any way linked to what the main subject matter is with this freaking weird demon supernatural vampire cult. And it's just, why are we throwing innocent people into this, that we have no provable way to say this person deserves the weaponization of my audience?
Well, instead of taking that whole video down, why not just let MamaMax know, take this out and the video stays up? I'm sure he would have obliged using YouTube's editing tools. So I wanted to make sure that they heard that suggestion, and I thought MamaMax did a great job in his video until the end, where he turned it into a you're either with us or with the pedophiles type thing. Even though the message of his video isn't YouTube is protecting pedophiles, he's not saying YouTube is a sanctuary for pedophiles in his video, but his hashtag implies that. And I think it's counterproductive and doesn't really accomplish anything at all. It's a message, his video, I think almost everyone would agree with the message. But the hashtag, I feel like most people would find that silly and just write it off right away. Because it doesn't actually highlight the problem. It's just like this out of nowhere, hey YouTube, do you like kids or do you like pedophiles? The people that fuck those kids, huh? Do you like them? Or do you like the kids?
I mean, it's just such an absurd thing.
It doesn't do anything. Like there's no even like outrage that it generates. It's just like, what the fuck is this?
I don't know if you know, I'm sorry, Jim, I missed a couple of your messages there. I was just kind of getting into, yeah, it does. It's definitely like the whole you're either with me or you're against me. Let's see what else it says. Like when it's felt name dropping. Okay, I did read that. Keem, you have a child. You get it right. Yeah, I didn't agree with that either. But yeah, to respond to your most recent message there, sorry about that. Yes, Colton has a couple of videos out. He's tried to reach out to the police. From what I understand, the police department specifically that he reached out to has no information on this gentleman. Now, I did notice one small error with the information, and I don't think it should play into it too much. There was a small misspelling on the middle name. If you go through and you look at MamaMax's files, which thankfully Slug leaked the whole file thing for the whole 5-hour video, so I've got a full set of notes on that thing saved too. Where it basically gives you the highlights and high overviews of that 5-hour thing, and it's only maybe 3-4 pages. Yeah, I think it's 9 pages long. But yeah, Colton reached out to the police department for, I think it's Snellville, Georgia, inquiring about this. I don't know. Everybody's calling Blackula, whatever. Cult leader. And they had nothing on file. But again, I want to stress that this was one police department for one town, did not have anything on file. My opinion on the whole matter is that, and this is where I strongly do agree with Colton. Again, I want to just kind of bring it back into full circle here. We've got MamaMax is making a lot of money off of Patreon. He's already knows how to use his audience to manipulate things as far as YouTube views. He's been able to basically instantly monetize this Survivor. I mean, so he's got a large group. He's got a large sway, right? And so I just, I want to get to it. Man, he really messed this up. Like, he made a mess of this. I'm sorry that was kind of like tangent spurgy there for a minute, but oh, okay. I didn't know about that. That he did actually do it with the correct spelling in theirs. So I think parts of this that it might take a while, and it's going to depend on like each city, and then you got your county, and then you got your state, which there's a couple things there that I want to touch on as well. They talked about contacting the FBI. Well, I've also gone through and done that before, unrelated, and never got a response from it. I could follow up and probably have gotten an individual that really wronged a lot of people, and I've got a full file on, but I never heard anything back from that. And this guy definitely broke a couple different laws with what he did. Now, there's also something that I looked into, and I can't believe that MamaMax, being the creator that he is, has not realized that like there's other options out there. So yes, you can contact the local police, the state police, and then there they would have the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, the state level FBI. Where I'm at, I've contacted my state level FBI before. Again, I didn't hear much, but it's one of those things that if you don't follow up, I don't think they're going to need to stress the importance of it. Another thing that I don't understand why it's not been approached or addressed is when you look into this kind of stuff. Again, I looked into it for a totally different subject matter. Mine, if you want the real nitty gritty of it, I got ripped off for $3,500. I found out this guy's been doing this for, I had 25 people that I gathered together that he's ripped off vehicles and all sorts of stuff, and he's done this across different states through the Southwest and Upper Plains. And the best way that I found that I could have brought something to fruition is I was within the guidelines at that point in time for, what is it called? Statute of limitations. And I was within that statute of limitations at the time, and one of the big suggestions was to contact the state attorney's office. Why has MamaMax not contacted the Georgia state attorney's office with all this evidence that he's compiled to say, hey, can you look into this? This is absolutely something you can do, and it's actually strongly suggested in a lot of places. As long as you write a compelling letter with all the information, it should hopefully produce something. But I just feel like he's basically doing kind of what he did here. So to kind of circle back around, I apologize again. So what he did here was he basically said, hey, pick a side to YouTube. Now he's saying pick a side as far as like police or CSA people. Like, I just feel like that's kind of where we're at. Like, he's just totally given up on this subject, even though as far as we can see, you've not produced any evidence to show that you really contacted these people, that you really went out there and like put the legwork in and they ignored you. There absolutely would be a huge group of people to support you if you showed proof that, hey, I went out there, I did this stuff, and the police paid no attention. So Jim's saying, my biggest fear with this is that something did happen with the girls, and he just royally screwed the investigation and tainted the well. I believe he absolutely tainted the well. And the minute he did it was when he brought Spencer on and kind of employed her in a way. Now you've kind of taken away to where Spencer can't really... She's going to have an inherent bias towards MamaMax. And so now you've taken your pool of survivors, victims, whatever you want to call them, and you've now taken one less person out. Each time you do that, you're taking away from your case. Hey, Snow, yeah, he's definitely a bad guy, in my opinion. MamaMax bad, Peter's bad. CSA people good. I think we've gotten that. Charlie good. What else do we have? I think that's the big topics we've got going on right now. Is Charlie good, CSA good, cops bad, Peto's bad, MamaMax bad. Yeah.
Because if you watch the video, you have the entire situation laid out with the unfair treatment and censorship of content creators. That
What makes him a bad guy is how he takes his, he weaponizes his audience. He then, funny you mentioned a deep voice. I actually have a clip on that that's kind of funny. Yeah, it's definitely not real. He definitely lied about that at one point too, saying it was real. He's lied about that. He taints the well, to kind of speak from what Jim had said earlier. He definitely taints the well with all the stuff that he does. So it takes away from any positive action that can come from these types of things. And this is just Charlie responding. So a while back, if you're not familiar, MamaMax had made a pick a side YouTube, and before that he had a PedoTube video. Basically, two of his videos got taken down. One was a partial or full dox of a phone number. The other one was taken down because the game IMVU showed a nude character, their buttocks. And so anyway, YouTube basically took the video down, and then MamaMax cried to all these big creators to come out and complain against YouTube, and then tried to funnel that stuff into pedophile bad. And this is Charlie responding to why he didn't get sucked into that funnel.
that are covering serious topics. And then you get to the end and it goes like full fucking V for Vendetta. Tonight there will be a shitstorm. I'm going to make YouTube choose the ultimate sacrifice. Where will they stand? With the kids or with those pedophiles? I like MamaMax, and I really like the majority of the video until...
I don't think I've ever been in a video. I'm aware of it tangentially. That's about it.
It gets to the end because that completely changes the perception of the issue. I imagine most people who don't know the situation and don't know MamaMax will see this and just be like, what the fuck is going on here? And assume it's like another one of those wake up YouTube situations. If you guys remember that from like a year or two ago. I forgot the dude's name. I think his name was like Matt something. Matt Wabblemaster.
Walsh, I believe is the last name.
Matt Wumbo, whatever, I don't remember his name, but he started that whole Wake Up YouTube where he exposed that YouTube was enabling pedophiles and even recommending pedophile content to other pedophiles or whatever the fuck was going on then, and it started that whole adpocalypse. Most people remember that situation, and then they'll see this kind of trend going on, they'll just assume it's kind of the same thing and write it off immediately. Because when you see this Twitter hashtag and you see all the people talking about it, it paints YouTube
I've heard of Second Life. I've never even seen much about that.
as a sanctuary for pedophiles, like Jeffrey Epstein's island. It makes it seem like YouTube's protected pedophiles for long enough, now it's time they choose the kids for once. When that's not the argument he's making. His argument is because YouTube keeps censoring the content where we're calling these kind of people out, it puts the kids in jeopardy. So the issue is more the YouTube censorship, taking down content that focuses on dark things.
And this is Charlie appropriately redirecting you from, it's not just pedophile bad, and all these YouTubers agree pedophile bad. It's actually, no, there's a problem with the system we need to fix.
And that is the problem. Not that YouTube is choosing to cater to pedophiles or anything like that. So the message gets totally distorted, and it just creates a hostile environment where people fight each other, even though everyone's on the same side. It just causes all this infighting. Because when people point this out, that like, hey, this isn't the most effective Twitter trend to get the message across, they're immediately labeled pro-pedophilia. I've seen it non-stop from anyone that dares question.
And he's doing it right now, again. Literally, with the whole sex cult and calling Charlie out and everything else. He's had to apologize. That's how bad he got out of hand this time.
The efficiency of this Twitter hashtag, they immediately get dogpiled by others, accusing them of defending pedophiles or picking YouTube's side, like, oh, so you've chosen where your allegiances lie now, and it's with those pedophiles, huh? Like, it's kind of disgusting, actually, to try and make, like, a war out of it when everyone in that battle is kind of on the same side. Everyone agrees with the message of the MamaMax video, but disagrees that it needs to be painted as a kids versus pedophiles issue, because that doesn't actually encapsulate the problem. So that's all I was saying, is that I think that was the worst possible approach to getting the issue highlighted for people that aren't already in the know about the situation. Because, again, that pick a side children or pedophiles thing, I just didn't think that was the right play. If you wanted something that would actually, like, highlight what was going on, it should have been more focused on the core problem of YouTube censorship, especially when it could directly harm kids if you wanted to focus on that angle. YouTube censorship can harm kids by allowing these kind of fucking bad ass assholes out there, these dangerous people, to keep hurting them or
Again, Charlie does a fantastic point of refining MamaMax's message into it's that little ball again.
You're doing awful shit. That's what I was saying. The hashtag does nothing to aid in solving the problem or even highlighting to the problem to people that don't already know about it. All it did was split people who were already on the same side and had them fighting amongst themselves for no reason and getting labeled terrible shit just because they thought the hashtag was ineffective at getting the problem out there. So I just don't think it accomplished anything. I really do think it was counterproductive. There would have been a better hashtag to use if that was the direction he thought was best, which was Twitter traction. And I agree that's usually a very good course of action since Team YouTube is very active on Twitter. But there should have been a better hashtag that actually highlighted the problem that YouTube could have potentially addressed and brought forward. Like, look, we can see there's an issue going on here, but they're not going to do that with pick-a-side children or pedophiles because they don't know what the issue is if they're just looking at that hashtag. They don't know what's going on. It doesn't do anything besides just confuse people and make people angry at each other, thinking that one side's defending pedophiles and the other's whatever.
Yeah, literally, you've swayed away from like, here's the subject we need to correct the action of YouTube and how they take these videos down, and now we're just swinging it into, oh, they those people over there, they support pedophiles. Oh, that person over there, they're okay. They're on the kid's side.
Again, that's the point I was making. That's about it. So yeah.
Okay. So from here, we're gonna go back, and I want to watch the bombshell video now.
But what I did and what I mentioned to them back then is this problem.
Be quiet, Charlie. Be quiet. Look at the flowers. All right, let's get on to the big deal. Half baked.
Which you talked about.
Okay. So this, actually, Snow, we're literally going to get into it almost right away. I just kind of want to point out, I'm going to actually load that video up so that way we have it. And boom. And I just want to point out, speak, damn it. Why are you, oh, I muted you.
Lyrics. I'm not too familiar with lyrics. I only know.
Okay, so I just wanted to play that right there so you get an idea of what MamaMax's normal voice is. That's his normal voice. We're actually, you know what? Here.
Dude, I only know that I've reacted to you before. That's all I really know.
What's up, man? Good talking. I gotta add my attorney to the call real quick, Colton. He's just a good buddy.
By the way, this is the first call on the second live stream. This is the second one. The first one got taken down. That's the one we saw with Sin Society. He took that down because he was embarrassed about it or something. I don't know. I'm sure he has an excuse that involves he took it down because of a survivor request or something.
Hopefully it doesn't spurg out too hard. But what's up, man?
What's up, dude? Let me...
By the way, if you go back and watch Lyrics' stream, which I highly recommend, he totally went into this planning to like troll the ever-loving crap out of MamaMax, and it became a really good interview. A short one, because Lyrics, he's the honey badger.
Good to talk to you. Can we get the voice changer for this chat though? It more like fits the bill. It kind of makes me more comfortable. You know?
I do it through Audacity, actually.
Hey, look at that. He exposed how he actually does do his voice changes, which we now know. Again, this is the original voice.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, sorry.
Wait, you don't have a natural Batman voice? What the fuck?
Yeah, sorry. Hold on, I'm trying to add Spencer.
Okay. So I just, we might get back into this, but I just wanted to get a good idea of what MamaMax's voice sounds like, because we literally hit on it, like, almost immediately. So this is Half Baked Podcast, which it's fantastically fun. It was, I believe, Vega and Nick the Oreo, Turkey Tom. And in this one, it's just Turkey Tom and it's just Nick. So you can't ask for a better pair. You have literally the quote unquote, and I hate using this, the arbiter of the community, Nick, which he's very much the optics guy. It's how he's been labeled with everything. And then you have kind of the, I don't want to really lump him in and say, like, he almost has like a heritage understanding. Turkey Tom does. So he understands and he's seen like the rise and fall of many different creators. So anyway, let's play this. I really want to get into, like, pay attention. We have MamaMax going to come in, pay attention to his voice, pay attention to what he says about his voice.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to another episode of the Half Baked Podcast. I'm your usual host, Tom. Here with me, I have Nick.
I want to slow you down. I apologize. I don't think we need to go normal. We'll go 1.25.
Vega unfortunately could not make it. He's preoccupied with sex or something. I don't know what he's doing. But we do have a very special guest today, someone who's been a hot topic in the community recently.
Oh, okay. Let's actually just, this is kind of distorting, and I want to be fair here.
MamaMax, how's it going?
Hello, everyone. It's going well. Thank you for asking.
And that's your real voice, right? This is the real MamaMax.
This is my real voice. Yeah.
Aha! Lie about your fucking voice. You lie about all this. Yeah. This might trigger me. I'll just give you a heads up. This podcast, because of all the stuff that he says and he laughs at it, he's just this is such a triggering thing, because you need to look at this and take this as this is the real him. A year and a half ago. Let's see what's the timeline on this one. It says a year ago, but that might be a lot. Oh, we're looking at 2 years ago.
Yes.
I remember at VidCon when I heard it, I was like, holy shit, you actually do kind of sound like that.
Okay, so this, and just to give you an idea, this interview came after the Pick a Side YouTube, after the PedoTube. So Tom has already been in the video that was posted by MamaMax saying, YouTube, you must choose between the PDF files or the children. Think of the children. And so Turkey Tom's got some really good input, because he's now seen how MamaMax manipulated his content. And I don't mean manipulated necessarily in a bad way here. I'm just saying manipulated to point out that he took the content that Turkey Tom gave to him and slid it into his video, and Tom didn't know the context of the video. We're gonna get to that.
I was like, holy shit, like, it's not quite the corpse husband, but it's almost there.
Right.
Does it strain your voice to do that? Like
So the deep one for the videos?
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
Is it like the metal growl? Like is it like a falsetto? How do you do that voice?
So I'll it's so horrible. I had to get vocal surgery because of it, because I had cysts on my vocal cords because I kept doing it.
Really?
I would cough all day.
Oh my god.
And then the next morning, my voice would be deep AF.
Thankfully for him, though, he found the audacity, so he doesn't have to injure his vocal cords anymore in his fight for pedo bad, CSA good, Charlie bad.
So that's the
my voice should be deep AF. I mean, it probably would be. I can't imagine that felt good, but Jesus Christ.
No, yeah, it swells up your vocal cords like a vocal cord infection.
But it makes your voice super sexy.
It does, yes.
That reminds me of like the Family Guy episode where Peter gets sick on purpose to sound cooler.
Yeah, it's basically just like that.
It's just like Family Guy.
It's just like that.
All right, well, recently, Max, you posted a video to your channel, which was, I guess, first should I just explain who you are? You make videos about like predators.
Okay, so again, we're looking hindsight here. This is a 2-year-old podcast interview, but it's a good snapshot because we have Max is already well known and well established at this point. He's had both of his conflicts with YouTube that were very vocal. I believe that Charlie's video also was already out at this time. You've seen how he basically sits there and will go and slide into all them DMs for all them big creators and sit there and say, hey, I need your help. And then hopefully he wrangles enough people into giving him some content that he can then funnel and horseshoe or shoehorn into whatever subject matter he feels fit.
And like creeps on YouTube, right? Will you describe that accurately?
Yeah, and animal abusers, just fucked up people.
Right, okay. So kind of like what I do, I guess. We're kind of in the same thing, although you have a much more kind of stylistic approach. You talked about it a little bit with Bosch. Mm-hmm. How would you explain that? It's like half fiction, half kind of a story?
I call it hybrid, like documentaries.
Okay, I'm going to speed this up just because now we get the context of his voice. Now I want to just go through and we need to get the content of this interview.
Because it's like, yeah, okay. It is half fiction that is parallel to the real story, and then there's just the real story.
Interesting. So the stylistic approach, I think that's probably really what's got your audience, because, I mean, the stories themselves, exposing these people are good, but I think the stylistic stuff is really what people like. And you've been on YouTube for a while. It's been a few years, right? I remember back in the day,
So Tom's basically complimenting him on his artsy, stylistic view of doing videos and content.
You've changed your content a bit. You used to make a lot of different videos.
Hentai reviews.
Hey! And he doesn't say that it was like a... Oh, what does he say later on? I think he called it like a parody or something like that. And I think it's in the What Is MamaMax Been Up To video.
Hentai reviews, yeah. Well, okay, that was like, what, a year or two ago? But before that, you were doing, you did some game reviews, like a Halo video, I remember. And then you also used to do these videos that were like, about like childhood struggles and shit like that.
Life sucks.
Yeah, you went on Hot Wet Soup back in the day.
Yes.
No fucking way.
I did. I was their first guest.
Oh my god, I didn't know that. Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
he was buddies with all them. It goes all the way back, Nick. All the way back. But you didn't even really make like a ton of commentary videos back then. It was mostly just like these like, I don't know, story time videos kind of?
Yeah, I watched all the commentary channels, but I didn't participate.
Yeah, that was an interesting thing back.
Hey, so MamaMax used to be a viewer.
Then a lot of people not making commentary videos make commentary videos. Well, anyway, most recently you've become known for making videos kind of, you know, you say exposing YouTube, talking about predators. I guess this podcast is going to get demonetized anyway, so I'll just say pedophiles. You made a video called pedotube.com that I believe was really popular, and you kind of start these movements, right, on Twitter, on YouTube, to enact change. And the most recent one of that was a video you released 2 days ago. It's got 750,000 views right now, which is 50,000 more than it had like a few hours ago, and 100,000 likes, probably the highest like ratio I've ever seen on a video. So needless to say, the video doesn't have like 10 million views, but for all intents and purposes, for the engagement, it's fucking viral, right? It's going crazy.
Yes, definitely.
And within this video, you make a number of kind of assertions about YouTube, investigative content. I was in the video, right? You messaged me, I don't know, 2 weeks ago, asked me to be in it, and
yes,
I did a little portion, and there's some controversy around the people involved, and if they knew what was going on, we can talk about that.
Oh, yes.
But I guess, you know, I kind of want to hand it off to Nick here, because Nick, you've been really passionate about it since the video came out, and I think you have some issues.
We're gonna cover the like maybe the first 20-30 minutes of this video, and then we'll kind of speed it. I really want to cover the whole thing. I know this is going to be a lot of content. I'm probably going to have to sit there and chop this up into just individual pieces, which is going to be fun. But hopefully this is really giving a comprehensive view of MamaMax past and present.
Issues with it, right?
Yeah, I have a bunch actually. I was wondering, like, so you're firmly in the position that YouTube needs to like make these changes, right? Like your message is really that middle portion of the video, the front and the end, as far as I'm able to tell, that those exist to like get the video viral, right?
For the most part, I'd say so.
Do you it's weird. So if your goal is to make like a message that can reflect back and like actually produce real change on YouTube, why would you go with such like an inflammatory hashtag? I don't know, for people who haven't seen it, which is like next to nobody. It's pick a side YouTube, children or pedophiles.
Yeah, so...
Okay, so Nick's calling him out, saying that hashtag is inflammatory, and that basically he's trying to weaponize creators against YouTube.
Well, I don't think my video is going to fucking do anything. I want the people I call out in the video to do something, because they're the ones YouTube is going to listen to. They ain't going to listen to fucking me.
So you think your video is like the first in a domino effect?
I was thinking that exact thing, yes. It was like a domino
steal the words.
I'm just trying to get the ball rolling, and I feel like no one's going to fucking care unless I make it this bombastic, stupid-ass thing.
And so, again, we're going to see. He continues with this freaking bombastic... bombastic's actually not a bad word for what he's doing. It's just overinflated would be another way to put it. He just overinflates these videos with other additional content that doesn't need to be in there, and it detracts from the focus of the content. And then you get him upset because he's like, oh, nobody's paying attention to me. So then he goes and he slides in them fucking DMs, and he calls everybody out and says, come on, guys. Come on, please support me. It's a good cause. It's for the children. Think of the children.
So...
Wait, okay. I wasn't expecting that answer. All right.
Oh, okay.
So... What is your primary goal? Is that then? There's no. What's your other?
Well, I guess the question is like the next getting at is like, okay, so you want to enact.
It's absolutely insulting, Jim. Absolutely insulting. It's insulting to the people of his subject matter more than anything, and that's what I cannot stand. He sits there and he does this stuff, and it's insulting to the people that he claims he's trying to help.
This change, what do you hope is the eventual result of your video?
Okay.
Of all this.
So I know there's people out there saying I'm doing it to self-serve. I just want my video back up. I don't give a shit if my video comes back up. It did what it needed to do.
He made such a big freaking stink about for somebody who doesn't care if their video comes back up. Going again into all them DMs, sitting there, hey Charlie, hey Nexpo, hey Nick Crawley, hey Turkey Tom, can you help me out and give me a video talking shit about YouTube so I can compile it together and shoehorn it into we don't like pedophiles?
Rapist that was in the video is currently in police custody. And
was that as a result of your video, or was that prior to the video?
Yes, it was because
Okay,
of the video.
right.
The video was about IMVU and this one predator. I made it about him and him alone.
IMVU is a game, right? You
Yes.
played the game and you exposed this guy.
Yes.
Do you mind walking me through the chain of events that led from your video to him being imprisoned?
Yeah, so I dropped the video. The end of the video is a call to action. Usually all my videos are a call to action, like, find him. And we...
Which I really cannot stand. That's weaponizing your audience. That I cannot stand. I literally cannot. I will never sit there and say, go find it. That's why. You're just encouraging harassment. And if you don't have the information to sit there and properly call somebody out, you should not be weaponizing your freaking audience against people.
We did.
So in this case, find him meant like you didn't know who he was. You wanted his doc so he could go to jail.
All we had was his face and his voice.
Right.
And out of that, I said find him, and then within 24 hours, we found him. And then I started social engineering all of his friends to give me his information. And
Social engineering is a hacking tool. Look up social. It kind of goes into for those that maybe don't look into this stuff. So there's something called a penetrative tester, and it's basically what's called a white hat hacker. So first of all, MamaMax doesn't know how to do this stuff. He has a team that does this. But white hat stuff just means that it's above board. Then you have gray hat stuff where people will hire in a hacker to try and test for breaks and fails within a software. And you have black hats, which are your bad guys that are trying to get in and steal your information and all that, okay? So when he's talking about terms like social engineering, those are, as far as I've ever seen, penetrative hacking tools. It's literally something you use a person and you find as much information about them to then social engineer a password. So if I see you like a lot of jewelry and diamonds, and then you also like you're a Gen Xer, so I might be like Diamond 76 because that's your birth year. That's social engineering.
He did. And then we pegged him. He fled to Mexico. We found where he was in Mexico.
Ethical hacking. Thank you so much for mentioning ethical hacking, Jim. That's what I was trying to think of.
I don't know if the police... He was from Canada. So I don't know if the police asked him to come back.
That's all terrible people are.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if the police asked him to come back or he went on his own volition or they forced him to come back. I don't know any of those details. I just know he went back to Canada and was in police custody for a certain amount of time. I don't know if they did anything yet, but I will be making an update video about him soon.
So
and there's no update video on his freaking channel. So he basically sat there, he said, I need to know who this guy is. Weaponized his audience. His audience came back with the information. He then took that information, social engineered it, which is, thank you again, Jim, by the way, the social, the ethical hacking kind of side of it, and the ethical, unethical, that's where your white hat, your black hat stuff comes in. Stuff I was actually really interested in at one point.
So he was arrested at some point. It's fair to say that. You know that.
I don't know if it was he was arrested or they just like interrogated him. Like, you know how police they don't have to arrest you to.
So this guy might not actually have been arrested. He could have just been interviewed.
Question you.
Right.
Because I don't know if his victims, he did have previous victims before my video. I don't know if they ever spoke to the police about it. I was talking to one of them, but she...
For someone that has so much income and so much dedication to these topics, realize and just listen to how many times where he says, I don't know. I apologize, I know, but let's just go back a second.
I have to arrest you to question you.
Right.
Because I don't know if his victims, he did have previous victims before my video. I don't know if they ever spoke to the police about it. I was talking to one of them, but she hasn't been responsive recently, so I'm in the dark so far, but we're gonna get back on that after we finish this shit with YouTube.
So you did find...
So right there, 3 or 4 times he says, I don't know, or I'm in the dark.
You know who he is. You did find out who he is, but you didn't put him in jail. Is that fair to say?
I don't know if we put him in jail, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
2 seconds ago he's saying, yeah, no, we definitely put this guy in jail. He cannot keep a fucking story straight to save his life.
Mm-hmm. But yes, if we did find him, it did like end his life in a way. Like
life ruination. This guy is like the biggest. Like, if there's someone that I could poster child for life ruination, it would be MamaMax. He's totally for it. I think he would actually freely admit that, and he's gonna put it under the umbrella of I only support it for people who are. Attracted to a certain type of human. Pedocatcher channels get screwed over, even though they have I really don't like the way this chat sits. So let's see if I can. Police presence. Yeah, and I have no idea actually why MamaMax is called MamaMax. I think it goes back to you'd have to try and find his original content to find out that. I know Max Striker is I believe his name. I don't know. I'm not investigating him in any way, shape, or form. So that's where the Max comes from. Oh crap! I moved.
He got evicted from his residence. All of his friends know. His family knows. He was fired from his job.
Okay.
He no longer is an influencer. He was like a musician.
Right.
This guy was arrested, supposedly, and interviewed, maybe, and possibly put in jail. But we definitely ruined his life. And we have nothing to point out the proof that this guy did the shit that they're accusing him of.
And all his shit got taken down.
All right. Well, that's really good. Glad to hear that. Honestly, you should probably be proud of yourself for that. I'm sure you are. So that happened. That happens. And
yeah, there's what is ethical hacking and how does one ethically hack someone is Elizabeth Slander, ethical hacker, they're black hat and white hat. Okay, so just to go back over stuff. So white hat would be a company kind of hires you to sit there and you're maybe even putting in place security measures to stop hackers from coming in. So you'll do something called pen testing. Pen testing is penetrative testing, where you go in and you're trying to see if, hey, can I get through this back door to get into the software to steal identity and stuff. White hat hackers or ethical hackers will do that kind of stuff. Their intention is to keep your data safe. Gray hat would be a company then hires out somebody, or sometimes if you look around, there's actually places that put bounties out and say, if you can get in, we'll actually pay you as long as you share the information of how you did it. So that's kind of where you get into actually gray hat hacking. So these are people that will go out and they'll try and get in through and around security measures that are in the software to see if they can obtain the information. Yeah, gray hats is actually kind of an interesting thing. Yep. It's gray hats. It's this kind of, you're skirting on. It's best way to say it is, white hat would be everything above board. The company is very fully aware of you. Gray hat, they may not be aware of you, but you will then share the information with them. That's kind of, I'm putting broad funnels here, I know. But then your black hat would be the people that are sitting there, like they would be your card skimmers and stuff where they're trying to get your identity or get information to then hack you or steal your identity, steal your credit card information, whatever. Their intention is to do nothing above board. They're just there to reap revenue off of the bad stuff, yes. So that gives you just kind of a quick like hierarchy of white hat, gray hat, black hat. I always thought the gray hat stuff was kind of cool because that's the stuff that more people kind of fantasize. I don't know if that's the correct word or not. Yeah, thank you, Jim. Yeah, it'd be like a cyber Batman.
Then you post one particular video. It was that video, right? It was that video that had the ass in it from the game, right?
Yes.
You had this like black dude in the game or something turned around, you could see his fucking ass, and that was determined to be nudity, and that was why the video was removed. How long after it was posted?
It was about a week.
Okay, so
the video was up for a week. Cyber Frank Castle. Yeah. It's kind of like a Punisher. Yeah. But it's all the stuff that people like kind of think when you sit there and you see like, oh my god, I immediately go back to if you're old enough to remember War Games with Angelina. I think Angelina Jolie's in it. I think it's maybe her first movie or something. But that's kind of more the gray hat hacker stuff. Like the kid got into the back end of some software and was able to hack and get to things that he controlled. And then that's a little more fantasized with it being a game, but that's kind of like a good summary of gray hat. Yeah, Hackers is another good one. Swordfish, I think, even has it. There's plenty of that, but that's your gray hat. That's the funnel for the gray hat or black hat, depending on the movie. Like if you go into Face Off, you could technically sit there and say John Travolta was a black hat. Exactly. Jim just laid that out perfectly. Okay, I'm going to play this now.
Week after. Now, I know a lot of people have said that your kind of complaint with this is dumb because you should have taken the nudity out. I would argue you probably should have known to take the nudity out, but at the same time, I guess you're right. There is inconsistency on the issue. YouTube will always be inconsistent. There's a lot of nude yoga, right? So I guess you know that.
I haven't seen Face Off in forever.
Somewhat besides the point.
I literally didn't think it was that bad. It looked like a Sims character to me. Like,
I mean, I get what you're saying, and ultimately, like, there are movie clips on YouTube with like guys and females showering where you can see.
I'll confess, and anybody can clip this. I like Nick Cage, and I really, 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 really liked the Willy movie that he did. That was kind of like a knockoff Five Nights at Freddy's. Oh my God, did I love that movie?
Their ads, right? Yes, those are out there, and it's still up. So those weren't taken down. Yours was taken down. I guess that sucks, but ultimately, honestly, I would chalk that up more to an inconsistency with YouTube and a problem with them than them taking the video down because they don't like you exposing pedophiles.
Oh, yeah. Well, do you think that's the case? Do you think that like YouTube has targeted you? I know you did this last year as well. Do you think YouTube is targeting you unjustly?
It's interesting. I don't know.
Or are they targeting you at all?
I don't know. I know that.
So again, listen to how many times he's I don't know. For someone who spouts off as much information as he has little to no information to offer in return.
Our content tends to get targeted more often just because of the subject matter.
What do you mean by dark content? Do you mean like the act, the voice, or do you mean like just pedophile stuff in general?
Pedophile stuff, like the subject matter, pedophiles, animal abuse.
I assume you mean like investigative content about like horror cows, you would call them on the internet, right?
Yes.
Like these fucking terrible freaks. Okay, all right.
Well, I don't know if that necessarily tracks though. I understand that like you probably have a few more issues when you're talking about smaller, more niche topics, but like when you're looking at creators, Onision, for example, somebody who was, I think for the most part last year, probably one of the more profitable topics to talk about in January. There wasn't much censorship done on Onision's behalf. The only censorship I could possibly think of was him having access to the Content ID tool, which would keep videos down for a short amount of time, but that's not directly
everyone has that.
Everyone not relevant to the YouTube terms itself. I mean, I'm assuming you've seen EDP 445, right?
Correct.
This year, that was a person who wasn't convicted of a crime, but because everyone fucking knew that guy was like a piece of shit and he got caught in a sting operation, that was enough for YouTube to go buy pedophile and just threw him off.
Austin Jones' channel, he was convicted. That's deleted. Lion Maker deleted twice on YouTube.
But I'm saying like these have all been like very viral topics that people have been able to talk about with really no issue at all. I know Mudahar did his whole thing on Club Penguin, and he didn't have that issue.
So, by the way, if you ever want to look into a really deep pedophile topic, I'm just gonna say it at this point. If I gotta edit up this stream, I will. But yeah, Club Penguin, especially if you're kind of like later millennial, early Gen Z.
I guess my question about your video is, and I guess to kind of explain it a little bit for the audience, for those who haven't seen it, you got a bunch of content creators together to talk about investigative content and how YouTube, I think the wording you used to me was doesn't give a shit about us, which I guess is true. And I guess my question is like, I like your video kind of, but I think like what is your exact issue with YouTube? Like,
and here, I want you to focus again on this. I apologize, I keep pausing and telling you where to focus and listen to stuff, but it's my intent for you to hear Max's own words and then compare that to now.
That seemed kind of nebulous to me. Like, what would you pinpoint as your problem with YouTube? That you want to express with that video?
I mean, it was the same as everyone's problem. It was them taking down content from, like I said, darker channels. And I know this isn't just me. Like, you can see the comments section of that video of people speaking up like, yes, YouTube takes down my videos all the time. And like, maybe it's because like we're a bit more edgy than like Chris Hansen, let's say.
But me and Tom are edgy too. I mean, Tom says the N-word all the time.
Okay, I don't do it in videos, but okay, I want to talk about this. Okay, so you say that they take down our videos all the time, right? So every person you feature in this video, I mean, they're all, they do investigative stuff, right? People like me, I guess Nexpo, he does it, right? You do it. What's the guy? What's his name? Nick Crowley, right? He makes videos like that. These people are all people making livings on YouTube right now from these videos, and out of like 50, 60 to 100 videos they've made, maybe 2 or 3 of them have been removed, right? So I guess the question is like, I feel like every YouTube...
Yeah, edgy Chris. He combs his hair a different way.
creators had to deal with this at some point. Why is this an exclusive problem to dark content creators? And in what way are they really censoring you?
It's not really exclusive to us. It is an everyone problem. It's a problem in fucking general. Everyone knows it.
I agree.
But everyone in this video had like a different issue. Like
This is important. I apologize again.
Like for me, it was like basically I got a privacy complaint filed on the video.
Wicker Man is a good movie.
Oh, which YouTube, yeah, and they turned that into a harassment strike on my channel. I still have a warning on my channel to this day. But for other people, it was completely different. For you, it was you had like nudity in a video.
Oh, yeah.
So I guess the question is like you say pick a side, YouTube. Like how are they picking the pedophile side right now?
It's more so that they don't have protections in place for investigative content. Like if. Like you said, yours was for privacy and harassment. My most recent one was for sex and nudity. My previous one was for violence in a fucking when I'm doing my Hotline Miami scenes. Like,
right.
It's always something different, but it's always consistent. I feel like, at least.
So it's always something different. But what do you mean is consistent in what way? Like consistent in everyone has to deal with it?
Consistent to the effect that dark subject matter specifically is getting like the short end of the straw just because of the subject matter.
But is it like?
But like how? But before you get there, Tom, I just want to know like, so how does your video mend that in any capacity? Because obviously it would benefit from like.
It doesn't. It doesn't. It does not mend anything. It's just a call to action and an inflammatory video.
The dialogue being open, right?
Exactly.
I don't think.
I mean, the issue is like my issue with it is you say pick a side, YouTube, but it's like okay, if they pick your side, what are they supposed to do? Like, what protections would you say?
This
are fair. And what is that protecting? You know what I mean? Like there are entire channels. I mean, Rainbot, Nexpo, Gamer from Mars, off the top of my head. Like I said, Nick Crowley, Nexpo. I think I said Nexpo already. All these people make livings off of YouTube, making thousands of dollars a month, making videos about these subjects. And every once in a while, they have a video removed. And I don't think it's because YouTube doesn't, protect dark content. Like ads have been better than ever for me, and I think for most people on the platform, probably including, Nexpo and people like that. In terms of, making videos about dark subjects. You can make a video about a pedophile, have it blow up. Nick Crowley, every other video is like YouTube's hidden predator or whatever. Those blow up. Like what? Where is YouTube really coming out of the woodworks to silence us and stop us?
I mean, I disagree with what you're saying. I even talked to Art before I even made the video. He said, yeah, all of his videos are getting demonetized. I asked him to be in the video, and he was like, this might be a bit too hyper-aggressive for me, but I wish you well, but I do get the sentiment. Like, all my videos are getting demonetized, age-restricted. Like, we are slowly being conditioned to make content less and less dark. And when I say dark, just less visceral in and raw of how much we are showing. Like, my videos specifically are very real and raw. Like, I show the DMs. I show, like, my last video about puppy stomp. I censored the puppy stomping, but I showed the audio because I thought it was imperative in order for people to give a shit, because you need to hear the screams to actually
That is horrific to me, by the way. I feel like he's kind of getting off on exposing his audience to these kind of sensitive... inflammatory, what's the word that I'm looking for? He exposes his audience to this stuff, and I feel like he enjoys the havoc that he reaps.
Understand the horrors of it.
Yeah, I saw that. That's a very stomach-churning fucking video.
Yeah. And yeah, it's just they're conditioning us to make less and less of that and be more, advertiser-friendly, which... we can get more into later if you want.
Sure, yeah, okay. All right, well, I guess with that in mind, I was under the impression that there was like a big resurgence in fucking dark content.
Dude, it's weird because I heard like in the last month or so, I've seen so many people talking about how like this is the best time on YouTube, how all their videos are turning green, how much money's being made. Then I see Mudahar post a video and he's talking about how like it's worse this year than it's ever been before. It was better in 2020. I don't know where that comes from.
Have I just not been hit by it yet?
Did y'all want to say anything about that? I'm sorry.
Okay.
Start improving everything.
Even know what it's doing,
Okay. So I'm gonna go through each point of what y'all said.
Yeah,
because
sure.
there's a lot.
Okay.
I will say, Max, I think the message a lot of people are taking away from your video right now is that YouTube supports pedophiles, and they're also taking away the idea that, like, and I'm not saying this is necessarily your fault, you can't control your audience, but a lot of people who are fans of you are saying, like, to content creators, why haven't you spoken up about this? Why won't you pick a side? Are you a pedophile? And so...
Exactly. That's another great point, Jim. We're exposing... I will say that I come from the generation of Best Score and Rotten.com and all sorts of horrific sites that probably shouldn't have been exposed to as a kid. I mean, it's probably mentally damaging in some way. But there's all these things that existed then, and we know that this is not healthy for a young mind. And then he's sitting there and he's trying to say, no. We have to force our audiences to sit through this. And yeah, I don't agree.
So it's kind of like, you kind of started this hate mob that I feel like doesn't completely even know what it's doing,
Okay. So I'm going to go through each point of what y'all said.
Yeah,
because there's a lot.
Sure.
Okay. So there was a lot of questions stated by Nick and Tom. I skipped to this point because MamaMax does actually like go down the line and answer the questions. I will say that I don't agree with his answers to all these questions.
Okay, so we did talk a lot. Sorry. In the future, after this, we'll talk a little less.
Okay, so Nick, you first said it won't open a dialogue, right?
I don't think it'll open a meaningful dialogue. I think it'll open a dialogue across Twitter. I don't think any YouTube employee is going to be like, all right, guys, we have to pick fucking children. We're
Okay, so and the good compare and contrast at this point would be like if you're looking at an Ackman situation where he basically said, I'm trying to think of the wording. He basically called YouTube homophobic and specifically called out people. He got a reaction when that happened. It wasn't a positive one, but he got a reaction.
fucked over here because I know last year's one didn't. So like the what was it? Answer Us Pedo 2.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna go through all of this, Vincent. I'm probably gonna end up cutting up this stream a little bit to make it more digestible for others.
Thing. Obviously that didn't work because you made the same video a year later.
Oh well, okay. It did work for the time. It got me an answer, which is what I wanted. Like I wanted that video specifically. I wanted to know why my video was taken down, and they gave me an answer. They opened a dialogue with me. I'm in their DMs, and it made these other YouTubers like.
This strikes me too. He's just so self-important that he feels like he's owed YouTube coming to him. That's what strikes me about that answer.
Critical. Talk to Susan Wojcicki about it, and we can go into if she lied or not with when she said she's going to start improving everything later. But
and from your own mouth, though, you did say that even aged poorly. So I mean, the dialogue happened, but there wasn't.
Oh yeah, I said it aged poorly because that's what she said, and so we all assumed, great, yay, YouTube's going to be better now, and that's what he was saying in the video, like. Yay, so we all thought that was...
I don't know if he was expecting it to like change overnight or what.
A result of both, what was theirs? Answer Us YouTube? Markiplier and Charlie?
Yeah, Answer Us YouTube or something.
Yeah, and then Answer Us PedoTube. I thought that was all the result of those, and so it's like, okay, great, things are going to get better. They didn't, so that's why there's the thing about me calling Susan Wojcicki a liar, because she said all these things, like, the thing that Markiplier presented, like self-moderating, like where we can just cut out the video in the editor.
Okay, that obviously does exist now.
And then leave it up. That was genius. And she said it was genius. Why hasn't she implemented it yet? Just asking. Okay. Your second point is... Oh, did y'all want to say anything about that? I'm sorry.
No. I mean, I guess my only response with that would be like, I don't know, YouTube bureaucracy could take a long time. Maybe they explored it as an option and it didn't seem that realistic.
Again, yeah, huge company. They got to go through stuff. They can't just like put it out next day.
I mean, dude, they literally said the wait, what was that feature? Augie's been telling.
I mean, that's kind of unrelated, but I guess that's a good.
Well, I'm just saying YouTube doesn't necessarily roll out their features.
Okay. Well, so what you wanted, Max, was an opportunity. What did Markiplier suggest exactly? An opportunity to trim content.
Go and remove it.
No, yeah, if I could fucking just trim out that 2-second butt scene, I would be more than happy. Like, I would have fucking started the hashtag in the first place. My problem is them taking down videos that the majority of people.
Oh yeah, he definitely reached out to PewDiePie. Yeah, and that's who cares? I agree with you, Snow.
Appreciate, at least the majority of my audience appreciate and find healing in. Yeah.
So your issue is that people like your videos and YouTube took it down?
I wouldn't put it like that, but that's one way to put it. I think
this drawing is fantastic. Who did this animation? Artwork. Flapping Flamingo. There you go. Oh, Vincent, that made me laugh. And should have contacted Leo. And Peaches. Yeah, he definitely was trying to push that, like, Punisher, Frank Castle, I'm the bad guy, Batman, whatever you want to call it. Like, that's the persona that he's emulated. And it's just like, okay, that kind of draws some attention. But then he's got such a diluted message, and then he's weaponizing an audience. And I guess, I don't know. That's awesome. See, I've not watched all the Punisher content. I really like the storyline for it though too.
I mean, it's like just because people like your video, like, you know, I'm not saying your videos are like this, but let's say 100,000 people like a video of a dog being beheaded. Like, should they be like, YouTube, why'd you fucking take the video of the dog being beheaded down, right?
Okay.
Like, what does that mean?
All right, I don't. Dude, I'm just saying, like, you seem like this seems like a total rational thing. You couldn't present the video in like this manner where you just explain what the problem is instead of drumming up a whole narrative.
We can get to that. I wanted to get to y'all's other points.
Sure, let's do that.
Okay, Nick, you said it leaves a bad taste in your mouth, right?
Yes.
And that's because of like the bombastic nature of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that was the point of it. It was to fuel the fire, I guess. I know the support so far has been almost unanimous. Like,
again, fuel what fire? What is the outcome that you're wanting?
Except for, you know, the few vocal minority.
You say the outcome that you're wanting is for YouTube to have a conversation. But what's the result of the conversation that you want?
I don't even know if it's
Nick,
a few. Y'all might
dipster.
Y'all might, yeah. I mean, y'all might be like all over the place. I have no idea.
Yeah.
But it did exactly what I wanted it to do.
Oh, he definitely deflects a lot, and he also laughs a lot in here with things that I don't find appropriate to laugh at.
Like, I don't think any shit was going to happen unless I made it that way. And, you know, maybe I was wrong. Maybe I could have gone a more professional approach, but that's not even me. Like, someone else should make that video. I am very...
Why should someone else make the fucking video? Why can't you just make the video and speak for yourself, Max?
Hyper-aggressive. I am super...
Hyper-aggressive is one thing, but I, again, like, do you deny that is the spread of misinformation?
I don't think it's spreading misinformation because...
Well, what misinformation specifically was spread, Nick? What would you say?
I would just say, can you give supporting evidence as to why YouTube loves pedophiles?
Well, I don't say they love pedophiles in the video.
You say word for word.
No, I say intentionally or not, you punish those of us who create content in response to injustice, such as pedophiles.
I can read I have like a direct quote.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
It's the one at the end of the video.
the let die the...
Agreed there, Snow.
The pedophiles you love or suffer the little children.
Yeah, I believe it's a Spider-Man line.
Yeah, that's a Spider-Man line. It gets the movement going. It's like
it gets the movement going, but you're walking up to the door for I don't know how much you speak on this video, like 8 to 10 minutes in the beginning.
The issue is when you say something like that,
literally
like,
just outright say the pedophiles that you love. So like, yeah, you can add your allegedlys, you can talk around it as much as you want, but you literally said that YouTube loves pedophiles in their video. So like, I get bombastic nature, but to me it just sounds like misinformation. Like that's just what it sounds.
Well, I mean,
the issue with that also is like this has caused people in your audience to go out and be like, hey, YouTuber, why are you supporting MamaMax? Oh, you must be a pedophile.
Right there, I just want to highlight that from Tom. But yeah, so no, I haven't seen any of the new Spider-Man stuff. I gotta sit down and watch it at some point. I've done the whole Marvel universe.
Like, you know, when you have such a
well, not all the recent stuff, but up to like Endgame.
Such a distinct message. It's very hard for some audience members to maybe parse that out. And I'm not saying you're necessarily responsible for them, but maybe, do you think you could have worded that better, or maybe like that specific line didn't need to be in there?
I don't think he could word it better because that's the point of the video.
Well, I felt like after watching a 30-minute video about the actual issue, putting that one line at the end for, you know, it's like, let's go get them sort of thing. It like builds the hype, I guess.
Builds the hype?
But that's kind of the takeaway, you know? I guess the thing is when you make a video saying like, YouTube has protected pedophiles, which really they haven't. I'm sorry, like YouTube has not protected pedophiles.
They definitely have not protected pedophiles.
YouTube's taken a few videos in large catalogs of videos from creators, and you know some of those have resulted in videos about pedophiles being taken down. Does YouTube protect pedophiles? Would you say that? Like you said that in the video. I wouldn't say that. I haven't seen evidence within your video that YouTube protects pedophiles, or frankly that by proxy anything that.
I mean, the one example in your video, you tell exactly why it was taken down. That's like it drives my I'm going like right through the wall, dude.
No, yeah. That's why I say like usually I'll say like.
By the way, the comments on this seem to point to like Nick going off. I watched this whole interview. Nick never goes off.
Indirectly protects pedophiles, and I do stand by that because the pedophiles I've previously covered, like when my videos get taken down, it's like, okay, what happens? Like it serves no one but those pedophiles, right?
Well, maybe it could serve YouTube's advertisers. I mean, that's a big deal.
That's another topic we should talk about because advertisers, I think, would be perfectly fine with anti-pedophile content, no matter how. Because that's what the public perception is. Like, no one likes fucking pedophiles. And I'm sure advertisers would be fucking fine if with anti-pedophile content. It's just...
Again, it's a lot of it comes down to the dissemination. How do you filter out anti-pedophile from bullying and from pro-pedophilic? I think is the word I want to go with. Content.
Just... Maybe YouTube.
Well, I would hope so, but imagine
So wait, do you think a majority of the stuff you said? Because I mean, you made the video. Do you think a majority of the stuff you said is that YouTube indirectly protects pedophiles?
I'd say so, yeah.
Because like these are some quotes. All right, we don't like pedophiles. Something you don't seem to see eye to eye on. That's about 3 minutes and 40 seconds.
Yes.
We tried peacefully, but you're unwilling to budge, like the apologists you allegedly are.
Yes.
He's starting to laugh here.
1:30. And then obviously the final one, which was YouTube will choose let die the pedophiles they love or suffer the children. And by the end of the night, I want Twitter to be a shitstorm. Direct call to action. So like you're saying indirectly, but you're saying that YouTube is an alleged pedophile apologist. You're saying that YouTube doesn't agree with where we stand on pedophiles, and you're saying that they love pedophiles. So it's just like, well, you're telling me it's indirect. If it's indirect, dude, if it's indirect, I almost like, I would just roll my eyes. But like, you make a hashtag called...
Again, it's just, I'm trying to illustrate and highlight and point out that this guy just makes convoluted content all the time, then sits there and cries and goes into DMs, and then when some big creator doesn't respond to him, then he creates this freaking targeted thing. So before it was PedoTube, then Pick a Side, now it's Charlie. It's this continuation. I don't understand between the doxing, the shit information, just how he puts his content together, his attacks, his weaponizing his audience. This guy deserves to be at the back of the fucking line, is where he deserves to be. He's like a petulant child.
Answer us PedoTube with the implication that YouTube is pedophiles. You say all of this stuff in the video, and then you drop a brand new hashtag, Pick a Side. Like, oh, how brave. Oh, how brave. The profound stance of picking children over pedophiles. You know, it's just, I don't know, dude. That doesn't really add up.
I think that your intentions are noble with the video. I guess my issue just comes down to, we can talk about the corpse thing in a little bit, but like there are issues with the video in terms of the lines that like, I get that you did it for outrage and maybe it will generate that, but I'm not confident. In fact, I'm somewhat confident that you saying those things could make YouTube take less action when you're making a hit piece about them.
You just want other people to talk about it, which again, like, you have a huge platform. You're not a 10 million sub YouTuber, but you're a very large YouTuber, right? You have
Oh yeah, and Jim, he's absolutely lucky. He hasn't been, and I believe it's just because he ends up nuking a lot of videos on his channel. And he makes all of his money on Patreon. His YouTube is not his source of income. It's funny because he's trying to dictate and tell people whose source of income is YouTube, these larger creators, what to do, while meanwhile he's not even using the platform technically. It's not like you can go in through God. I think of like content creators that I'm watching recently, they have like 500, 1,000 or more videos. This guy has like 15. This is not where he's earning his money. He earns his money through Patreon. Don't let that confuse you.
much larger reach than even we do.
So he's telling people what to do, and he doesn't even give a shit about the platform.
What did you need like Chris Hansen for then? Like, that guy has probably less connections than you. I'm so confused.
So YouTube never...
By the way, I'm just going to state out loud that I am of the strong belief that no one should be deplatformed. I actually encourage them to retain their platform, because then you know what they are and you know where they are. When you start deplatforming people, then you got things that are happening in tangentially that you don't see, and it can cause issues. So, like by saying, oh, maybe we should deplatform MamaMax. Well, no, I don't want him deplatformed. His messages at the very base level of the content is good. It's just the way he presents it and his failures over the entire process that make it bad. So I just think he needs to, he's perfectly fine to remain on YouTube, even though he doesn't make content here. I want him here, but I don't want to call him better than what he actually is.
Never gave a shit until I started doing this, right? Like, they don't respond until I do this. And that's why I do it. They've conditioned me to do it. Like, I don't know any other way to put it besides that. I feel like, and about the, like, the lines in the video, like, why call them apologists? Why be so, I guess, mean? Or like, I know you say misinformation. I and many other people do genuinely believe they are protecting pedophiles indirectly, either directly or indirectly. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. But I do think that is a case for some people, because channels that my friends who hunted pedophiles get fucking taken down, and like channels terminated. And for what reasons, I don't even know. Plagued Moth.
Who was the one who was mad that he was getting demonetized over war, but like documenting war crimes? Really? You think you're gonna get a green for that?
No.
On YouTube, I'm not really
Sorry,
mad.
I'm just trying to skip forward.
I should have inquired more, and I'm not even really mad that my part was in this video, because I don't know, it's whatever. But it wasn't just shitting on YouTube. It was saying that YouTube inadvertent.
Okay, so we watched the video. We watched the Pick a Side video. We know that Tom was in that video. He's one of the big creators that was put in there. Tom was under the pretense, and he's going to go over this, that it was just a talk about YouTube doing crappy stuff. And then again, MamaMax took that video that he gave to him in good faith and then contorted it to fit his narrative.
And protects pedophiles and trying to like start a movement on YouTube. I guess I guess the thing is like, why even include all of us in the video if we don't have the same issues and they don't even relate? Like mine had nothing to do with pedophiles. You know?
Right. I feel like, okay, well, some of the issues were the same. Some were different.
Yeah.
But I felt like it was all a consensus that something needs to be done. Like, we're fucking sick of this shit. And
Pop my back.
Dude, a lot of people are sick of this shit on YouTube.
Exactly.
A lot of people for a lot of reasons, dude.
Oh,
Are you
yeah.
familiar like with the fact that like I think I said this before, but like ISIS videos were being taken down like 5 years ago, critiquing them and like dunking on them and like debunking propaganda and stuff like that with like COVID misinformation right now. I mean, not only do I think like tying them to this hashtag kind of dulls their cause a bit. It's going to make, in the short term, dude, tons of people are going to be talking about it. But like in the long term, do these YouTubers know what they signed up for?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, kind of, because like in
Okay,
Tom's
right
case,
here.
I don't know what Tom was told. I'd actually prefer to ask him in front of you.
Yeah, so I can actually say this now.
Go for it.
If you don't mind, Max, I was not told that this video had anything to do with. I could have predicted it because I know who you are, I guess, a little bit. But you know, I was told a lot of smaller dark.
I really, 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 really want you to pay attention to Max's reaction right here.
Content creators and investigative journalists are getting fucked by YouTube for, in quotes, harassment. And a lot of us are making a statement basically shitting on YouTube. Art told me you'd be down for that, being a gamer from Mars. All you have to do is give a 10 to 30 second take on how you feel about YouTube. How it doesn't give a shit about any of us. My investigative content is important and something needs to be done. That's something you're up for. And I did it, but I feel like now, like, maybe...
Dude, you sounded like in that segment you were calling Dirt Bubbles a pedophile because of the context in the video.
But the thing is, I wasn't, and he's not.
Exactly. Like when we watched the video, it kind of looks like Tom's narrative for what he was talking about is calling somebody out when it wasn't even that intention. It's just Tom is talking about shitting on YouTube, but then he contorts the context to fit his narrative.
Picked a weirdo to talk about in the video, and then everything else is about pedophiles. It sounded like...
Well, that's my issue with it. I had a few people on Twitter being like, is this guy a pedo or something? It's like, no, he's not. He's just a freak, and he has something wrong.
Listen to him laugh.
But the thing is, I wasn't, and he's
Dude,
not.
you picked
He's
a
not
weirdo to talk about in the video, and then everything else is about pedophiles. It sounded like...
Well, that's my issue with it. I had a few people on Twitter being like, is this guy a pedo or something? It's like, no, he's not. He's just a freak, and he has something wrong with him. So I guess the issue is, like, everything's being kind of lumped in there, and that's not...
That might have been mine.
fault.
I assumed everyone knew what I was doing because I did this last time. I did Answers Pedo2. Everyone knows I'm the pedo hunter guy. I assumed everyone knew what the
assumed
message was.
And like I said, I'm not mad at you. Maybe I should have went into it more. Admittedly, I didn't think about it that much, and I probably should have. But I guess my issue with it in retrospect is like, I feel like all of us were kind of thrown in there when we all have like vastly different. Like one guy talked about like copyright, like that's not even on the table.
If you feel like a lot of people knew, then why would you put a disclaimer in that like?
That was so if they were friends with Corpse wouldn't get mad.
So if you go back and you watch the video, there's that little disclaimer in the beginning. He's saying that disclaimer about the opinions and everything else is there for the whole thing that happened with Corpse, which is the tail end of all those the chain of lineup of YouTube hitmen.
Mad at them. Or,
so that's the next thing we should talk
Let's
about.
Let's go for it. I'm down.
So I got some people asking me questions about that. In particular, this one from Bo Blacks. He tweeted this recently. He said, please have Max elaborate on him calling out Corpse to say something. It seemed really out of pocket in the video. And I admit, when I watched that, like, you know...
It's so sadistic. That's the word I was trying to think of. He's like a sadist. He likes to laugh at the downfall of others.
I saw you like being like John Scarce, and I was like, all right, I guess this makes sense. And then you were like Corpse, who's two friends, and you were an asshole to me. And it's like, okay, Corpse was an asshole to you, and it's like, I guess.
Again, he just stood there and he used a video that was supposed to be about, hey, draw attention to this subject, but also, hey, dude, you owe me a fucking favor.
I was talking to Tro about it.
Yeah.
The conclusion we kind of came to is you were just, I guess, you know, breaking every egg you had to kind of get this movement started. Is that what you did? You thought maybe you could just pressure him?
Oh, yeah. I felt like I hand-selected those people very particularly. Some of it was emotional. Some of it was, I do literally think this person will enhance the message or reach out to YouTube on behalf of us. Like, that's why I had Chris Hansen, because, you know, he's a professional in the business.
This is so much laughable in hindsight.
So, yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, it was all handpicked.
But like, I guess my question is like, what do you think maybe that compromises your message at all to not only have like the very like Batman presentation around it, which I had a lot of
It
people
sounded like
asking
you
about.
blackmailed Corpse husband.
I mean, yeah. Like, was that like, I don't know, was that what?
Yeah. He literally sits there and he acknowledges his manipulation.
Was that necessary? Do you think that was right? I guess.
Was it necessary? No, it wasn't fucking necessary. I didn't need to do any of that. Did it help? You fucking bet it did. It
How
made
so?
people fucking angry. And I mean, that was the point of the video. I just want...
But angry at Corp's husband?
No. Angry. We're sick of this shit. Angry that we are dealing with YouTube,
How did
putting
the
it in
Corp's
our ass.
husband thing make it about YouTube? Because you're saying that, like, you've wronged me on a person.
That's literally what that whole fucking thing was. Dude, you owe me a favor. I wrote it down. Look, on the 17th of June of 3 years ago, I helped you move. And you said, you know what? I'll pay you back. And now I'm here to collect.
Personal level. I saw a lot of tweets going like, this looks fucking bad. It looked like it was directed directly at Corpse.
Oh, yeah.
Because he can help us. And
Yeah, I understand that. But, like, your personal grievance aside, I understand he asked you to take down a video at a very inopportune time. And then, like, kind of ghosted you, but...
It's a bit more than that. He and I have a long history, but that was what I was willing to share.
Uh-huh.
I guess it's like, how is that relevant? Like...
Oh, I did him a favor. It's like exactly what I said. I did him a favor. He can do me a favor.
Dude, I guess when I pictured how this conversation was going to go...
Like, literally right there. There was no reason to have that in the video other than to just be an asshole.
Oh, I thought you were going to say, like, I'm here because I want to do X, Y, and Z. And then you're going to give kind of...
Thank you, Jim. That's literally the point that I'm trying to drive home, and I appreciate you saying that. He literally wants everybody to talk for him, and he just wants to sit there in the back and be, look what I did.
A bit more. It's just like, what I get from this whole, if I kind of give a big summary, is that, like, you knew this thing wasn't going to create the dialogue. It was just out there to just cause a bunch of shit.
The domino effect. Yeah.
Yeah. You use it to try to reach bigger YouTubers. The pedophile stuff was a means to an end, that you're going to include it because it'll get people angry. And your presentation and listing off all the YouTubers, regardless of whether it seemed like it belongs there, is just to drum up more attention. Is any of this at all just kind of what I saw in those messages? I don't mean to insult you, but is any of this like, this is a way to make my channel go to the next level?
No. I think my channel get taken down for making a video like this.
Really?
Twice? If it didn't get taken down the first time, you think it'll go down now?
Oh yeah. I mean, well, I predicted that. Like, everyone's saying, be careful. Like, don't let your channel get terminated. I'm like, I don't even give a shit.
That really is the grand test of time, because
he doesn't make his money here. He doesn't give a shit about YouTube. He doesn't give a shit about victims. He doesn't give a shit about other content creators. He doesn't even give a shit necessarily about the stuff that he's speaking on, which we will get into in here, because he kind of basically fucking says that at one point. Oh yeah. When he had that God Cult title, that was probably the most appropriate title that he's ever put on himself.
If there is like a conspiracy, as someone I was talking to previously kind of put it, or if they are trying to like hurt dark content creators in some capacity, I mean, your video is the one to go, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we reflect on this a year from now and this video fucked you.
I mean, we'll see. Like,
I mean, when you compare it and you look at this interview, you really see what kind of asshole you're dealing with.
I want to see some progress, specifically with YouTube and us, their creators.
If a third video goes down, are you going to make a third one of these?
Oh my god, I feel like by that time, I'm already...
I really, really despise this response.
Pretty sick of it. I didn't even want to do this one. I hate doing this.
Yeah, must be sick of making videos about pedos.
Because I'll tell you one thing.
Well, that was such a good job.
Make a third one and none of these ones went down. I mean, it's going to be a hard sell, dude.
Just what he's laughing at here, like...
I'm already sick of it. I didn't even want to do this one. I hate doing this.
Yeah, must be sick of making videos about pedos.
Because I'll tell you one thing. If you make a third one and none of these ones went down, I mean, it's going to be a hard sell, dude.
Hey, guess what? Guess who took them down? MamaMax did. As far as I know, YouTube did not take these videos down. He cleansed his channel.
I'm just saying, third time's not the charm.
First of all, to you, Tom, I do not get sick of covering pedophiles. That's what I have fun doing. I would rather be in my hole hunting pedophiles. That's what brings me life. I hate when I have to do...
That's what brings him life.
Do this shit and start stupid-ass drama just to make people give a shit. You know, because when you... especially when you're...
He's sick of this shit. He's sick of creating drama. Here we are, 2 years later, still fucking doing the same goddamn thing.
So fucking pissed off. Like, you have to hear the screams of children being raped to death, and you have to witness puppies being skinned alive, trying...
You don't have to watch this shit. And then get a job with the feds.
To hobble away. Like, this shit becomes so goddamn easy. Like, I don't give a fuck anymore.
But dude, do you know who has the same fucking experience as you?
Yeah.
All those people who sit there and watch your videos and accidentally fucked yours. Like all those people who sit there who work for YouTube who have to review like 400 videos per day, have to watch videos of puppies getting fucking ripped in half and like child pornography and like ISIS beheadings and people being decapitated. And the reason why we have so much bot usage isn't just because YouTube's a cheap company who barely...
It's mental health, the mental stability.
That's even every year. It's like, I mean, like somebody got like PTSD from this and is currently like suing YouTube. But that's part of the issue here. They can't just fix this overnight by hiring a bunch of employees. I think the best thing I've heard so far is I forgot who was the one who actually brought this up, but I know you mentioned it on here. Is the time, because let's just be honest here. If you get hacked and you have a crypto scam running on your channel, YouTube has to be able to teach her.
Oh, you mean like before it goes public?
No. So I'm saying like if they see like
I'm just trying to skip forward again.
Testing porn from your channel, they can't be like, all right, man.
We'll have the answer, but I want something to be done.
But it always feels like that. It always feels like people.
So are you comfortable saying you don't know what you want to be done?
You don't know the logical next step, but you're okay with making like the call to action. Like there's no end game here.
I want to open dialogue. That's what I want. I want them to.
Then open the dialogue yourself. There's no fucking reason why you can't sit there and message and do all the same shit that every other poor sap fucking soul has to do on YouTube when shit happens to them. There's a reason SVU agents only work in the unit for 5 years. Yeah, exactly. It's mentally taxing.
Communicate with their creators, which is...
But you don't want to open a dialogue with them. You want to open a dialogue with YouTubers to open a dialogue with them. Do you see how this is counterproductive?
I would like to open a dialogue with them. I don't
well, then
think
you can't call them pedophiles.
Huh?
They don't call them pedophiles.
No, yeah, I don't... Even that,
I guess my thing with it is it feels like a non sequitur, you know? Most of the...
Exactly. When you're sitting there at YouTube, you're a pedophile. You, the person watching me right now, you're a pedophile. Now you have to do what I say and what I want in order for that to change.
People in your video didn't talk about pedophiles, didn't have anything to say about pedophiles. A few of them had issues with it, but like none of the videos were taken down because they talked about pedophiles.
It's just,
one tweet I have.
It's just an over-dramatized video with a good message that has a bunch of people who, some of which didn't know what they were in for.
I have this tweet from this person.
Boom, right there. Nick just summed the whole fucking video up.
Named Nani, which is I think a takeaway some people have had from the video, and she says. Remember when YouTube struck 2 of my videos on Chris Daly, the guy who got arrested for being a pedophile because I said pedophiles probably shouldn't have a platform? Hashtag pick a side YouTube, retweets appreciated. I highly doubt YouTube emailed this person and was like, you said pedophiles shouldn't have a platform. We're going to have to disagree there a bit. We think pedophiles should have YouTube channels and your videos going. I feel like that's not what happened.
We can doubt all we want, but crazier shit has happened.
No.
Am I really like that absurd for thinking that, no, we need to have these people out in the fucking open? Like, I don't understand why we want to, like, push everybody away. Like, we want to make this safe little fucking bubble environment. And you're trying to fit everybody's bubble under one umbrella bubble. And it ain't going to fucking happen. This is what happens if you got some white supremacist there. He doesn't want to see any content that involves any ethnicities. Okay, and then you got a trans individual that doesn't want to see any transphobic community or stuff. Then you have someone who is... heterosexual that's homophobic. They don't want to see any of the gay stuff, and it's just like it's just, you're never going to make all these groups happy. And the solution of just get rid of the group is also a non sequitur, because you're sitting there and you're saying just get rid of them and then we can put the umbrella over these other groups. Well, first of all, I want to know what that group is doing and where they are and what they're saying. The more visibility I have on them, the better. Because if I know where they are, I know what they're saying, I know how to hold them accountable. But when they're sitting there and they're off of the platform, maybe they're off of some tangential stuff on, like this guy used Kick. You got someone else using Rumble and Kick, the messenger app, not Kick the platform. But say then you got someone that goes to Kick, and then you've got less visibility on these people just because you wanted to make a safer bubble for yourself.
No, there's never been an instance in history where YouTube has taken a video down.
How do you know that?
I said, that's impossible.
I disagree.
That is far beyond everything.
I guess the question is, do you have any... Okay, here's the thing. If we don't know if it happened, you're making an accusation, you know, can you prove in any way that YouTube took down videos because they're about pedophiles?
I think there's more than enough people in the comment sections and on Twitter. There's enough of a unanimous, like, yes, this has also happened to me, that it's enough for me to be like, I think it's reasonable to believe that YouTube would take down, maybe unintentionally.
He has no proof. He skirted that fucking question. all the way around.
Like it could have been.
I mean, I guess the thing is like,
holy shit, that's so scary. Dude, that's so
can
scary
you ever
to hear
remember
from somebody in your profession. No offense.
Hold up.
Hold on.
Wait, can I just say something, please? Because I asked the question. Can you like? Do you think just because a lot of people like believe in something or have a feeling that it's true? And I feel like that's the bad standard to set, like for life in general.
Dude, you like
right?
hunt pedophiles? You can't think that. Holy shit, dude. Oh fuck! I'm just saying, like.
Well, I guess
a lot of people
there have
said
been a
this,
lot
so
of
it must be
times-
true. I mean, that's not a. I mean, I wouldn't expect you of all people.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it's worth looking into, not that it's true, and that we shouldn't be. It's impossible. Like,
Okay.
That's
yeah,
close-minded,
I
I
can live
think.
with that. I can live with that.
Okay.
Again, I think Nick's being completely reasonable in this interview.
Yeah, I'm not.
I can live with that. But
So you think we should explore the possibility that YouTube is run by pedophiles or supports pedophiles?
Absolutely.
On videos about pedophiles?
Yeah.
That is so ridiculous.
All right.
I feel like you need a bit more than like, here are some videos that were taken down. Especially when, like, again, I don't know if you want to concede on this point. It's pretty arguable that your video was taken down justifiably. We could disagree on how YouTube treats other channels, which
Sorry, I keep trying to stretch. I took some medication. I'm just trying to stretch my back out and everything. The weather's crappy here, and I'm old, and I got like the body of a 60-year-old.
I'm sorry, we could agree on that.
Favoritism.
Other channels,
Yeah.
there's absolutely favoritism. But like, I think that your video did contain sexual content, right? Like, there's no conspiracy there. That video did go down
Black and white. He had sexual content in the video. That's why it was taken down.
for a justifiable.
There's no need to sit there and cry in DMs all these YouTubers and create a fucking convoluted video that has no point.
Reason, and I believe if it were to be put back up and with a censored version, I don't believe you would have had that problem, right?
It was not meant to be sexually gratifying, like they presented it.
No, but
And-
it was sexually gratifying to whom? The girl kissing a naked black man,
Right.
or to you? You know what I
But I
mean?
mean, they could say that for like music videos that have Rihanna's tits out, like.
Yeah, and again, like, I'm not disagreeing with you that there are
Mhm.
different things being handled. And again, I think if there's problems in the pedophile hunting community, your problem, I would assume, lies on the fact that like degenerates reporting your videos more so than other people's videos. Anything that would put more eyes on it.
No, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised about that at all.
I mean, if that's your argument that like what I do attracts more attention, so I deal with an unreasonable amount of reports, I could believe that.
Okay.
But again, like I don't know. There's not really much to work with here. It's like, I mean, there's so have like any direction on where to actually take it. You're just like screaming into a void.
Yeah.
We are treated the exact same way as someone with 0 subscribers who's uploading porn. You know, we don't have any protection. Like after we passed 100K.
What is this protection that he wants? Like, just state the goddamn statement.
Of anything that's like bad, like we go to Twitter for that. Like why? It's just so ridiculous. There needs to be change.
Yeah, I'm not going to disagree with you that there's like a lot of problems with YouTube, that Twitter is an easier avenue than their own support and all these other things. But like, again, none of that's my problem with your video. My problem with your video isn't your message. My problem with your video isn't the message of the 30 people that are in it. My problem with your video is that it's a dialogue that doesn't create a dialogue.
Exactly.
It's, in some ways defamatory for the sake of entertainment.
Well,
in a
let's
video
talk about-
that's supposed to be serious.
Let's talk about how it doesn't create dialogue. I mean, my intent wasn't to create dialogue directly to YouTube, but it did. Like they responded being like, "Hey, we're going to re-review this," and then I got emailed by like one of their higher ups being like, "Hey, I'm going to work with you on this." So
This is on Pedo too, the prior one?
No, this is on this one.
The new one, yeah.
Oh, okay. You got emailed by YouTube. What did they say?
So he got the contact. You got what you fucking wanted, asshole. Why are you sitting here still crying about shit?
That's the same thing you'd get if you bitched enough in like a regular tweet, right? Like,
Thank
I
you.
don't know if the video necessarily. I mean, yeah, it's just, dude, I don't know. It's really, yeah.
It's a mess, man.
I guess my thing is like it is a mess, but I feel like
Every fucking thing you touch is a mess.
the mess is not just YouTube, but I feel like your video, I don't know if it will cause damage to the issue, but I feel like it kind of exacerbates this mess because remember Matt
Apocalypse.
Watson, you remember that guy?
I actually have a point about this I want to make. But
cool.
Please.
Sure, yeah.
So I see these tweets comparing me to Matt Watson, but the
Oh, Matt Watson, not Walsh. Sorry, I mispronounced earlier.
only thing comparable is that we talked about pedos on YouTube and started a hashtag for it. Everything else, like our messages are literally the inverse of each other. He was blaming YouTube and advertisers for monetizing pedophile content, whereas my video is trying to get protections in place for anti-pedophile content and any other journalistic kind of content with dark subject matter. Like anyone who's comparing me to Matt Watson didn't watch the fucking video.
Okay, but you're sitting there. What is your end goal here? Yeah, I can agree with that, Jim. It's kind of frustrating to me that they did reach out because now it's expected. Like, yeah, I think that's exactly what it is. He expects everybody to bend the knee for him.
I feel like.
Yeah, I would agree. I don't think the comparisons to Matt are as warranted, especially, maybe from what I heard before they were before I watched the video.
And advertisers did not pull out when I did this the first time. Advertisers are not going to pull out this time, because what fucking advertiser is going to pull out because a dude in a Hotline Miami mask and talking in a Batman voice and filming the scene like I'm holding YouTube hostage? Like, what advertiser is going to pull out because of that? Like, I know these people like to say,
what does it matter? They can pull out for any reason. They're a freaking private company.
Your hashtag trended. It was pick a side, YouTuber pedophiles. You don't think that could potentially be like advertisers?
It's deterrent to the advertisers. It's all Nick is trying to say here.
Don't watch a YouTube video and pull out. Advertisers get an email from Insider.com saying that you're supporting this person.
I mean, even then, I don't think that's gonna happen. Who the fuck is?
It might not happen. It might happen, but it's just like the comparison I see between you and Matt Watson is a non-issue versus in what I was, and then all they did to rectify that situation was destroy family vlog channels.
And that's part of Matt Watson's messaging. Like, he made it.
His website is fucking harboring child predators. So that's our disconnect, and that's going to continue to be our disconnect, because the presentation of the video and the way that you conduct yourself in it doesn't tell me hey, I have an issue that I'd like to talk about. And then in this actual conversation, it seems like that's true.
Jin, that's kind of funny. Yeah, Honda throwing out a freaking video on a new car. It says YouTube supports child abuse. Nah.
They have to. I mean, I would have loved just to tell YouTube, hey, look, this is what's wrong. This is what needs to be done. That shit never fucking works. Everyone did that with the dislikes.
But do you have proof that this method works?
Do I have proof that historically speaking, from the last time it happened, it warranted a phone call with Charlie for him to bring it up?
Yeah, but
so it's tangential. You can't even relate that to your matter. You have no idea. That call could have been scheduled for fucking months, possibly, and it just happened to happen. I don't know. I didn't look into the story on this because there's so much fucking messiness with you, Max. You're such a messy goddamn individual. When you fucking realize that and you stop doing all your fucking bullshit, stop preying on the fucking weak, stop sitting there and crying in fucking DMs, take some goddamn responsibility, do the shit that you say you're gonna fucking do. When you say you're gonna fucking research shit. When you got proof, have a proof. You can sit there and you don't gotta fucking dox people. You don't gotta dox fucking private individuals, because you do that an awful fucking lot, and sit there and just be a normal goddamn content creator.
Right?
I have no idea about this.
So they did that just last year. That's an example of an outcry of people doing it some the right way, suppose, in one that's definitely not going to work. I get your fucking disappointment. I think screaming into a void is every time we talk to YouTube. I just don't know how your version is better.
It might not be better. I mean, we'll have to wait and see to find.
It's not better. You keep doing it though.
That would kill them, I feel like.
How do you think you guys make up a huge demographic of their main their audience?
I think
we want to go back.
Making it more aggressive is what forces their hand.
Do you ever get worried that by continuing to do this, one day they're just going to be like, yeah, you know what, I'm sick of this shit, we're not hosting pedophile investigations on this platform anymore?
I highly doubt they would ever. That would kill them, I feel like.
He's so fucking self-absorbed.
How do you think you guys make up a huge demographic of their main their audience?
I think if they stopped hosting anti-pedophile content, I think that would just the public perception of that would be.
Yeah, they wouldn't be okay, no more, not specifically. They'd be okay, so the new harassment guidelines do A, B, C, and D. That'll basically alienate people from critiquing each other on YouTube. Politics, you can't talk about people negatively off platform. And strictly, you're laughing, but Twitch.tv is really fucking shitty.
Oh, that. God, yeah.
Twitch has terrible TOS. If you operated under Twitch's TOS, I honestly think your job would be harder. So it's it could always get much worse, much faster if they get tired.
Yeah, by doing what you're doing, you're asking for fucking action. You don't know what the action is, and the action could be worse.
Well, I feel like I'm going, they are slowly trying to kick channels.
That doesn't, but then maybe it was just a mistake.
Well, okay. Plague Moth was talking about it. Even Muda was talking about how.
This is kind of interesting too. I wanted to just go over this.
Oh, he can't make anti-pedophile content anymore because YouTube won't.
Okay, so hold on. His channel wasn't deleted. He just got a couple strikes.
No, his channel was terminated.
So then how is he still active?
They brought it back and said it was a mistake.
Dude.
Trying to kick channels like mine off the website anyway, so might as well make a big fuss about it.
Really?
I do, yes. Because they, like I said, they terminated my friends' channels. They keep removing my videos.
They terminated his friends' channels.
More and more each passing year.
Who are your friends that got deleted? I actually I don't know a ton about that.
Anxiety War, Surviving Life. There's
Anxiety Wars, first person in the video.
Anxiety War. I know him. His channel was deleted. Well, hold up.
Now, he said that his channel was deleted. That's literally what Max just said.
He was in the video.
I was spaced out in that video, that part of the video. Wait, no, his channel's on YouTube right now. Wait.
Plague Moth was talking about it. Even Muda was talking about like how he can't make anti-pedophile content anymore because YouTube won't.
Okay, so hold on. His channel wasn't deleted. He just got a couple strikes.
No, his channel was terminated.
So then, how is he still active?
They brought it back and said it was a mistake.
This is how much he doesn't understand the system. He's coming in here and speaking on shit that he has no fucking idea about. Go back to fucking Patreon, bro.
Dude.
Well then,
wait, hold on. That doesn't. Then maybe it was just a mistake.
Well,
I really want to have a conversation with Plague Moth at some point, or go into that rabbit hole. I will say that from what I know, I feel bad for him.
Okay, there's that, but then all of his videos keep getting removed, so he stops uploading on YouTube. That's why he made the video I show in my video where it says moving on. That's him basically being like, fuck YouTube, I'm just going to do Patreon. If you want to support me on Patreon, go ahead. Because they keep removing his videos.
Sounds familiar. Max, why don't you just go back to fucking Patreon with your buddy?
Like, and they are tame. Like, they are so fucking tame. It's him reading chat logs and then him confronting the person, like the EDP situation. Like, it's so annoying.
I mean, I know Brittany Ventney had a problem where every single time she streamed.
Okay, I want you to pay attention to what Nick's talking about here with Brittany Ventney. It seems tangential, but just so you can get the idea of what Max grasps and what he does not grasp.
She got a strike for no reason. She had to contact YouTube. I don't know enough about Anxiety War to know this, but she would fire up a stream. One of them was like her reading the Bible, and it went down for like harassment or something. And then eventually someone from YouTube was like, "Oh, we literally fucked your channel." Again, like I don't know Anxiety War situation. Maybe I'm just like completely blowing smoke here, but like there genuinely could be something wrong with the actual channel. I've seen who's the most recent YouTuber.
So there you go. Nick's giving you examples of like instances where stuff just breaks.
Get like fucking popped out of nowhere, Tom. Was it not Poncho? You can go.
Oh, okay, thank you. But when your appeals and you get email back saying sorry, we don't agree with you. It's get to the point like it gets.
I make dark content like smaller YouTubers and stuff like that. I saw the one message that Tipster put out. That's just those guys, the ones that are in the video. There's nobody else. Because I feel like if there's like a lot of people getting fucked over and people's channels getting deleted, I mean, your call to action probably would be the best place to promote them and get the boots off of just stop letting YouTube shit all over them.
No, yeah, that's why I think
in other words, do the work, do the research, bro.
Video has so much support, especially when you look at the comments. You can see all the other channels that I didn't even know about who are doing the same shit and getting fucked over.
I guess the thing is, I feel like I totally have a lot of the same issues that those guys have with YouTube. I mean, I was in the fucking video. But at the same time, I think that a lot of people, when they're angry, will direct rage towards something kind of nebulous, and it kind of feels like that's what this is. And I mean, I guess we'll see what happens. But I genuinely,
we can agree to disagree. Like,
yeah, I feel like
what a tipster line.
your cause is just such an easy one to bandwagon on. I don't mean to be a dick about it. It's like, dude, man, you have the least hot take in the world.
This laugh annoyed the shit out of me.
Dude, pedophiles suck. It's fuck yeah, dude, pedophiles suck. You know what else sucks? YouTube sucks. I had a video removed. I don't even know why it was removed. But fuck yeah, dude. Let's get on this phone and shit on these fucking people. And I think that there's a lot of this is the perfect time to release one of these because the amount of people who still are like fucking mauling over dislikes, dude. I check the YouTube Reddit every now and again because I think it's funny to read people because they're really dumb over there. But no, like every day there's like a new post being like YouTube has still not added the dislike button back or something like. And that's what is it, a month now? Or? It's a very popular time to shit on YouTube. Again, like, I don't know. I see a lot of people who are just happy to be a part of something.
No, man, like, we knew what this was for. And, like, you can see even Braxton, Just Stop, and Technicals, like, quote tweeted Tipster being like, we knew exactly what we were getting in with that. He's like Shane Dawson, Corpse Husband. They were still like, I was happy to be a part of it. Like, I knew it was what I was in for, which is, I guess, basically saying they didn't know exactly what I was going to do.
I want to move forward.
Maybe repeats. And after those, I guess we can wrap things up, probably.
Let's do it.
So we've got this one question. Okay, we kind of answered this one.
Wait, can I just say something real quick?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah?
Thank you guys so much for having me here. It has been a huge pleasure.
What a cocksuck.
Just having a civilized conversation.
Yeah, no problem, man.
No problem. I have no idea how it went with Tipster, but
it didn't.
I hope
it didn't go at all.
It didn't happen.
I feel really bad. I really didn't mean to upset
Don't feel bad. Don't feel bad. It happens once a week. It is Tuesday.
Okay. Gotcha. All right. Well, I had a few questions about the presentation of your video.
Yes.
We kind of talked about this, but I'll read two of them that kind of sum it up. One of them says, why does he do a fucking Batman voice? I mean, it's funny in videos talking about creepypasta games.
It's just a fucking annoying ass laugh, bro.
Talking about serious shit like pedos, it just kind of sounds like he's making it into a joke.
Yes. Hey, look at that. 2 fucking years ago, we're already fucking telling them, stop doing this shit. It comes off as a parody. Nobody's gonna take you seriously. Fucking wake the fuck up, Max.
We have one other one that says, does it not feel insensitive to use these actual stories as a vehicle for role-playing as a Hotline Miami character? I guess, how would you respond to that?
I mean, if y'all want me to copy and paste the comments from my videos from CSA survivors themselves, explaining why they like the way I do my videos, I will be happy to do that. I do it because it's what my audience wants me to do. It is what they have not pushed me to do.
So now he's blaming his audience for weaponizing him.
Instructed me to do. It's like I say in the video, like as they have instructed me to do, but it's more of I've been conditioned by them to do it this way because this is what they like. This is what maybe not every CSA survivor wants, but it's what my audience, who are the majority of them, are CSA victims. Like they have been groomed, molested, and raped when they were children, and this is cathartic for them.
Yeah, exactly. Sargon is definitely a good one to compare him to. He's just got that same snide, like you said, personality. Like he just needs to go back to his little hole. That's all I want from him at this point. Shut the fuck up. Go back to your hole. Allow your victim or survivor, whatever you want to call them, to just put themselves out there, put the story out there so people can digest things and then decide. You put out most of a story, which is fantastic. We have Spencer's story, but we don't have anything concrete evidence to support like any of the claims you're making, and right now they are just claims. When you don't have the evidence, it's just a fucking claim. You're alleging something, okay? And you're sitting there and you're alleging that the mother knew stuff and she was involved. I don't even know what the fuck you're alleging with the goddamn brother when you doxed him. Yes, go back to hentai reviews.
And that's why I do it this way. Like, I'm so sick of people calling it cringe when they haven't even gone.
Yeah, mood is a fantastic fucking way to portray this. Tom has a really good way of portraying these things too. If you ever watched any of the Tom Dark stuff, even
through shit, because this is what they like, and that's why I do it. Otherwise, I wouldn't do it. Like, why else would I do it?
All right. Well, I think it's a pretty good answer. We have a question from someone named Jabroni TV. I believe he's a YouTuber. He says, ask him if he's considered the possibility that YouTube doesn't want an endless slew of videos on its site, accusing people of being pedos, and maybe them demonetizing those videos actually isn't in bad faith. YouTube is for entertainment, not an FBI chat room. How'd you feel?
Hey, perfect.
I mean, these videos are entertaining. They can't even deny that. Like, I mean, if that's what YouTube wants, then that is literally why I made the video, so we can show them that's not what we want.
So
he just says right there, he's making these videos just for entertainment. He's trying to rake in the money.
Just out of curiosity, because again, I've heard nothing but positive things about you, your work ethic, the kinds of again, like everybody I know has said 1,000 times that you really care about what you do and stuff like that. Which is why specifically before, when I kind of took a shot, I wanted to say, like, I don't mean this personally, but and it's like, so what do you think of a character like Chet Goldstein, the person who did the EDP 445 situation?
Chet Gold.
This, I really, really, really apologize, but again, I want you guys to pay attention to what he says here. Remember, he featured way back when we started everything, we were looking at the original videos from Max, he featured these guys, and he's going to now pretend like he has no fucking clue about them. Now, maybe in 2 years he's learned about them, he knows about them now, but just... he obviously is aware of them based on how he speaks here.
He's the person who
Are you not familiar with him?
Is he the dude that exploded EDP and he turned out to be like
he's the fat bald guy. Yeah.
Was that what it was? He was a racist?
No, it's a little worse than that.
Okay.
He didn't have the police involved until the call in the video that you saw. So the guy's just like, what do you mean you're not coming, as they're chasing EDP down the road?
Jesus Christ.
I think previously he's offered pedophiles the opportunity to fight him one-on-one in a boxing match. And
if they
win,
what the
they get to go free.
Here
like,
we
this
go.
is an example of a banned
Big
pedophile
statement
on your channel.
from MamaMax.
The channel should come back.
No.
Okay, that's I like that answer based off of the information.
So you say there's like there's a responsible way to handle videos like this?
Absolutely. Yeah. Well,
let's just. I apologize. We're just gonna rewind real quick. Really focus on MamaMax. I'm gonna make sure this is back down to normal speed, because now it's gonna feel slow when we watch it. Focus on what he says.
I'm not gonna make it out like I'm the perfect guy. My videos do make people angry, and those angry people do end up doing things. But I do make sure I do my due diligence. I report it to the police, the FBI.
Where, Max? If you do all this shit, back then, you're telling me all of a sudden you've changed your entire methodology. and you no longer do that shit, or you just think, what is it, ACAB? I mean, like, when we go through, and I'm probably going to have to end this stream, maybe do a part 2 tomorrow or something, we'll see. But it's just, when we go through the whole conversations, I really want to cover the conversations with Lyrics and with Colton and all the bullshit that you said in those fucking conversations, because that's recent. This is just establishing the history on this asshole. Just remember that.
We do everything. I mean, if y'all want proof that I can do what I do, I can, like, give you your full dogs.
No, I believe you.
There, he just says it. Tell me how the fuck this shit changes.
I believe you for sure, yeah.
Don't worry, I've been doxxed enough times. I believe you.
Okay. But yeah, I do feel like I have some kind of credibility. I mean, there's a reason why my audience likes me specifically.
That's what I've been told. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so there you go. He thinks he's a credible person because he supports going to the police. He doesn't support any of the stuff that with the let's have pedos box and stuff like that. And then sit here and we're at, what, 2 fucking years later, and he hasn't put out a shred of evidence, really. And he's just fucking sitting there using the poor Spencer as a shield, and he's got her employed, so she's kind of chained to him. Yeah, exactly. Imagine using docs as some sort of flex.
Tons of people have stepped up to say that.
Well,
so
I'm grateful.
Right.
That was kind of funny from Nick.
No problem.
Well, we have this person. You may know who Vito Gesualdi is, maybe not, but
if you don't know about Vito, it's just a funny story to me. And Vito is very polarizing, his beliefs on stuff. Now, Vito is entirely entitled to his beliefs on things. I don't believe people should be targeting him just because of how he feels about something. Like, I don't. I think it's stupid that we're going to sit there and target them because they believe, you know, these people can be rehabilitated, I guess would be the best way to put it.
He left a comment. He said, when did he realize that people are so stupid that they can be easily tricked into thinking wealthy YouTubers losing some ad revenue are victims of a massive pedophile conspiracy? So I guess he's saying,
and he calls it fucking black and white right there,
saying that you're mad that you lost money and you're kind of misdirecting that as like some kind of pedo conspiracy. I've seen a few people say things like this. I guess, I don't know. How do you feel about that kind of comment?
That I'm doing this for money.
That you're doing it for money or clout? We have other comments like that saying like it feels like you're doing it.
If that's the shit I.
Did you notice that laugh there? This is maniacal.
What? And I wouldn't be covering pedophiles on YouTube.
Well, no, not the pedophiles on YouTube part. I think it's these 2 videos.
Oh, starting the hashtag? I mean, I would fucking do this every single day if this is...
I thought you said you fucking hated doing this shit.
What I wanted.
Oh, it's just because you don't want to do that? Kind of like you want to push people to make content that they don't want to fucking make.
Well, here's the thing. I had negative
I
thoughts
hate
like
doing
that.
this.
I'm sure you've seen them because I think you took issue with Tommy and me after the first video. When I saw it the second time, I'm like, okay, so I'm right now. That was my initial thought. It's like, all right, well, I had a feeling on this guy.
That's interesting.
And I'm like, yeah, okay, well.
Like he's had some fucking epiphany.
He just did this. He made the same video for a second year in a row. So, like, were my inklings correct or no is the kind of the angle I was coming.
Again, it's just kind of fucking funny that every year around this fucking time he's dropping these fucking videos. Just fucking happens that way. When you're at the peak of fucking ad revenue and everything else, you're telling me you don't have any interest in making money off of this? I mean, it's not a fucking mystery. Go out there and research this shit. You know that this time of year is highly more profitable to do this kind of stuff. And I bet you if I really wanted to look, you probably picked a good day to drop stuff just based on reviews and stuff, and it just tanked because your information sucks. Your video fucking sucks. Okay? You just need to stick to goddamn Patreon, have all your fucking whatever CSAs and wine moms or whatever the hell else you got going on in your chat, sit there, pay you, and then allow you to live your comfortable fucking $10,000 to $14,000 fucking lifestyle per month, and you're sitting there trying to tell me how the fuck to run my fucking content, you fucking pretentious fucking asshole.
coming into this with. That's why I was like, what the fuck is this when I first saw it?
Gotcha. No, I hate doing this. I don't want to fucking start shit with other YouTubers. I hate fucking drama. Like, there's a reason
You
why
say that, but in the video, you're like, I don't care if I have to start drama with every motherfucker here.
Because I felt it was important for the video and for the message to spread.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, it wasn't necessary, but that is what I believed was for the best.
Mm-hmm.
But no, yeah, I wouldn't.
Again, it wasn't necessary, but I just fucking did it. Exactly, yeah. I mean, it's fucking black and white right there. Oh, I'll start drama. I don't mind doing all this. Oh, I fucking hate doing that. I don't mind it because it's going to benefit me over here, but I don't want to do this over here. Oh, you guys that are over here that are doing this kind of stuff, I want you to do what I do because we need to save the children.
There's a reason why I inactive my Twitter once I'm done with this shit. There's a reason why I spend...
Speaking of Twitter, I just kind of want to point something out. I'm going to try and do this off screen and then bring it back on. So we're going to keep playing this.
9 months working on a video that doesn't do any of this shit. Do people... You really think I'm fucking trying to clout chase and make money? Just
take yourself out of the situation.
I was kind of wondering, like,
no, I
as
can
far
see
as
it.
I looked at your channel as far as the views. I mean, you know, you get a lot of views in each video, but in terms of the actual videos you have on your channel, I mean, you don't have a lot of public views in your channel, so I assume you're making your money from Patreon.
Correct.
Exclusively.
Correct. Like, okay. I didn't have to make this video. Like, my Patreon keeps me alive. I didn't...
Hello, right there. I'm telling you. These fucking people that are paying him all this fucking money. He's not a fucking YouTuber. That's literally what it comes down to. This guy comes in, he tries to suck up fucking views for fucking revenue. He sits there and he puts it in a message that everybody has to care about, because if you don't fucking care about it, then you look like an asshole. And he just does this fucking little sly technique. He gets his fucking money, and he goes, oh, I'm gonna go back away. Oh, YouTube chased me off. No, they fucking didn't, bro. They fucking didn't. You're just a trash goddamn content creator that's getting a lot of fucking hype for being just a piece of shit.
Literally the fucking video.
By the way, here's what I kind of wanted to show. Let's see if I can get back into it. Nope, not there. Okay. We're going to drag this back on screen because I want everyone to see it. So, if you go through all the bullshit on his fucking site, sit there, you'll come across this Twitter, okay? I sent Max a message, and yeah, okay, great, I'm leaking a fucking DM. I never got a fucking reply. I've allowed 48 hours for him to reply. Didn't even get a fucking look, okay? All I said is that I'm a small content creator in my stream, and I wanted to reach out to you to see if you'd be willing to have some... or give some answers on some questions. I gave him the option to not even fucking talk about things if he didn't want to talk about it. I wasn't going to be obtuse, but I had a lot of fucking questions because of how he handles shit. Okay? And this motherfucker couldn't even fucking read me. Yeah, I am seriously considering doing that, making a video on him saying pick a side, MamaMax. It's just, there's so much shit for me to combine into a video. That might take me a little bit, and I don't want to lose the edge on it. Oh no. He has his living expenses actually included in there, I believe. I don't want to be wrong, so what we're gonna do, watch later, and then we'll find a MamaMax video because, you know, it's Mr. Self-Absorbed. We'll go to the one that he's now changed, and we'll go to, oh god, this light is bright as shit. Here's his Patreon. Okay, so we went through the modes. Okay. And about, I think is what it was under. Here we go. Here's his current, we are blah, blah, blah. The projects that he's working on, what your money will be used for, startup donations to the subject of the current project. So that's pretty fucking vague to begin with. to the subject of the current project. So are you talking about like all your expenses and shit that you incur when you're making stuff like this? Because then you're just going to sit there and you can include your fucking fuel, your food. I mean, if you really set it up legit, you probably got to include it in a fucking employment statement or like an employee handbook of some sort. What else do we got here? My survival. Right there. That's the second fucking thing he uses it for. So there's your answer. He doesn't use it just for the defense and legal stuff. He uses it for him fucking self. It's the second fucking point. Me. I get the money. Me and my dogs. Because I got to bring the dogs into it because then you'll fucking care about it. More films. A bi-monthly YouTuber will always call to action the current project. He's not even a fucking bi-monthly YouTuber. I don't understand what this is. You're a fucking Patreon dude. Stick to whatever the fuck it is you do there. Personal shout out. So that's what I'm saying. All those people that you see the names at the end of his stuff, they're paying him, and they're paying him at least $5,000, at least $5. And you know, look at that fucking list. Say there's here. We'll safely do this. I want to pull up a calculator. I don't think it's going to be on stream, but I'm going to do $5 and come on now, new block, and we'll times it by what should we say is conservative? Say, I think he's got probably close to 1,500 at least people there. That's $7,500 a month. At the bare fucking minimum that this guy's asking on this fucking bullshit, this tier right here, this Zygot tier, $5 a month. Okay? And does that include the shout out? In the end credits of my videos. Exclusive updates. Difference in player. Ongoing work. You'll be backing up. QR dedication. I've never seen him do this shit, by the way. So it'd be kind of funny if you're paying $20 a month. I've not seen him read out a fucking single name. Showcase in the featured section of my channel. I kind of want to see this now. Now I'm interested. I'm sorry to rabbit hole here a little bit, but I kind of am interested to see. So that means that these people are paying at least $20. So where would it be? Is it just these people? Music? No. So you're saying that you have absolutely no people that my playlist community? So you're saying all these people are only $5 people? I don't know. This is kind of fucking hard to believe, but still, this motherfucker's pulling in, I would say, at least $7,000 a month. If I'm really trying to be conservative, and that's just off his Patreon. Now, he's also going to get that nice little fat check every fucking December that he drops these fucking videos.
You know, I also got age restricted, so it's ineligible for monetization anyway, just like all my videos.
Oh, boo-hoo.
This one, I didn't even monetize it. Like, and if y'all want screenshots, like...
By the way, you do that fucking math, he's on the upper end of the fucking... for at least earning what? 7, 14, $84,000 a year roughly?
I can send it to you. I can send you like the amount of money YouTube sent.
Like at minimum. And I'm trying to be generous. I really think he has at least 1,500 people in that list. I guarantee you if I pulled it, he's got to have at least 1,500 because that thing takes a while to scroll. And you figure it's at least 20 names per slide, and if you even go every 3 seconds, I'm going to math this out. Welcome to me being an accountant. Well, in accounting. I wouldn't say I am an accountant. I'm not giving any financial advice. So it's 20 times and then through 3. I want to say that his whole thing lasts about 10 minutes. Okay? and then we're going to divide that in half. So 5 full slides times, I would say he fits about, I don't know, he's got to have more than that. So I would even say that's a good accurate number. So boom, 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 boom. I mean, it takes him 10 minutes. He has to have at least 1,000 fucking people. That's at least $5,000 a month.
Sends me on a monthly basis. It is like,
which would be 60,000 a year,
like barely over 100 each month.
Oh, don't worry, your upload schedule is slightly better than mine.
Yeah, well, Nick's schedule is awful.
I'm like looking at this hashtag and looking
Yeah, dude,
at
I saw
my
a video
style.
where you're like, I know why this is down. However, YouTube pedophiles love them, dude. YouTube hashtag. Have these two videos not been probably two of the biggest growth? I mean, I don't know if you're a numbers guy, but have these not led to some of the most growth?
Oh, he's definitely a numbers guy.
If you've seen on your channel.
They give me a significant amount of growth. I mean, they give me the same amount of growth as any other video because, I mean...
What any other video? You aren't making anything, and if you didn't make shit, you keep pulling it fucking down.
I guess the thing is, if you were posting consistently like throughout the year, like normal videos, you'd probably have accumulated kind of the same as like one of these videos. So it's not like you're struggling, you know. You don't post a video in 9 months, you get 30,000 subs on one video after 9 months. That's good, but it's like, it's been 9 months, you know?
Yeah.
Right, exactly. And yeah, pretty much nailed it on the head.
Okay, cool. I guess I've been scrolling today.
He's a once a
if you were
year
put in
fucking
position of
YouTuber.
authority, but had to operate within the boundaries of the law. We can take out boundaries of the law. If you were put in a position of authority, what would you do to pedophiles?
Kill them
in the
all.
justice system?
I am not even afraid to say that.
All right, that was pretty based. That was a.
Is this take?
Do you mean offending pedophiles or all pedophiles?
All, because
that was a pretty base tag too. Okay.
So let me tell you why.
I don't understand his logic here, by the way. Oh yeah, that's honestly exactly what he does. He's just here to fucking drum up fucking controversy, and then he walks away and he goes back to his little fucking Patreon.
To be in the mindset, oh, okay, if they're not, there is a difference between a pedophile and a child molester. Like, just because they are one doesn't necessarily mean they're gonna touch one ever. But after doing what I do, it is obvious to me that you can't fucking. Sex is so fucking powerful. Like, you know, when you're horny, it makes you do crazy shit. And it's the same for pedophiles. Like, if the opportunity is given, they will rape a child. I have no doubt in my mind. And even if not, you know, they're gonna start movements like we have rights too. We're part of the LGBTQ whatever. You know, like, it sickens me. So yes, death to them all. Do not give a shit.
Okay, all right.
I have one more question to kind of leave off because I do think if there's any question other than this topic that people would want to hear about from you, are you at all familiar with Mr. Girl?
Yes, I am.
Okay, this is kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Is that like a topic that interests you? Or have you been like?
It is.
You sound like you know who he is.
I do know who he is.
Do you know a lot about him?
I know the main points. I could know a lot about him if y'all are trying to collab.
Not exactly.
What a fucking cocksuck right there. You guys want to collab? It's because, okay, if you pay attention to anything like really involving like YouTube, you know that collaborations is like one of the best ways to like grow your channel, because then you get cross audience stuff. That's why people like to do that stuff. Okay? It's just, he's such a fucking clout. So he just wants to fucking money. He didn't give a shit about any fucking buddy. I really hope that people take away, and you know what? This is going to be a fucking 2-part stream. I am going to do a fucking part 2. And I just want to go through all the other bullshit to show, because now we've got a good fucking established background to know this guy's a piece of goddamn garbage.
But I guess the question that's been floating around a lot lately is, I'm sure you know who A.K.A. is, right? You remember him?
Is that the fucking dude that was on Twitter? Like,
so A.K.A. was this guy. He was like this Singaporean activist, right?
Yes, no.
He got asylum in the U.S. for freedom of speech because he got thrown out of he like escaped
A.K.A. is a very interesting story. He's not a controversial person. He's just a piece of shit person. But it's still an interesting story.
Before, right? He was being imprisoned a bunch, so he came over here, and immediately he made a YouTube channel, started talking to like Destiny and a bunch of other YouTubers, and he was like, "Hey guys, I think that being a pedophile is cool, and it's okay, and there's nothing wrong with necessarily fucking kids." And everyone was kind of like, "Is he trolling? Is he trolling?" Like, He's saying pedophiles maybe need help. He's saying they're like
at the time
like
there were people
orientation.
convinced that he was a troll, but this is just
a lot of people
position
thought he
that
was a
couldn't
troll.
That's
possibly
frightening
have.
when you can blur the lines like that.
Yeah, when he was
Talk about blurring lines. You fucking blur lines all the goddamn time with every fucking thing you put out.
22, he ended up grooming a 14-year-old girl.
Of course.
He was sentenced kind of
What do you mean, of course? Like, you're just predisposed to know, like, oh yeah, he definitely had that. You've offered no input to this fucking conversation, bro. Literally, you've offered no fucking input. All you do is sit there and go, yep.
recently to I think 6 years in jail because of a plea deal. So that's good to hear. He's going to jail. But
Not good to hear that it's only 6 years.
Yeah, what the? I mean,
yeah, but it's
that's
good to hear that it's at least 6 years. Okay, so Mr. Girl, he I was watching a stream from him the other day, and he said that Amos Yee. I don't know what it was verbatim, but he kind of said it like Amos Yee. I mean, he was like 22 talking to a 14-year-old. I don't know that guy needs to be in jail. And he kind of, I think he's against jail in general, but
yeah, he's
I
also
guess
the guy who's made like the Cuties review. He's the guy who has a song called like he's a pedophile. He's
well,
the
a
guy
lot of
who
people
goes
just kind
on
of see,
arguing.
yeah, a lot of people see Mr. Girl as like kind of the next Amos Yee, like this guy who goes around trolling to start up, a fuss, to start a rage, and then
Do y'all think he's a troll? Because I don't.
I think the most I could say about him definitively is he's a guy who thinks that like pedophiles shouldn't like even be in jail, and he thinks that it's like
Oh, by the way, this is like a deep-rooted hatred for Mama here. So Mama don't like Vito because his opinion as far as the PDF map people is different from his. He has a non-aggression policy kind of thing going on. I don't know about Mr. Girl, but I can tell you a little more about Vito just from the interactions that I've seen. He's just more of a non-aggression policy type person is really the best way to put it. He's a nap person.
like a mental condition. It's like an illness.
So it's okay. It's okay to not have an opinion where you think people can be rehabilitated. Why is that such a fucking bad thing? You just want to go kill. That's fucking you, bro. And you're telling me that you want all the creators that I watch to fucking repeat that kill, fucking pedo bad, CSA bad, moist critical bad. Like, you just want that, and then the kill all the fucking time, or even just part of the time. And I will not fucking watch that shit if I'm not interested. It's literally how you're going to chase away the audience, and you're not going to cause an adpocalypse. You're going to cause a subscriber apocalypse. That was hard to say for some reason. But, yeah, you're just going to sit there, and you're going to have all these people that are going to move away from the platform if you do that kind of shit. Not everybody's here for that. Some people want to watch fucking games. Some people want to watch beauty videos, car videos. These Ryan Toy reviews. These people are not going to make the content you want them to make. And you don't have a fucking poignant enough message for them to commit to.
He thinks that, like, he doesn't believe in, like, punitive justice like that. I can say that. The fact that he, like, made the Cuties review, which I've simultaneously from Vito just swallowed, been told was a troll and a sincere statement. I don't completely know how I'm supposed to feel about him. I feel weird.
I think he's a pedophile.
You think he's a pedo?
I absolutely think he's a pedophile.
Is that from the Cuties review, or like was there one thing?
Everything all together. I feel like if given the opportunity.
Here you go, the hot take from MamaMax. He really thinks Mr. Girl is a pedophile.
Opportunity, I could probably catch him in the act, become the decoy and get in his DM.
That's kind of. Can we listen to this really quick again? He's a seedy motherfucker.
I feel like if given the opportunity, I could probably catch him in the act, become the decoy and get in his DMs and see what happens.
Really? He's gonna hear this. He might challenge you on that.
Yeah, it absolutely would fall into like an entrapment thing. There's no police that are gonna take that kind of shit. This stuff, if you've watched any of these these people that actually do go out and kind of like do this bait and switch type method of stuff, there's a lot of police departments that do not touch that shit because it's just so There's so many pitfalls that can happen.
Dude, it's going to be like a fucking a hunt, dude. The hunt is on.
If I do it, it won't be for a while. I have a bunch of other videos I need to get to, but I would absolutely.
Where are the fucking videos, Max? It's been 2 fucking years. You got a bunch of fucking videos that work. What is this? You're not goddamn Universal Studios. And fuck, even they're putting out movies and videos faster than you. Like full fucking feature-length films. What is it that's holding you up here? $7,000 a month. Even if we got a 5, you're still making 60 grand a year, bro. You're telling me for that much money, you can't dedicate enough time to create videos? If that was really your intention, and I don't think that's your intention. I think your intention is to rake in money on fucking Patreon, and when the money's kind of dwelling down, or it starts to downtrend, you sit there and you come on YouTube, you make your inflammatory statement, everybody drags your fucking name up, then you get a bunch of people that sympathize with you, and they sign up to your fucking Patreon, and it boosts your fucking revenue.
Absolutely be down to take him down.
What do you think about the channels that are platforming him? I mean, mutually, we know Vosh recently threw him off for asking what he thought a 9-year-old's underwear would look like. I know Destiny's had him on multiple times. He's actually making his rounds around all the big political Twitch streams right now, doing interviews and people. It's just like an enigma. It's this guy who is giving such a ridiculous take.
Yeah, why are people giving him a platform? I don't even understand that.
Because his content, I guess. It's like so ridiculous.
Oh,
you hear something like that and it's like, holy shit.
That's gross.
You think it's gross to platform someone like that?
If he's trolling, then it's funny, but I literally don't think he's trolling at all. And
it would have to be an extremely elaborate troll.
Yeah,
you think it's like masked as a troll, but it's just it's sincere feelings?
But even at that point, it's like, where's the line? Like,
I'm just going to
give him this platform is a piece of shit.
All right, well. We answered that question.
To be honest, I'm not sure where I would pick yet. I think we should do like a dead poll to see if he gets like hit for the next
Cell Block C poll.
I would love that.
Yeah.
I have like policy stuff, but I don't think that like again.
What it would look like this.
That's what I kind of mean. It's like it's not like tangible. It's like I would like to do this, but
I have a general direction. I personally don't know what it would look like.
Exactly, right there, boom. He just sat there and said, I don't fucking know. Again! He's just doing all this shit to inflame. He just wants his name out there so he gets some fucking clout. He gets a little boost in his fucking ad revenue. That's all he fucking wants. He didn't give a shit about Spencer. If he gave a shit about Spencer or any of these other fucking girls, he would have had his shit together when he fucking put everything out there.
Like this.
That's what I kind of mean. It's like it's not like tangible. It's like I would like to do this, but I don't really know how to. So I mean, I could argue with you about like that.
That's exactly it, Jim. He's just looking for his more Patreon. He wants that fucking ad revenue, or not ad. I shouldn't say ad revenue. He wants that Patreon revenue.
Kind of stuff, but it's all hypothetical. So
that's his income. He stated it. He stated it in this fucking interview. He lives off of fucking Patreon. You go to his fucking Patreon. His second fucking point says that I'm going to use the money here to live. And if he's anywhere, if he's saying the stuff that you were talking about earlier, Jim, you can fucking prove it's a lie. Right here. It's in black and white. He never says that he's going to use this shit for legal funds. There's absolutely nothing about legal funds in here. Literally, what is your money used for? Right here. So food, drinks, I still don't understand what this bi-monthly YouTuber. This makes no sense to me. More films, which he's not fucking putting out. I mean, we can clearly fucking see it. And then his survival, which literally falls under these other fucking 2 points. So he's saying it like 3 fucking times. His personnel. So, like, what's the fucking crew? You only would need a crew when you're fucking filming and on location travel and shit like that. What fucking... why are you paying these fucking people to live with you? What do you got? Like, are you... I don't fucking know, bro. But this is all he's here for. He wants this fucking ad revenue. Or, god damn, I keep saying ad revenue. I'm just tired at this point. He keeps saying Patreon revenue is his main source of income, and that's what he's here for. He drums up his name, he gets mentioned a lot on Twitter, people start looking into him, they like his fucking content, even though they don't understand that he's a full of shit, piece of shit fucking human being, And then they go here and they click the little fucking join now thing, and they'll start off at $5 a month. They get their little name put on the fucking list. He gets $5 a month from them and fucking 1,000 other fucking people or whatever. And then that's what he fucking lives off of. And from the looks of it, he's not living pretty rough at all. So he must be getting some pretty good fucking money. And that's what happens. His money fucking dips, and every year he comes in at December, November, which if you look on fucking YouTube's, like, when's the best time to generate ad revenue? This time of year. Okay? When you put shit out here this time of year because it's cold outside and there's other things with the holidays and all that, there's a lot more enhancements to your earning capacity during this time of year. That's why he's here. That's the only fucking reason this dude is here.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Well, I guess before we go, Max, is there anything you want to, plug? Assuming someone doesn't know who you are.
Subscribe to Nick Diorio and Turkey Tom on YouTube.
This is just such a clout suck at the end here. Exactly. He's got such a broad, vague message that people, it's kind of, he almost does the pick a side YouTube with every one of his Patreon subscribers. Because think about it. Going off of what you're saying there, Jim. If you see his message and you agree with it, you're going to sit there and pay $5 a month because you support getting rid of pedophiles. And then if you can't afford it and you stop, does that mean suddenly you support pedophiles? Because you're no longer giving him $5 a month at minimum? I'm sorry, by the way, if things are flashing. I throw stuff on the TV so that way it's not as dark in here. So I apologize for all the flashing. I'm going to try and skip that once I can find the remote. Apologies. By the way, shout out. There's this channel I want to kind of just shout out here real quick. Open new tab. Oh, this channel, Tobias Reaper. I've been watching a lot of his stuff. It's kind of cool. He does these Medicare and Chill, and he's also got like Medicare After Dark or something like that. Playlists. Yeah, Medicare After Dark and Medicare and Chill. If you have never watched any of the Mr. Medicare stuff, it's pretty cool the way he puts these streams together. I don't really want to play his video. But there are multiple streams put together on topical stuff. And it's really cool if you want to get, like, if you never really listened to Mr. Medicare, I highly suggest this. So please go check him out. Very good channel the way he's composing things. Definitely if you see this guy around, give him the finger. Oh, Jim is fucking absolutely cracking me up. I came late to the Medicare party. I've always been a fan of Tommy C. He's probably the one I've watched the longest. And he grew up and was from an area not very far from me at all. So I really get his sense of humor and stuff. And I love his black and white calling people out. That's why I am 100% behind him in this bullshit that's going on with this fucker. Anyway, I apologize for all the cursing. It's just, this gets me so goddamn riled up. He's just such a piece of crap. So, I think I'm going to end the stream here. I know we haven't gotten in. There's still a lot more shit to watch. So, but this is going to be good. It'll give a good history. I'll try and break this down and chunk it out. So that way we've got like the current subject, the half-baked portion, and maybe something else in there. Oh yeah, the send part I'd like to chop out and kind of group them together like I grouped the videos here, I think is what we'll do, and we'll break the stream up that way. Maybe I'll even get into touching some editing. I know we still have the Colton calls, so if you're looking for Colton stuff, this is his channel, and he's just only got these 2 lives But those are the calls, or that's all the stuff involving the police on the matter. We've already seen MamaMax channel. We watched Penguins. Sensitive Society, I really want to shout him out as well. I think his videos on all of this were fantastic. It's literally the only documented proof of the whole first freaking conversation. I gotta move this. Apologies. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to watch that with Andy Worski. I gotta delve into the whole Andy Worski rabbit hole as well. Anyway, I think with the next live that I'm gonna do, and I don't know if I'm gonna do it maybe tomorrow, maybe on Sunday. I'll see how I feel. I'm freaking exhausted right now. I had a mentally running day. But Lyrics has his 2 videos. It's Lyrics Live, because he does have another channel. Make sure you're going to the right one. And then under Lyrics Live, he's got everything titled pretty good. It's this video and this video. Nope, not the Thanksgiving curse. It's these 2. So if you're looking for him, it's Tipster is cringing out video and MamaMax losing his mind. I don't know if this plays into it as well, but that might be another stream to check out. But these have the calls in them if you're looking for them. And then the same thing with these 2 streams with the New Survivor Speaks Out and how online cults are harming our youth. By the way, I don't feel like on this subject he ever really addresses it in this whole freaking live that he does. And he looks like he's not on this planet for both of those freaking lives. I'll just be honest with you. I'm trying to see anything else. Half Baked. Unfortunately, Half Baked is not putting out any more content. They stopped a while back, but they do have 36 videos. They cover a lot of broad topics. They've got MamaMax, The Right Opinion, they've Willie Mack. So any of these people, if you're ever interested, fantastic channel. Chris Chan, Some Ordinary Gamers. Just go back. You got the best of the community, in my opinion, represented here between Vega, Turkey Tom, and Nick. I think it's Vega. I hope it's Vega. I'm freaking tired at this point. But yeah, now we know MamaMax is a puss. He's changed his title. Oh, I did want to go over that really quick. We'll probably put this in as its own thing. So we have MamaMax changed his video title here, and it's now called Reacting to the Reaction, blah, blah, blah. But I want to go over this freaking apology. Let me see. Read more. Okay, so this is what we're reading. So in these moments of introspection, your constructive criticisms are not only noted, but deeply appreciated. I thank you for your honest feedback. Well, you didn't get any feedback from me because you never answered my fucking messages. I am in the process of creating a new video aimed at fully addressing the issues that you raised. Oh, fantastic. I bet it'll be just in time for Christmas. So that way he gets that ad revenue and hopefully gets a boost in viewership in his Patreon so he doesn't have to come back till next year. The key point of my initial message was to show how significant issues are too often ignored by the noise of mainstream distraction. It was particularly disheartening to witness influencers like those we approached, focusing on SS Sniper Wolf, apologies, while our pleas for help seem to fall on deaf ears. This is a non-fucking apology, basically. As influencers, I feel we have a duty to ensure the appropriate balance. This is feeding his fucking ego. Communication is key in this endeavor. I promise to make sure that the true spirit of my message is clearly communicated to everyone. You have yet to fucking do that in any goddamn video, so I'll be very surprised if you fucking find yourself capable of fucking doing it in this video. I want to extend a sincere apology to Charlie. Wow, buried that at the fucking end. If this video in any way carried messages that were unintended, I am truly sorry. You named the fucking video with the cancellation of him. You fucking tagged him in it. Are you fucking serious, bro? Get the fuck out of here, man. Just go back to fucking Patreon. We don't want you here. All you're going to do is fucking create a whole bunch of fucking mess. And the only fucking person that benefits from it is you. And that's all you care about. I'd like to know what you fucking pay your team. Honestly. I kind of want to reach out to fucking Slug and find out if he can give me any information on what he received for payment and stuff. Because I doubt this motherfucker's even paying very good. He's that stingy that I don't think he would actually pay that well. I want to read this message too. Okay, so this is the message under the now newly renamed video. This is Dear Charlie and others who appeared in this video. I've created a video for the survivors of CJD using GPT-4 and cult psychology. Why are you using AI for? And you've not explained anything about why you're using AI or how. My approach may seem dramatic. No! But it's really to put more eyes on stories often ignored. You seem to really fall back on that fucking subject every goddamn time. I need to... there we go. Thank God. Sorry, my eyesight is awful. You've been an inspiration. I wanted to use our past interactions to blow up this issue. Kind of like you always fucking do. It's literally your crutch. That's what you rely on. We last spoke on Discord a while ago, where your integrity and advocacy for the marginalized impressed me. This led me to suggest involving you in this project. Your hesitation is understandable, but this video aims to clarify my interactions and the serious message I am conveying. We share a passion for fighting injustices. This video addresses injustices that get overshadowed by subjects like SS Sniper Wolf posing risks to society and youth. Oh my fucking God, he's so goddamn self-absorbed and thinks he's really out there fucking crusading. Children are the most important and vulnerable among our species, and they face increasing dangers online. While this isn't a direct order, it's a loud recommendation. That sounds like a fucking threat. The way you put it, asshole. Thing is that his content his content is about abusers. He knows titling it about it, canceling Charlie could be interpreted that Charlie did something horrible. And that's literally what happened with the audience. Is people thought Charlie did something. So you've tarnished his reputation. I mean, not to fucking drag up some stuff, but if you go back to what my Van Luke video and all that, Charlie could be a real prick and go after him. Anyway, the video's stark undertones underscores the urgency of this matter. It's a call to action in these challenging times. I hope you'll consider joining me in this cause to help those and prevent further harm. All ad revenue goes to the survivors of CJD. I would like to make sure that we kind of keep them to that. Because we already know where his Patreon's going. I want to know that all the money, because he says all, okay? I want to know that all this fucking money is literally going to her and the other survivors. I really fucking hope so. I don't know if I can trust him. We've seen that we cannot trust him for what he says and what he actually does. But... oh, thank you so much, Jim Jones. I really put a lot of work into that and tried to do as much justice as I could with the Van Luke Xiley situation. I appreciate you watching that. Honestly, I try to be fair and I try to give the viewer perspective of things. So But I'm gonna probably end the video here. Like I said, it might be a couple days. I'll try and chop this up and get it into more digestible form. That's gonna be my main thing. I want to start trying to like put my long form content into shorter forms for those that want to see just like specific parts of the message. And then people that want to come in and see the whole thing, they're more than welcome to. I think what I'll probably plan on doing is doing a stream. I'm going to assume Sunday. But I will let everybody know on Twitter. I'll try and throw it in the community tab too. But I really want to finish the coverage on him. I want to show just how atrocious of a human being he is. Oh, that's awesome. I'm glad you're doing pretty good in WoW. Hopefully, anyway. I've never honestly played WoW. Just a side note. I've seen it played. I don't know. I'm on the fence when it comes to turn-based like RPGs and stuff like that. I don't feel like I do very well doing them. I mean, like action RPGs and stuff like that, I feel like I do pretty good. But I don't know. I'm still figuring my way through all that stuff. But I really, really, really genuinely appreciate everybody that came out. There's so many people, and I appreciate the chat and all that. And Jim, I really appreciated your feedback and your interactions. Snow, you as well. Really appreciated everybody that stopped by. Vincent, K-Huck, Abby, Leia something. You guys are awesome, and I genuinely appreciate it. But until next time, which is probably going to be Sunday, I'll talk to you guys later. Y'all have a good night, good day, wherever you are, and I'll see you on the next one.